You already know this is Punsh Wrong Boxing, aka Mr. Moonshine himself. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We gonna be talking about what we gonna be talking about. I was mumbling my words right quick, but Naoya Inoue versus John Casimero, Teofimo Lopez versus Lomachenko, Tyson Fury versus Deontay Wilder 3. Those are the biggest fight in 2020. Yeah, there's a lot of fights they're going to be talking about, but I don't think it's going to come through fruition. I don't think Earl Spence is going to be fighting somebody. I don't think Devin Haney is going to be fighting somebody big. I don't think, who else? Jose Ramirez is going to be fighting somebody big. I don't know. Who else? Anthony Joshua, Pulev. What's going to happen after? Maybe can we? Nah, that ain't going to happen. Anthony Joshua and Pulev is not a mega fight to me. Canelo Alvarez versus who? Sergey Derevchenko. Canelo Alvarez versus who? Who was I thinking about? Billy Joe Saunders. Not a mega fight to me. It's not mega. What's good, Just? What's good? These are the biggest fights of 2020 that's left, baby. We got Naoya Inoue versus Johnriel Casimero versus Lomachenko. Bob Arum said he will be here June. Supposed to be here this week. Versus Lomachenko. So that means Teofimo Lopez versus Lomachenko is going down. I said versus Lomachenko. Did I say versus Lomachenko is going down? Or I said versus Lomachenko versus Teofimo Lopez is going down? I don't know, man. Y'all already know, man. It's happy hour Thursday. I know I'm a little bit late, but hey, I'm still early when it comes to the West Coast. And I got mine. I said yesterday I was going to have some margarita. This is my ghetto margarita. Just take a little tequila with a little bit of lemonade, no sugar, and drink that. You already know. Ghetto margarita. Let's go. Man. True though. Dillian White, Povetkin, cancel. Amanda Serrano versus Katie Taylor. That was supposed to be the biggest women boxing event. Well, not boxing event, but, fight. Cancel. Is not so they said that Vasily Lomachenko is supposed to be coming. They said that Inoue is supposed to be coming as well this month. So it must be Bob Arum is pulling some strings, or he's just clouting. Because if we can't get why is Dillian White and Povetkin still not fighting? They ain't pulling them strings. I want to know how Bob Arum is pulling them strings then. What up, D? What up, Mike? What up, Just? What up, Walter? Again, I always be talking about this matchup. I love this match. And Naoya Inoue, baby. He'll barbecue some ribs, if y'all know what I'm talking about. He'll barbecue some ribs. Is he going to barbecue Johnriel Casimero's rib? I'm talking about John Casimero. 5 straight stoppages. The best momentum of any champion in the sport of boxing today. Johnriel Casimero. 5 straight stoppages. The best momentum of any champion in the boxing today. Faith was good. I mean, I don't know. I don't believe that anybody is set on a fight date right now. But Bob Arum said that fight is still going on. Manny Pacquiao's promotion said that fight is still going on. That he will be here this month. Vasily Lomachenko is supposed to be here this week in America. So the Teofimo Lopez and Vasily Lomachenko should be going down. Casimero versus it should be going down. Tyson Fury, Deontay Wilder 3 should be going down 2020 late. So we got those the mega fights. We got the mega fights. Regis Prograis versus Hooker. Not a title fight, but for me, it was going to be a war, but I don't think that's going to happen. Boost Ennis, does it seem like he's going to step up? I don't know. Could Boost Ennis get a fight with Ugas? That would be a good one. Virgil Ortiz supposed to be fighting Samuel Vargas. That could have been good. That ain't happening. I don't think so. Shakur Stevens is supposed to be fighting on June 9th. I believe so. Is he? I don't know. We'll see. Boxing need to wake up. And you know what? In a time like this, where you know what? Look what's happening in America. Look what's happening. Everybody got emotional. Everybody protesting. Everybody emotional. Everybody sad. Everybody mad. Everybody angry. And usually sports bring us together in these times. Sports, you know, give us that gateway, that getaway, just to pay attention to something else, something positive. You know what? We don't have sports. So everybody all stuck in their phone looking at a bunch of videos and look at the police brutality over and over and over again. We went from the coronavirus, everybody trying to be a conspiracy theorist. We went from that. Now we went from race and police brutality and racism, and now everybody wants to be a Malcolm X and Martin Luther King. I did my protest, but I did my protest smart. I believe so. I want a dialogue. What's good, Tank? What's good, bye? Justin Pacquiao versus Triple G. That ain't happening. We already know that. Come on. You know that's not going to happen at all. At all. That's like full-blown clout. Pac versus Triple G. That ain't happening, D. That fight with Donaire is trauma for him, and he's not yet move on from that. You think so, Mike? I don't know, man. He got a lot of time to prepare. He got a lot of time to prepare. He's a warrior. What he showed us is a warrior. Nah. He took all the hits he needed to take, and he's good. Inoue is a warrior. He proved himself that night. Inoue, casimero, bro, can't wait to watch that fight. Hell, say you already know. Me too, man. I was open. I was willing to get a divorce that day. My wife was going to, give me some hard time and watching this fight. Go get a divorce. I had the divorce paper up and on deck. What's good, IBT? What's good, my brother? Everybody smash the like button. Show support to your boy Punch Unboxing, a.k.a. Mr. Moonshine. Support your boy. Press the like button so we can share it, so other people can time in. And yesterday I didn't time nobody in, but we're going to be talking about boxing today. Everybody want to time in? I'm going to put the link on later on. You already know, man. It's Happy Hour Thursday. I don't know what y'all drinking today, but your boy is drinking some margaritas, some ghetto margaritas, tequila mixed up with lemonade, the no sugar kind. Boom. Ghetto margarita. Julio Cesar Chavez Martinez, Chocolatitos is coming up again. You see how boxing changes? When Chocolatito lost one time, he's erased from the face of the earth, and then he wins one time, and then people, oh, yo, pa Chocolatito. Yo, they didn't even mention Chocolatito when it came to mentioning the pound for pound dude of the era. They missed him out. That's boxing, man. Boxing is like a man, it's tough on boxers, man. What up, Prince? What's good? Canelo and Triple G both stay away from Pac. Nah, man, Pac ain't gonna fight no Canelo with Triple G, man. Nothing like that. Triple G and Canelo Alvarez are staying away from Demetrius Andre. That's facts. Pac ain't going up in there, and they ain't going coming back down now. That's whoever's coming out with that story. Don't listen to them, man. Pacquiao want Triple G. Nah, man. He don't want no Triple G, man. What up, Dean? Is Pacquiao gonna go to 160 pounds? Because Triple G ain't gonna go nowhere else. You know? I don't know really what that story. I seen that. To be honest, I see that headline, and I didn't even try to read the story. I read that headline, didn't even try to read the story. Yo, Toby, what's good, my brother? I'm doing good, man. I'm hype. Came back from protesting hours ago. I'm hype. I got my Malcolm X mode on, baby. I got my Malcolm X energy on right now. But we're going to be talking about boxing, B. We're going to be talking about boxing. Loma versus Teofimo Lopez. Yo, you already know Loma versus Teofimo Lopez. Oh, hey, I got the Phenom. The baddest young dude in boxing, the one that's trying to challenge himself, the one that took the training wheels off a long time ago, the one that want to go back to back, that earned his title, the IBF, the man that earned the belt, earned a title, caught up right now. Teofimo Lopez will become a 4th belt holder, and in our eyes is going to become undisputed lightweight champion of the world. If anybody come to talk to me about what about that other belt, what that other belt? We know how we look at that other belt, so let's not even talk about that other belt. We're talking about 4 belts on the line right now. We're talking about the WBC. We're talking about IBF, WBO, WBA. Undisputed bout. I don't give a damn. It's an undisputed bout to me. How about to y'all? Let me know. Andrade, come on, Punch. Canelo ain't scared. I ain't saying no fight in the boxing is scared. Walter, nobody in boxing is scared. A promoter could be scared. A manager, advisor, the network could be scared, but no fighter is scared. This is what they do. This is what they do. Hell no, Canelo Alvarez ain't scared of nobody, but you know what? Their managers might be. The matchmakers might be. They are warriors, man. They've been doing it since it's yay high, man. This is what they do. You gonna watch Shakur Stevenson fight? Of course I'm gonna watch Shakur Stevenson, man. Everybody gonna be watching Shakur Stevenson. Bob Arum is doing his thing. Bob Arum is doing his thing right now, man. We got to give credit where credit is due. Bob Arum is putting on boxing, especially in a time like this. We need some sports. We need some action, baby. We need some sports in a time like this. We need something to watch other than police brutality, protests, riot, looters, narrative, race baiters. We don't need that, man. We need something else, man. We need some cleansing and stuff, man. We need a break right now. Any update on Inoue Casimero? I think Inoue supposed to be in the country this month, they said. So the fight should be going on. They haven't canceled the fight the way they did Dillian White and Povetkin. They haven't canceled the fight yet. So it's still on. Loma for split. Teofimo Lopez for KO. Okay, D. Okay, that's fair. That's fair, Dex. That's fair, D. All right, I'll rock with that. Let me put that up. I'll rock with that. That's logical to me, man. I like that. Stat Cruz. I don't know, man. I don't know. Let's talk about the big fights, man. The big fights. I'm talking big fights. I'm geared to the big fights. Let's talk about the big fights. Loma versus Pac-Man 140. I don't know, man. I don't know if Lomachenko can get past Teofimo Lopez. I don't know if Lomachenko get past Teofimo Lopez. Let's talk about the fights that I put. Then we're gonna be talking about too many fights, man. Let's stay within the content. And then when we finish about the content, then we move on to the next. Triple G at 154 ain't gonna happen, man. Like that. That's why I didn't even look at the story, bye. That's why I didn't even look at the story. I'm like, I look at the story, it was a highlight. I didn't even check the story. I didn't even want to listen to that. Triple G and Pacquiao. Come on, man. That don't make no sense. That ain't never gonna happen. Teo boxing skills better than Loma. He can't win the decision. I'm with you, Walter, on that. Do you think Lomachenko great fighter or just he's an overrated because he's fighting 9-2 skilled fighters in the division and unlimited? Nah, I think he's a great fighter. We're not going to take nothing away from boxers, especially when they earn something. We're not going to take nothing away. Lomachenko is the real deal. Technical, he's the real deal. Amateur alone, he's a Hall of Famer. With amateur alone. And that's one thing in the world of boxing that we like to praise dudes on the come up, and I say this from time to time again. We like to praise dude on the come up, and then when they reach one title, go to another division, another title, then we start questioning like, is he the real deal? Nah, he's the real deal. Let them other dudes that haven't come up, they not the real deal yet. Lomachenko is the real deal. Teofimo Lopez is the real deal, real champion. Let's see if Ryan Garcia, let's see if Devin Haney is the real deal yet. Let's see if they the real deal. They got things to accomplish. Good, but let's see if they the real deal. But we already see them as champions. Let's not take away nothing from champions that earned The other guys have to come and still develop themselves. And they all going to develop too. All these young fighters. All these young fighters. Or we going to be praising guys like Amir Khan and then they get knocked out like Prescott. That could happen too. We don't got to praise them yet. We love skills, but they are the one that got to earn something. Excuse me. Pack thought Teo beat Loma. Hell yeah, beat Loma, man. Teo gonna beat Loma. I'm telling you. I'm telling you. And if I'm wrong, then I'm man enough and I'm wrong. Right? If I'm wrong, then I'll be man enough and I'm wrong. That's it. I'm a fan. I mean, I ain't getting no money out of them, right? Why does he take too much time to move up in the division? Which one are you talking about? Who? Teofimo was his best. Lomachenko was sleep night. That's what I'm talking about, Mike. Mike, that's what I'm talking about. Let's put that up. Teofimo was a beast. Lomachenko was sleep night. Night. Snore, man, snore. Wipe that spit out your mouth. Turn the pillows upside down. Night. Sleep on a cool pillow. Pacquiao versus Crawford. That's a good one too. But it's not Pacquiao versus Crawford only. It's Pacquiao versus Crawford, the judges, the Bob Arum, the ref. Pacquiao, he's going to be facing Bud Crawford. He's going to be facing all of that night. It's Pacquiao versus the judge. Pacquiao versus Crawford, Bob, ref, judge. And the winner is Manny Pacquiao once again. I don't know. It's going to be a good fight, man. I'm going to love that fight if that fight happened. But I think that Manny Pacquiao will be fighting more than just Crawford that night. He's going to be fighting the powers that be. He's going to be fighting the elites. And if they fight on ESPN too, man, he's going to be fighting. It's Manny Pacquiao versus Bud Crawford, Bob, ref, judge, the network. Everything. He gonna be fighting everybody. Unless Manny Pacquiao be like, you know what? No. Bob, you got me one time. You got me two times. No. You is going to fight in the Philippines with my judges, my refs, my crowd, my stadium, my mama, my daddy, everybody. I am Manny Pacquiao. I will not fight in Vegas. I will not fight with your ref. I will not fight with your judges. I will not fight for ESPN. I will only fight in the Philippines with my judges. And all the judges got to be like Philippines. All the judges. And the ref too. The ref can't speak English. You got to speak straight Filipino, just straight Filipino. So when Bill Crawford is saying something, I don't understand. Yo, my man, he's holding. I don't understand. Everything got to be on the side with Manny Pacquiao. Everything. He's the A side. He got to be all the way to A side. Right, Jen? Manny Pacquiao got to be all the A side on that. Ain't taking no chances. Nah. I've been robbed once. I've been robbed twice. And it ain't gonna happen again. Sorry, Bob, a.k.a. Mr. Dinosaur. It ain't gonna happen to me this time. You see what happened with fair play. You see what happens when it's fair play, right? You see how I beat Keith Thurman, right? I ain't get robbed. You see what happened with fair play. Nah, Bob, you ain't gonna get me. You try to get me in Australia. And the audacity of you even taking me to Australia, Mr. Bob. I am Manny Pacquiao. How the hell does Jeff Horn get his country behind him and I'm going to his country and his comfortability? Man, that's why I also blame it on Manny Pacquiao for doing that, for not being a boss of his own career. But Manny Pacquiao has learned. He better learn this time around. He better not go to no damn Vegas and fight Crawford with ESPN, Bob. Hell no, Manny, no. I said no. Listen to Punch Drunk Boxing, aka Mr. Moonshine. I said no. Manny Pacquiao's gonna be like, chill, punch. Chill. I got Jesus. And then I got to be like, all right, man. All right, man. Who's bigger than Jesus? Who's bigger than God? I got God on my side. Okay, all right. I got you, Manny. But I'm just looking out for you, Manny. I'm just looking out for you. Don't worry, Punch. Jesus got me. It don't matter if it's Bob. It don't matter if it's ESPN. It don't matter if the judges. It don't matter if the ref. It don't matter. I got Jesucristo. Hi, Manny. I got you. All right, Manny. I understand. I just get sometimes, I get emotional sometimes. You feel me? I get hype. Oh, man. Everybody get a drink. Here we go, man. Another drink, a little margarita to the... Man. Teofimo Lopez getting ripped, y'all. Getting ripped. Ready for Lomachenko. Lomachenko probably looking at Teofimo Lopez. Like, damn, I'm going to be facing the Terminator come fight night. Damn, this young. What the hell did I put myself into? Papi, what I put myself into, I'm going to be fighting this Teofimo Lopez, man. He's hungry, man. He didn't even want a tuna for me. He hungry. You're damn right. Teofimo Lopez been knocking on your door quite some time. And now I'm here. And I'm here with a belt too. Did you ever box? Yes, I did when I was real young. But I stayed in the gym too. I ain't do it for a career. I just stayed doing it just to be ready. So if one of these YouTubers want it, they could get it. Anybody outside want it? I haven't sparred in a while. I haven't sparred since March. And I need it. Damn, open the damn gym. Boxing only center the 8th division world title. Oh, 5 lineal from 5 division. 12-time world champion belt champ. Oldest welterweight ever. World champ in 4 different decades. Who is like Manny Pacquiao? Tell me who? Nobody. Manny Pacquiao is the great. He's the GOAT, I say. The GOAT, I say. The GOAT. Manny Pacquiao. Yes. Yo, Punch, you gotta take notes from Drake and work on your Manny impersonation. Maybe. I try hard, man. I try hard. Lopez is a B, but I think Loma is still B. I mean, MP, I feel you, man. Of course, this ain't gonna be easy. This is just this is more of a gut. It's more of a gut feeling than anything because we go technique. We're probably in technique. We see more Lomachenko, more of the technique side and his footwork and things of that nature. But I also said that Teofimo Lopez just got other things that he hasn't shown the world. Go see his amateur fights. The dude got footwork. The dude got just more than power. He got it all. But he was sitting down in this punch and knocking everybody out. Come on, he ain't trying to work overtime. Let Lomachenko do that. But my man Teofimo Lopez, he's trying to get that check, go back home, look nice, you know what I'm saying? Do something with the little shorty, and then you're ready to go back into the gym and do what he got to do. Teofimo Lopez don't want to work no overtime. We don't work no overtime. The overtime is in the gym. When the bright lights come on, it's a knockout party, baby. Teofimo Lopez ain't trying to finesse. He's not like that shampoo finesse. Finesse. He ain't no Pert Plus. But yeah, y'all, man. I pose this question. Who's gonna be the most? Nah. I know they're not gonna answer, but let's say this. All right. Let's put it like this. If Deontay Wilder comes back in the 3rd fight and knock out Tyson Fury, do y'all want to see the 4th Fury versus Wilder 4? If Wilder comes out and knocks out Tyson Fury, does first Deontay Wilder get his respect finally? And And do y'all want to see Wilder versus Fury 4 if Deontay Wilder comes, proves everybody wrong, knocks out Fury? Do y'all want to see Fury Wilder 4? You should do a film study with their fights. I should, man. I should, but around this time, you know what it is about the film study? That does take time. It takes time, and I got the kiddos too. You know what I'm saying? I got to spend time with the family. Sometimes I'll be doing this boxing stuff in the boxing channel and things of that nature, and the editing as well. Sometimes it takes a lot from my family too, you know? That's why you got to donate to the channel, baby. That's why you got to donate to the channel, man. So I could actually do more. Look, I got StreamYard. Y'all don't think I put money into that? That's why I got to donate to the channel, baby. Donate to the channel. Got a little $2, $1, $5, $10. Everybody, hey, my friend. Hey, I take it all, my friend. Pennies, MetroCard, whatever you need, whatever I got it, get it. What's good, heavy hitter? What's good, bro? Fat title belts if you only took the place outside America continent, maybe in this case, to equalize the greatness of Pac. That box rec wasn't an American, ain't no way. It's true, man. You got to be the champion of the world. You got to be willing to travel around the world. Preach on. I'm with you on that. Floyd can't just have all his fights in Las Vegas. That's practically his damn home. That's like you fighting me in my home. Every single time with my family looking on and things of that nature, I know everybody's going to look out for me. That's what we got to give credit to a guy like Manny Pacquiao, y'all. That's what we got to, and people don't talk about that too. When you're talking about pound for pound, listen to all these guys. Listen to Timothy Bradley. Listen to Andre Ward. They never emphasize that Manny Pacquiao was winning all these fights in everybody else's backyard. Huh? Like, name me his big fight that people wouldn't, and he could be the A side. He could be the A side. But still. Nah, man. He's the A side. Next fight is Philippines. If that was me, I don't know, man. I don't know what's the deal. To be honest, let's ask Manny Pacquiao the same that question. When Manny Pacquiao, we got to ask them the question. Manny Pacquiao, you the A side. Why you have to come here all the time? The thing is, that's what it is. Manny Pacquiao's a warrior. He don't give a damn. He don't even thinking about the business side of it. He's thinking about the guy in the ring. He hired everybody else to do right by him. And I don't believe most of the time they do, but the little times they don't. Think about it. Think about it. Think about this, y'all. Sergey Kovalev, and he fought Anthony Yarde. Where he fought Anthony Yarde at? In Russia. Yeah, come to Russia, baby. Come to Russia. You ain't gonna fight this young dude. Come to my country if you want a piece of me. If you ain't in my level yet, you fighting in my country. Right? If you're not in my level yet, you fighting on my country. Nonito Donaire. Where Nonito Donaire fought? Where Nonito Donaire fought Naoya Inoue? Where? Can anybody put it down? Nonito Donaire fought Naoya Inoue. Where? Think about it. Think about it. Where? Exactly. Japan. In their own town. Manny Pacquiao in their own town. It's something about these Philippines that they don't give a damn. I go in your backyard. I go in your backyard. You the champ, I go in your backyard. And when it's time with the Filipinos, when they the champions, y'all gotta come in my backyard. Come on, we're gonna turn that 55,000 indoor stadium or whatever it is, that big stadium, into use. Shit. Exactly. Of course it was in Japan. Johnriel Casimero, unification, but he's going to come here, but at least Inoue is going to come here too. Because Top Rank dictates the terms. Nah, not on this one, right? Right, MP? Not on this one. Because Manny Pacquiao can fight anybody he want. So for real, Manny Pacquiao got to dictate this terms now. If y'all let Bob Arum dictate the term, then there's something going on in the sport of boxing. Now when I'm on the A side, Manny Pacquiao should dictate every single thing. Because Manny Pacquiao don't need Bud. Manny Pacquiao don't need Spence. Manny Pacquiao don't need nobody right now. Now it's all about luxury. Because even if Manny Pacquiao don't have the belt, y'all still be wanting to fight me first than even fight each other. Keith Thurman fought Manny Pacquiao, and he chose not to fight Earl Spence or anybody else. Manny Pacquiao had no belt to give, but it's Manny Pacquiao. Manny Pacquiao's worth more than the belt. Whoa, Manny is a money boss who can Yep, Prime, I'm with you. Question: who do you have your boxing Mount Rushmore? Oh man, lost. Dang. My boxing. Who do I have in my boxing Mount Rushmore? Or is it like my for me, or who do I think in boxing, boxing in general, like, if I had my own poster and have my favorite, my Rushmore. You mean that? Low, Carlo? Because if it's like that, is Mike Tyson. Let me see. You can't see that, Manny. Yeah, MP, I sing better than Manny, man. Me and Manny, we're gonna be having a karaoke battle one day. Oh, for you and in general. Okay, for me, my Rushmore. For me, not boxing, and I do that one like general in boxing, but this is just for me growing up and my favorite boxers. And okay, Roy Jones Jr., Mike Tyson, Muhammad Ali, and probably Manny Pacquiao now. If you asked me that growing up, I would have had Muhammad Ali. No, Mike Tyson. Because my three amigos growing up, it was Pretty Boy. It was Mike Tyson, Roy Jones, Pretty Boy Floyd, and Oscar de la Hoya. I used to like Oscar de la Hoya. The older I got, it got switched up. Feel me? So I don't know. That would be mine. In boxing in general, if it's four that I don't think is in general, then it'll be Muhammad Ali, Mike Tyson, Muhammad Ali, Mike Tyson, Sugar Ray Robinson, and Manny Pacquiao. Overall. That's hard, right? How many got to be in the it got to be four, right? And the Mount Rushmore got to be four, right, Carlo? Yo picks. Yeah, so my picks for me, for my own room. It'll be that. Mike Tyson, Roy Jones Jr., Muhammad Ali, and Manny Pacquiao, maybe. Yeah. But I add Floyd in there too, man. Because I was a huge Pretty Boy Floyd fan too. So yeah, man. Yeah, I had to pick five. I'll put Mike Tyson, Muhammad Ali. But to Muhammad Ali, that wasn't my era. So let's say if I take out Muhammad Ali. If I take out Muhammad Ali, my Rushmore will be probably more Roy Jones Jr., Mike Tyson, Manny Pacquiao, Floyd, and Oscar de la Hoya. If I could pick 5. Yeah, 4. So why did you pick those guys in general? In general, the Sugar Ray Robinson, you talking about the Muhammad Ali, Sugar Ray Robinson, Mike Tyson, and Muhammad Ali. I think they transcended the sport skillfully, war-wise. Yeah, man. It's hard to just pick 4, but it's easier to pick 5. To be honest, it's hard to pick 4, easy to pick 5. That sounds weird, right? B-Hop. Hell no. B-Hop, Nah. B-Hop will get all the credit in the world, but nah. I won't put him up there. But yeah, man, I think those were the guys, man. If I pick 5 on my Deontay Wilder, you'll put Deontay Wilder? Nah, man. I think Deontay Wilder, man. I think he needs to be. Where do you rank Manny and Floyd in your all-time greats? All-time greats. I got Manny 1. I got Muhammad Ali 2. Man, there's so many fighters, yo. You know what it is? You know what it is? So I gotta say, we gotta say probably the ones that we know and the ever that we know, because you check the history book, the Archie Malls of the world, the Sandys of the world. There's a lot of fighters, man. They got like 200 bouts. There's a lot of fighters, man. So I just could go about my era on what I witnessed and what, you know, we all really familiar. Because if you check the book, if you check the history books, none of the fighters that we're talking about don't even, it's like nothing to them. We check out the Mayweather, if you check out the history book, or everybody else is like, so Tyson De La Hoya, Sugar Ray Leonard, Pac, Mayweather, Marquez, Morales. Yeah, all these guys are great. Chavez too. Gotta add Chavez in it. Roberto Duran. It's so much, man. It's you know what it is? I think when we do say these things, it has no right or wrong answers, really. It's all about preference. But if we name all those names, it's just preference. It's nothing wrong. Like who's gonna argue? Somebody be like, yo, Mike Tyson is my favorite heavyweight in the world. Is somebody gonna be like, no, it gotta be Muhammad Ali? No, he's better. Man, come on. They're all greats in their own. Manny and Floyd, both top 5 all time. Yeah, could be. My top 5, like my top 5 on my era that I roll with, like, yo, this is my team. This is my team. I'm going to coach them for the Olympics. This is my team. It's going to be Roy Jones Jr., Mike Tyson, Mayweather, Manny Pacquiao, and Oscar De La Hoya. Floyd the GOAT. I mean, for a lot of people, it could be the GOAT. I mean, for me, he's not the GOAT, but major respect. I love Pac. I love Floyd, man. And the more and more we go see their career, you know what it is? The more we see these athletes today, the more and more we appreciate, right? The more even there's a lot of, I know a lot of people that hate Floyd. But the more we see these, then you appreciate. And always like that. It's almost like Muhammad Ali. A lot of people didn't appreciate Muhammad Ali. They hated Muhammad Ali. And then they started appreciating. Just think about it. After Muhammad Ali, then who was the next heavyweight? Yeah, you had your Larry Holmes in the world. Then you had, you had the Mike Tyson. But Muhammad Ali still was reigning supreme. Right? Yeah, man. I don't like all fighters. I look at trainers. Yo, that's what's up, Vato. That's another thing, man. We should be talking about trainers too. Who's your favorite trainer, Vato? Who's your favorite trainer? Old Chavez was asked by Ellie Setback who he thinks the greatest of all time, and the old Chavez replied, Pacquiao. The old Chavez or the old Garcia? Teo Sr. Okay. It's having a big nose at disadvantage in boxing. Vanda Lennox Lewis. See, even if Evander and Lewis beat Tyson, I'll still choose Tyson. I'll still choose Tyson over them dudes. I'll still choose Tyson. And you saw that clip that they have with Evander Holyfield, that his sparring, how he prepared for Mike Tyson. Yo, Evander Holyfield was sparring Tua to prepare for Tyson. That's a perfect sparring partner that's gonna prepare you for Mike Tyson. Damn, that means Evander Holyfield had a lot of money to be having Tua as a sparring partner to prepare for Mike Tyson. Freddie Roach and Emmanuel Stewart. Nah, I don't put no Freddie Roach. You know why I don't put no Freddie Roach? I think a lot of people give credit to Freddie Roach, but tell me who Freddie Roach build. Not like I'm not talking about take a champion, because even when he got Manny Pacquiao already won a world championship. Who did Freddie Roach build as a fighter? That's why I like fighters that build. I mean, trainers that build fighters. Nah, Roach ain't build nobody. Who did that? Okay, that's a question for everybody right now. Who did Freddie Roach build from scratch? I'm talking about they wasn't world champion. They didn't have to start with him in his career, but they wasn't world champion, and Freddie Roach build him as a champion. Who did Freddie Roach build? Here's a harder question. Who is in your sport, Mount Rushmore, who transcended in their sport between in their respective career and beyond their career? Damn. I'm gonna think about that a little later, man. I'm gonna put the. I want to time in, man. Let's do this, man. Let's talk boxing. Let's talk boxing, baby. I put the link up, man. Do you think Mike Tyson would have been more successful in the cruiserweight? I think Mike was small, especially when he was, and that's what made him great. Is a disadvantage. That's what made Mike Tyson great. But then you would have limited his weight. So nah, he's a heavyweight. He was a special heavyweight. Forget about that cruiserweight. I think the only cruiserweight that we actually do think about is probably Evander Holyfield. Alexander Usyk, yes, but that's it. He's a heavyweight too. But I don't think nobody gives credit or respect to any cruiserweight. I mean, like, I don't know. That's so. Do you think they should abolish that weight? Like, take that weight off or something? I don't know, man. Seems like nobody talks about cruiserweight. Casimero, Inoue, you already know, man. You know what I got. I think Inoue, man, beats Casimero, man. I do. But I do say it's going to be a war, and it's going to be close. And I'm not surprised if Casimero do win, but I got Inoue beating Casimero. I do, but it will be a close, and it will be a war. I'm talking about Barrera Morales. I'm talking about this fight is going to be whoever wins or whoever loses, the whole stadium is going to give him a standing ovation. That's what I say about that fight. But I got Inoue slight that's going to win the fight. I could be wrong, though. That's what I'm talking. Those aren't butterflies in your stomach. That's fear. True. I agree with the late cuss. Tyson's uppercut were deadly. Yes. That left hook with the and then follow with the uppercut. Beautiful. Nobody does it better than Mike Tyson. Nobody. That left to the body and then that uppercut coming. Ooh, beautiful. Trele Manila. What's good, Guido? What's good, my brother? Yeah, man. That was a thing of beauty, prime fighting. That was a thing of beauty. Let me see who's in the top, man. Who should we hit up? Who should we hit up? That's the code for denied diamond was a white man's phone. Shut up, man. Donair's hook. Donair's hook couldn't knock out Inoue. Naoya. I know. It was tough. Philippines. Go. You already know, man. Shout out to the Filipinos, man. How's everything going on in the Philippines, too? How things going on in the Philippines? See, I don't even want to read this stuff about. What else they saying? Marcos Maidana got the 6-pack, rocking the 6-pack. How the hell is Marco Maidana rocking the 6-pack? Mike Tyson rocking a 6-pack, and you still got Andy Ruiz rocking a pillow. How that is possible? You're the professional. Yo, man. I don't understand, man. These fighters today, they're getting paid way too much for not having legacy. I don't know, man. Get your money. Put it that way. Get your money, man. Get your money. Hold on, Los. I'm gonna put you on right quick. Hold on. Versus Earl Spence. Now, Earl Spence will be Marcos. He's been away too long. Oh man, they gave Franchon Cruz the zone, the WBC belt. They took it away from what's her name? What's his or her name? Butter being more ripped than Andy Ruiz. Exactly. All he needs to do is quick flour tortillas. I don't understand, man. I think Andy Ruiz could be champion once again. I actually really do believe that if Andy Ruiz really dedicates himself and shape his body and become, because he has the footwork and he has the hand speed. Let's put it this way. I think that Andy Ruiz got the fastest footwork and got the fastest hands in heavyweight. All he got to do is put his body ready. And he will become champion again. Come on, he has all these great amateur background, Olympian and all. He could box. But I don't know, man. Let me see if we can put this on Battle Job now. Let's see Virgil Ortiz. Let's shoot out Virgil Ortiz. Man. Let's see he'll join the. Let's see. Time in. Boom. Ruiz combination punching is no joke. Man, he's no joke. Carlo. What's good, man?
Not man. How about you?
Talk to me, man. Talk to me. Give me a question.
All right. So Mount Rushmore. So for me, be Mike Tyson.
Okay.
Ali. Rose. That's really tough, though.
It's tough for 4, right?
I kind of get why you say 5 is much more easier.
Right? It's just one more, but it's actually tough because you got to leave somebody out.
There's some great fighters, dude. God damn.
I told you, see? 4 is easy. To name 4 is harder than naming 5.
Why is that? I don't understand. How's that logic?
I don't know, man. Science, right?
Who did you pick?
Well, for me, like
Yeah,
like
yeah.
mine's not trying to say for everybody else as not what I think boxing should have it. Like if it was just for me, my minds
Mm.
is Tyson, Roy Jones Jr., Manny Pacquiao, and Oscar De La Hoya.
Is that you when you were growing up, or is it now?
Nah. To be honest, it was not. To be honest, it was Floyd and Pretty Boy Floyd too.
Yeah, dude, I gotta put Pretty Floyd there too, man.
Yeah, I put Pretty Boy Floyd, Manny Pacquiao, Mike Tyson, and Roy Jones Jr.
Yeah, let's just
But
make it
I
fun.
like the Oscar De La Hoya too.
Dude, he would. Okay, I'm gonna be honest with you. If Oscar fought Manny and Floyd when he was younger, he would knock them both. Oscar
I
would
think
win.
Oscar De La Hoya beats Floyd and Manny Pacquiao.
Me too.
In their
Me too.
prime.
Oscar was a
Yeah, I put
no
Oscar
joke.
back. I put Oscar back. That's mine. That's mine. Now, that's mine. See, the thing is, Manny Pacquiao took it on his later career. See, because at first, and I always say it, I used to call it three amigos when I was my three favorite fighters was Mike Tyson, Roy Jones Jr., and Pretty Boy Floyd.
Right.
Because Manny Pacquiao still haven't eclipsed yet. And that, and I wasn't really much of a fan of the lower weight class like that.
Mhm.
Yeah, I saw the battles, but I just saw like and when Manny Pacquiao was moving up, and then yeah. But even when he was having wars, look, if you look at any fights in the lower division now, it's all wars because they throw a lot of punches and things of that nature.
Yeah.
They just not promoted as they was before. They're not promoted like that.
Like what before in the lower weight classes, you got Morales, you got Marquez, right? You got Pacquiao, those guys, right?
Yeah, and they was highly unpromoted, so
Yeah.
we knew it was a household name.
Yeah, back then it was like the featherweight was the heavyweight. You know what I mean? Like give us that atmosphere. Those
Yeah.
featherweight fighters. Oh, okay. So okay, I got you. Ali, Tyson, Pacquiao. God, man, I can't do it. I don't know.
You gotta do it. You gotta do it. Anybody else want to time? I'll put the link up. Anybody else want to time it on that too, man? We could time it on. Have your explanation. Now you got to do it, Lo. You got to do it,
Thought I got
Carlos.
one more. I don't know. I don't know what to pick. I kind of want to say Chavez, but
Hey, I mean, put it this way: it's not a wrong pick. Whoever you pick, if you think about it, if you put Chavez and don't put Mayweather, it's still
Yeah, but-
good. Even if you leave out Manny Pacquiao,
it's
people still
good. Yeah.
respect it. Like take out Manny Pacquiao and put Sugar Ray Robinson, Muhammad Ali, Mike Tyson, and Sugar Ray Leonard. Will anybody really argue with you? That's your Rushmore.
That's true. Be my opinion,
Yeah.
right? Can I just do it 5, dude? It's
4.
4. Okay. All right. So Ali, Tyson, Leonard, Sugar Ray Leonard,
Mm-hmm.
Marvin Hagler. There you go.
Hey, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
Marvin
Marvin Hagler
was a
only lost
beast.
one time.
Yeah, one time.
Who's your 4 best trainers ever?
Oh, fuck. Okay. Hold on.
I think that's actually easier.
I mean, I can't put on Freddie Roach. I won't put him on because he only had one famous fighter, which is Manny Pacquiao.
Yeah, he ain't build them for me. I mean, he added to him, but he ain't build them. Not that's my point of view. I don't think so. I will have. Let me see my 4. I will have Cuss, Angelo Dundee.
Oh yeah.
Cuss, Angelo Dundee, Stewart, and damn. To be honest, I do like.
Dede Atlas. You want to put Dede Atlas there?
Nah, because who he had? He only had more.
Mike.
Who else?
He had
Nah,
Mike.
him. Nah, but I'm talking about professional. He
Oh,
remember
yeah.
Teddy Atlas stopped training him when he was 15. So he
Oh,
didn't
yeah.
even
Yeah.
he didn't even get to the professional level with him. Teddy, I mean Rooney had him in the professional level.
Yeah, Rooney Adam. Yeah, I think I have the same list as you are. Just, I mean, Emmanuel Suri should be number
Would you
one.
put? See, I put senior, but only senior really groomed the one. But I'll
Yep.
probably put. This is a pick that probably people will be like, okay, man, you probably bad bias.
Mhm.
But should we put Dan Birmingham?
I would. I would look. I mean,
I
look at
mean,
the
he had
fighters he trained.
yes, Jeff Lacey, champion, Chad
Champion,
Dawson, champion, Winky
champion,
Wright, Hall of
champ.
Famer, and Keith Thurman, champion.
Okay, would you put Robert Garcia? Because he does have like he made multiple champions,
Maybe Robert Garcia also could be up there.
right?
Yeah, you can put Robert Garcia
How about
or
Hunter?
the father,
Oh, okay.
Robert Garcia's father.
Yeah, he does have trainers under him, doesn't he? Fighters.
Mm-hmm.
How about Reginald Hunter?
Hunter.
Yeah.
Andre Ward. Who else he build?
Amir Khan.
Nah. He trained him, but he didn't build him. He only
Oh.
worked with him a little bit,
How long did it work for? For
like
what?
one fight or two
One fight?
fights. That's it. Yeah, only 2 fights or 1 fight.
Oh
Couple
yeah,
fights. That's
Nacho Berenstein. There you go. How about him?
okay.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's a good trainer. Right
Yeah,
there.
my fault. Yeah, put him up there too. Yeah,
Now, how would you
Nacho.
put it in order though? How would you put it in
See,
order?
see, I thought we just doing much. Then Rushmore. Now you putting orders? Nah, I don't,
No.
I
Oh,
don't
but you're
know.
thinking though. You're thinking though. You're thinking about it.
I mean, look, there's a lot of trainers, and then a lot of trainers that they don't get the. There's a lot of trainers too, but they don't get the limelight on them.
Mm.
Maybe I'm only mentioning the people that got the limelight on, but
That's
Nacho
good.
is one of them. So I agree with you right there, bro. Let me see, Guido.
Dímelo, bro. What's going on, bro?
I'm chilling, bro. Who's your on Rushmore? What fighters? Name
I'm
me
thinking
4.
about that right now. I got a lot of good fighters that I want to put.
How
So
about
But I'm
training?
gonna do it right now. Fuck it. I'm gonna just do it right now.
Go
Let's
ahead.
do this.
Number one. I'm gonna go with Julio Cesar Chavez for me. And then number 2, I'm gonna put Mike Tyson.
Okay.
Number
Now
2.
it's not.
Number
Don't
3,
do numeral. Do it like your 4. It doesn't have to be numeral. It's not like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Just 4 dudes.
just 4 dudes.
Yeah.
Okay, now we
Your
got
Rushmore.
Chavez and Tyson, right?
Yeah.
And that's the hard one now. Damn. Ay, coño. Who I'm gonna put? I'm gonna put Roberto Duran, because damn, he was a beast, you know?
That too. I mean,
Damn,
you
it's a lot of
can't.
great fighter.
You can't be wrong.
Yeah.
I mean, this is your. Not everybody
Okay,
else's. Your Mount Rushmore.
And I'm gonna put Pacquiao last.
Okay.
There's 4, right? You said?
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm gonna
Okay.
leave it like that.
So I want to do something. I want to clear something. Let's do this. I want to clear something. Why do people? Let's say my boy right here, he got Roach, right? Why Roach? Is it because he worked with Manny Pacquiao?
Yep.
I mean,
That's
he
what I
worked with
think so,
Cotto
too.
too. He worked with Cotto too. But I'm saying, and he worked with Mike Tyson too.
You're working
But
on
he
Amir Khan.
And De La Hoya.
Yeah, and De La Hoya. But he never built a fighter.
Well, the only he built was Pacquiao.
Yeah. And he
I
got
don't
fame
even,
for that too.
and to be honest, I don't even say build. I think he added to Manny Pacquiao, but remember, Manny Pacquiao was already a world champion.
Mm-hmm.
It was already a 4 division. Yeah, that's true.
He was already a world champion. So it was not like you take out Freddie Roach, he's still been a world champion.
He improved.
I think his nutritionist was better than his nutritionist should get more of the
Damn.
of the phrase that, because even think about it. Think about it. Manny Pacquiao ain't knock out anybody in quite some times, right? And then he drops Freddie Roach, and then he knocks out Lucas Matisse. And then he gets Freddie Roach again, and then he goes to a decision with Broner and decision with Thurman.
That's a good point.
I just think at that point, there is some point that a fighter, especially great as Manny Pacquiao, don't need a trainer.
Okay.
They might use, Freddie, I'm gonna tell you like this. Once you're elite like that, like a Manny Pacquiao, like Floyd Mayweather, like Canelo Alvarez, like now it's all about game planning. They know exactly what to do. They know exactly how to fight. Yeah, you could work on more tools. You could add things. But now at this level, it's about game planning. What trainer has the best game plan? You feel me? Like let's say Triple G, he didn't drop Abel Sanchez because he couldn't train him. It's because that's it. He hit a wall. It's about game plan. He didn't like the game plan that he did versus Canelo Alvarez. He needed somebody, he needed a new game plan.
I got you.
Like at 30 years old, 35, 32, 33, what fighter is going to change?
It's not a very slim chance.
Yeah, a very, very slim. So let's say Deontay Wilder, why hasn't he really developed why he hasn't added more to his arsenal? Think about his trainer. His trainer is still a rookie trainer. Who his trainer also trains?
Nobody.
It's just
Wilder.
Exactly.
And bro, and that's the difference between having a trainer and a teacher. You know what I mean?
That too. That too.
I mean, we can pick apart. Like Wilder is not really a good boxer. He just has the power. That's about it. I mean, if you put him against a boxer, he doesn't have that same level as Fury. He just has the power. Like,
what does Oscar De La Hoya says about Mayweather Senior compared to? That's why he says he's the best trainer, because he taught him. He actually, if you look at Oscar De La Hoya before Senior, Oscar De La Hoya wasn't committed to his jab. And that's what this guy preaches. You saw Oscar De La Hoya using a shoulder roll. So you see, damn, Senior did something to Oscar De La Hoya. For example, okay, look at Floyd Mayweather. They give a lot of credit to Roger Mayweather, right?
Right.
But when we see Floyd Mayweather, he's still fighting like what his father taught him, because Roger and Senior has two different styles. But anytime we see Floyd, even if he was trained by Roger Mayweather, he's still fighting the way his father taught him.
Right. Well, that's the difference between a teacher and a trainer.
Exactly. Yeah. I think it's just game plan. I think when it comes to the elite level, it's you need a trainer like Stewart. Stewart has a game plan, and you could tell by when he's training and when he's on the corners and he's giving the instructions, you know that they have a game plan.
That makes more sense now. That makes more sense, because remember when Timothy Bradley fought Pacquiao 3 times, and those 2, it was Bradley's trainer was Diaz, wasn't it? And he could not get a better game plan to beat Pacquiao. Now and then when Pacquiao versus Bradley 3 came out, it was interesting because Teddy Atlas was now in the mix.
Yeah.
So I get what you're saying, because both has different trainers, has a different mindset, different ways to plan the fight. Now, question: when would you know when you're as a fighter you need to give up a trainer? When would you know?
When you hit a wall. When you're not learning anymore.
So it's like with Wilder, would he give up his trainer?
Should have gave him up a long time ago. Now that doesn't mean when you give up the head trainer that you don't want to work with him no more. You just need a new head, and I think that's what a lot of people miss out. When people say fire the trainer, you don't gotta fire him. You just give him something else to do. You know, just give him something else to do, but he's still within your camp and still helping you out. I think that's still good. You know, for example, let me say, okay, whenever y'all get the chance, go check out Anthony Joshua versus Andy Ruiz, the first fight, and go back to the corner and listen to what Anthony Joshua tells his trainer. He says, what do I got to look for? He's telling his trainer, when is it coming? What is he throwing? How did it hit me? What to look for? He's talking to his trainer, and you could see that his trainer is not trying to give him the right answer. Look at that fight again. Whenever we get off, just look at the clip. Just go Andy Ruiz versus Anthony Joshua and listen to what Anthony Joshua tells his trainer. So it means that I'm only here to fight, but it's your job. I hire you to tell me what to look for. What's the game plan? You understand what I'm saying? So that sometimes a lot of people be like, yo, they mad at Oscar De La Hoya versus Trinidad, and why he took his foot off the gas. No, his trainer took his foot off the gas. He's listening to his trainer, just like Keith Thurman was listening to Dan Birmingham versus Danny Garcia. Just box him around. Fans don't like it, but at the end of the day, they're listening to his trainer. That's their job.
Kind of reminds me of when Pacquiao fought Algieri. Remember that? Do you remember of his corner?
Yeah. And it's almost also what's good, Glenn? What's good, Dominique? It's hey, Dominic. Glenn. Yo, it was remember,
Glenn?
Remember,
yo, what's up, brothers? I love you guys. How you doing?
Good. You remember when when Manny Pacquiao, right? You see Manny Pacquiao and see Freddie Roach. Just look at the corner. Look at the corner on when it's break, and listen to Freddie Roach. He can't get a word out. And if you can't get a word out, Manny Pacquiao is actually listening to Boy.
Right. So
Manny Pacquiao does not need Roach.
If I may, brother, first and foremost, I want to make sure that everybody understands that you on front lines. I love that African shirt you was wearing earlier, brother. Like, yo, straight up, like I got to give you salute and props first, and then we could talk about boxing, because you know what I mean. Like everything else is after civility. You know, we humanity, right? We humans, right?
Yes, sir.
You know.
Into that.
So then after that, now what the fuck you got to say about what? Like what we talking about? Like let me hop in, homie. Let me get real about whatever subject we talking about. But as far as when you talking on in the African shirt, brother, man, I'm so hyped up, brother. Like, yo, that hyped me up, brother, when I seen that. So I gotta give props to you, bro. Be in the front line, man.
Yes, sir.
Salute
yes, sir.
To you, man. Mano. Salute to you too.
Good looking, man. Yeah, I was protesting today again. Yeah, it was good. There's a lot of things to talk about it. I don't really want to cause then it's gonna turn into a whole different things.
It's
but
okay. So what's my last brother's question then, so I could respond to his question then? Because
we're talking about
prop first though. You know what I mean?
Good. Thanks, Glenn. Thanks, Game, and I appreciate you, my brother. We was actually in a mix of talking about your Rushmore of fighter, your 4, and the Rushmore of trainers. Of trainers.
So that's nice. That's a nice subject. Oh shit. Okay.
Yeah, so my Bob Carlo bring it up, and it just took over.
That's nice, Carlo. I appreciate that. That's really nice. So are we talking about current boxers and current trainers, or are we talking about all time?
No, yours.
All time. What division?
Just yours.
So my favorite boxers, honestly speaking, I gotta say Roy Jones. I gotta put Roy Jones there. I gotta put, shit, man. I gotta put Manny Pacquiao there, man. I gotta put Muhammad Ali, obviously, and it comes down to Willie Pep and Sugar Ray Robinson. Like, yo, it's like so many deep people after that. But there's certain people.
You gotta pick four.
Man, it's so tough, man. It's so tough. It's so tough, though. You know what I mean,
buddy?
Because we're talking about different weight classes too, man. Like, it's so tough, you know. So let me at least try to pick trainers. At least, you know, I'm gonna give up on that one. And if you want to say some shit, you want to say Glenn don't know boxing, okay. But I'm gonna give up on that one.
Think about it, because think about it. With all these greats, nobody could be wrong.
So
this
many,
is
man.
this is not even about who we think in boxing is. This is what I'm talking about. Your Rushmore of trainer, the four
Like
best
a lot of
trainers
people,
for you.
a lot of people won't even see in hip hop my top 4 with Busta Rhymes #1. They're gonna hate on me. So you see what I'm saying? So what should I say when it comes to boxing? So now, so when it comes to trainers, man, that's also a fucking difficult situation, man, because you got so many great boxers, man. You got Roger, you got fucking Nacho, you got what's his name, the one for Pacquiao, the one that Freddie Roach, you know what I'm saying? You got like other people before, like, you know, there's so many freaking good fight, good
Man, Stewart was a great trainer.
Name your four. Name your four.
It's so tough, man. It's so tough. You know, that's why it's arguable. It can't be like that. Like, you can't say defiantly that, hey, I got this and this is what it is. It's arguable. No matter what conversation you say, it's arguable. Can you agree to that?
Yeah. No, to be honest, yes, it's arguably, but it's also not arguably. You understand what I'm saying?
Shit. I didn't hear yours. My bad. My bad.
Who, mine's?
Yeah, yours, because you said it's not arguably. So you must have had the whole shit before I chimed in, because I came in late.
What my trainers is, I put Cuss, Stewart, Angelo Dundee, and Dan Birmingham.
That's tough, right there, bro. That's tough, brother. Now I feel like I need to bow to you, bro, because that's actually tough right there. Like Customato, fucking Emmanuel Stewart, man. Like, okay, I forgot about those. You know,
but Nacho too. I left out Nacho. Like, I feel if somebody will argue, be like, why you got Dan Birmingham? Just put Nacho in there. You know, I could do that too. You feel me? But this is more of not more of what we think the best 4 in boxing is. What's the best 4 for you? Because let's say the best 4 in fighters, I could say the best 4 for me that I was looking up to and following. Not that because I'm saying they the best, but the guys that I was looking up to and following growing up and into my teenage or young adult was Roy Jones Jr., Mike Tyson, Pretty Boy Floyd.
That's what I'm saying, yeah.
Oscar de la Hoya and Manny Pacquiao. But I had to pick 4.
But then your picks as far as coaches just hit me with a 1-2 check, and that you didn't even like let me know that he was coming in full-fledged like that, bro. Like, you didn't even let me know that he was gonna knock me out like that.
Nah. This what's yours?
That was a hard hit though. Like, yo, you said, oh shit. Yeah, Nacho Berenstein, I agree with you, but damn, yo, this and this and that. I'm like, oh shit, you're right, bro. I forgot all about that. That's dope. Where you at, Guido?
Yeah, I'm good. What's up?
What you
I'm
like?
a little drunk, guy. No. I'm a little drinking here, so you know.
It's okay. We all drinking, but Punch just murdered me on that one, man. You gonna try to like help me out a little bit?
What y'all drinking?
I'm drinking 211, bro.
Yo,
Tenny,
I got some good drinks, B.
I'm just drinking tequila.
Nah, I'm not drinking Henny. I'm drinking some good shit. I got Patron.
If I go upstairs, I could literally like take a video camera and show you I got Bacardi and all that other wine and all that shit. And I finished a bottle of Crown last night, but I ain't got no. Yo, I felt so sick to the stomach this morning, and I'm just drinking regular beer, man. Like, I'm just trying to drink regular beer. I got so sick last night, bro.
So what y'all think about this? I mean, for me, it's really all BS. But Bobby is talking about it. Bobby, so what y'all think about this Manny Pacquiao Triple G ish?
That's possible.
For me, it's bogus. For me, it's real bogus.
That's impossible. Yeah, I just heard that shit. That's crazy.
Yeah,
that's impossible, man.
That's
like
yeah, man. Like really, like
that's
Triple
a
G
pipe
gonna
dream
fight
right
in
there.
154, really? Like,
Exactly, that's a pipe dream, bro. That's a pipe dream. Let's
The
talk
shoe was
about
just too big for him, man.
yeah.
Pacquiao gets who in the highest weight that he could get. What about that?
What's the highest
My
weight?
bad if I get loud because like I said, I'm tipsy. But
Nah,
trust me, I love you guys. You know what I mean? So please understand where I'm coming from.
It's good, man. It's happy hour. It was a happy hour Thursday. You already know, man. I passed Thursday, but we already know, man.
Oh,
Everybody gotta get your drinks today. So yeah, man, we just talking about everything. We talking about Carlos said about the Rushmore. That was good that we timed in on that.
Yeah.
We still talking about
top trainers.
Yeah, top trainers, and we talking about the biggest fight, the mega fights of 2020. The left that 2020 got left, I feel like it's Casimero, Inoue, Vasily Lomachenko, and Teofimo Lopez, and Wilder and Tyson Fury 3. And any other fight that they're talking about is all talk, but I feel like these are the biggest fight that's gonna happen.
So Shakur Stevenson is supposed to be the first fight back, right? Shakur Stevenson?
Yeah, this Saturday coming up, right? Yeah.
That's what I thought I heard. No. Yeah, on the internet.
Next Saturday. Next week, right? Next week.
Who we have in the panel, so I could just like make sure that I give everybody, because I don't want to talk over nobody. Like who we have in the panel?
Oh, Carlo and Guido.
Oh, what's up, brothers? Absolutely, yeah. So I think that he has that next fight, Shakur Stevenson, because I've seen it today with Eddie Hearn. So besides that, what you guys say?
Shakur Stevenson was his next fight.
Yeah, I thought Shakur Stevenson was announced as the next fight to be the first fight after this COVID.
You mean with Top Rank? You mean Bob Arum?
Well, yeah, with Top. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, with Top Rank. Yeah,
that's good. It's
Do
good.
we have another one coming before that? Because I need to know about that.
Nah, it's just that Shakur Stevenson. I don't think nobody else is gonna fight. I mean, they canceled the zone. The zone.
That's another fight too.
Because if there's another fight, I need to know because I need to pay for that.
Navarrete is gonna fight.
Yeah, in Mexico.
Emmanuel.
Navarrete with who?
Yeah, he's fighting. I don't know, some tuna fight in Mexico.
Yeah, everybody fighting a tuna fight. That's why I said these are the biggest fight. Let's say there's a lot of they fucking canceled a fucking fight too, man. Excuse my language. I'm sorry. I got tequila, but
that's what tequila.
This is fucking Tipsy Thursday, whatever you call it.
Yeah, man. They canceled my Mamacita fight.
Damn, bro.
Amanda Serrano and Taylor.
Oh shit, man.
Yeah, because they canceled the Dillian White versus Povetkin, and there was the co-main event. My Mamacita's fight,
Can I say something? I don't even want to talk about nobody else's channel, bro. But you know that this dude be trying to promote that fucking gambling shit. What the fuck is his name? Showbiz the Adult, and he bet 2,000 on that shit. So he probably didn't even fucking win nothing tonight.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, he did that shit. Yeah, because he fucks with one of those channels that the betting channels. You know what I'm saying? And he tried to promote that shit all the time. And then he tried to throw a live bet on there for Amanda Serrano, and everybody was like, "Oh, really?" And then she was already the favorite, so she wouldn't have even made that much money. And then all of a sudden, now you telling me that, I'm like, "Oh shit, okay." So he didn't make no money. He just he did that shit on live for no reason, you know.
Oh man.
My bad, brother. My bad.
Nah, I was checking something out. That's why. I was trying to time in something.
You saw that video where he did Canelo versus Lara? Glenn?
Which one?
Showbiz this done. He did the video with Canelo versus Lara. Like he rewatched the fight and he scored it and he had Canelo winning.
Yeah, and at the end of the day, that's something that I would. If Punch, if you want to do something like that, I would be interested in seeing what's your points of view, because I feel like a lot of fights we have that discrepancy. Like where we feel like the person won, and then somebody else has it like no, the other person won, and so that shit would be dope if we did some shit like, you know.
I know who said that earlier. I would somebody wrote it. I forgot who said it. I wanted to do it, but also, you know, I was saying that it does take time, you know. At this point, to be honest, I do like doing the content like this, and I was planning to do these fights like the what you call it, the film study. That's what I want to do next. But too, you know, it takes time. I don't want to take time on my kids also, because that's like a lot of work too.
But you be surprised.
Because y'all know when I do the live show, y'all know when I do the live commentary, I count every punch, and then I want to slow things down and things like that. But you know, I'm still gonna be elevating. You already know, man. I'm gonna bring some new ish to y'all.
But that's what I'm saying. Like, I like sitting down and chopping it up with you, and you saying whatever the hell you want, and I say whatever the hell I want. But at the end of the day, what I feel is going to help your channel when it comes to it is those like little debates, shit like that. Like, because somebody's going to debate with you and say, no, this person didn't win. But if you watch that shit, like round for round,
yeah,
yo, you can't even back up from that. You if you're not listening to the commentators, you got it. Yo.
You know which one I was going to do was I was going to do the Thurman and Benny Pacquiao one. I was going to do that one.
Yeah, hell yeah.
I was going to do that one. Yeah, there's one. I think there was one out, but I feel like when people do film study, there's certain channels that do it, but just to cater to what they felt happened. I want to do a film study like on some unbiasedness. Like, let's say somebody did the slow motion of Manny Pacquiao versus Floyd. That was because it was a Manny Pacquiao fan that did the slow motion so they could justify if Manny Pacquiao won or lost. Because if somebody else do it in the Mayweather side, it would justify that Floyd really did win. You know,
I can see that.
I want to do a film study of unbiasedness, like, but so people can understand, like, yo, it was closer. Like even with a Jeff Horn and Manny Pacquiao. Oh my God, it was a robbery. Oh my God, it was a robbery, but also Jeff Horn was doing some tactics that made it a little rougher than. It's not like Jeff Horn did anything bad. That's just the referee. I mean, the judges. But he was roughing up Manny Pacquiao. Oh, yeah, I don't agree.
I do agree. As a matter of fact, I'm going to ask you, do you agree that when you went out there to the streets the other day? Yeah, you already know. Look, he's smiling already. Yeah, I love you too. Yeah, you went out there, you seen that shit, right? All that smoke? And you coming back with it, like you know, like that shit was hard, right? To sober up, like yo, damn, like shit is tough over there, in the streets when it comes to the difference within our brothers and just communities and things like that. You know, we all love each other, man. We all trying to chop it up.
I still, you know what? I still say the same thing. I believe. Like, let's say when people say, "Oh, yo, my political differences or my political affiliation," and somebody said, "Yo, but why you there if you feel like this?" And I'm like, who the hell said that I don't like my community that I grew up with?
Yeah, I'm definitely not gonna say that.
No, I'm just saying in general. I'm just saying in general. Who said that a conservative?
But I think everybody was happy to see you there, brother. That's all I want to say.
Oh yeah, I mean, of course, I'm still fighting because in the end of the day, even if I justify things within my community, see, this is what it is. You know what people don't like is that if you justify the negative within your own people, they don't want you to justify it in front of the whole world. So I'll give you an example. If your wife be like, Diablo, you don't put the seat down on the toilet. Cool. All right, leave me alone. But then if it's Thanksgiving and your wife be like, yo, but this guy, he be man dirty. He be putting the seat down. And then you'll be like, yo, boy, you got to say the whole world. And then you become an argument because she's justifying it. She's justifying the negative in front of everybody. But at the end of the day, it might be true. Like you may be saying, yeah, don't put the seat down. But why you got to tell everybody for?
No es por tanto, bro. No es por tanto. No diga eso. No es por tanto.
But that's what that's what it is. So if I say, yo, there's a lot of things that needs to happen in our community. We be killing each other. It's 90% of, if it's 90% of police brutality in our community, 90% of the cops that is doing the harassment in our community is also black and brown. But they don't want to hear that. They want to stay. They want to stay.
I'm just glad that we had the conversation, brother. And then you know what? You know, we could continue this like on a different day, but definitely we got further. You know what I'm saying? We got further from the first day to now. And I love that. I love that. I love that you're listening. I love that I'm listening. And you know what I'm saying?
Like we elevate one another. That's how we do. We elevate because
you say all the time, and I believe it, man. I believe it. We're here.
Yes, you know sir, man. We agree, disagree, but we got a concrete understanding and knowing that even with our disagreements or we see different things in different perspective, we're trying to elevate each other.
Yeah. And
once we diss one another and then
I don't like that. I don't like that.
Then that's it. They got us.
Yeah, I don't like
us. That's what they want.
But that's why the other day, bro, like even though we were still disagreeing somewhat, I sent you a super chat, bro. You know why? Because I love you, brother, and I don't give a fuck. Like if you on the front lines, bro, I'm gonna show you support. I don't give a fuck what somebody gotta say. Let them talk to both of us because it's not just you that's talking. It's me too.
Love you too. Love you too, my brother.
I know that we have disagreements and all that, but we could talk all day long, and ain't nobody gonna tell me, yo, I should feel this way about Punch. Nah, nobody gonna tell me that. Nobody gonna tell me about Punch like that, man. Like Punch gonna tell me that. It's between me and Punch. You know
think about it. Just think about it. Think about it. How it
We're all brothers, bro. We're all brothers.
Yes, sir, man. We all brothers and
all
sisters.
Love.
Man.
All love, brother.
Just think about it. Even back in the days, they used to try to separate and criticize Martin Luther King or Malcolm X. That's what they try to do to us. You know, that's what they try to do to us. You know what I'm saying? They don't want us to actually. They'll try to divide even. They try to divide us even when we're fighting for the same thing, but we just have a different perspective and a different way of going by something. But they would try to put a narrative for us to fight one another. But that's how they get us until we be like, hell no, you're not gonna change the narrative. I do see a different way from my brothers, from my own brother, but we want the same thing. We're just going about it a different approach. As a matter of fact, maybe is a good approach. Maybe we do need a Martin Luther King that says handle the peaceful protest while I do the revolution. Right?
No, yeah.
Handle the peaceful protest. You could talk to them, Martin, but Malcolm, and I got the clack clack. Bang.
I gave you my phone number. Holler at me.
Another thing, this is a bullshit narrative that's going on because the owners are protecting the looters. I mean, their businesses from the looters. You know what I'm saying? And people are calling us Dominicans racist now.
Yeah,
we're protecting our businesses.
Yo, you saw how they changed the narrative uptown, and we let that, and it went to New York, to the New York Post, and then what happened after? What happened? Indictment.
They pieced it out.
But are they gonna show it now on the news? No,
because they want to create a race war.
Exactly. That's what I've been saying.
That's what's going on in Chicago. And Chicago is ugly right now.
Yeah, and Guido been talking about me. Guido been talking to this about me like for a couple of days now, and he was like, "Yo, I'm telling you right now."
The other day,
the whole community. Told me about Bay Plaza, bro. Like Fordham Road is like something I grew up knowing, and he said Bay Plaza. Yo, come on, Bay Plaza is where I used to go to watch the movies all the time. And when they had the Ponderosa over there, remember they had the Ponderosa?
I don't remember.
Back in the days, bro, and Guido's telling me, yo, they fixed this shit up, and I know they fixed it up because my aunt, she's a general contractor over there, so she be helping out with all that shit. But I'm like, yo, for real, Guido even sees it. Damn, like fucking it up like that.
They trashed it. And yo, think about it. Even before the looters, even before Guido and Glenn, y'all know what I've been saying about our own people. That's our own people that's destroying our own community.
I could tell you that. I could agree with that. Yeah,
it's our own people, and that's what it is. Like it's like they want us to destroy our own community.
But then you know what's crazy? You know what's crazy? Mostly are white people too. that's looting shit too.
Yeah, them too. But the thing is, if they see us looting our own, they follow through too. Yeah. How much you want to bet if the looters look at them and be like, yo, my man, you ain't looting with us. Shit, you can loot whatever you want. Go loot your own community. If I'm going to loot, I'm going to loot my own. But you got to get out of here. You know, or do something about it. But even looting, man, that's all stupid, man. That's destroying our own neighborhood, man. I was over there, bro. I was over there yesterday. I was over there in Dykeman. My grandmother lived in Dykeman.
Oh,
so
damn,
think about it. My grandmother.
South Bronx, right?
Nah, Uptown Manhattan. So think about it. Yeah, Uptown Manhattan. So think about it. If my grandmother goes to that grocery store down there, my grandmother's 89 years old. She still go take a little elevator and still go to the grocery store. That's how far she could go. And you vandalize that grocery store from where my grandmother's gonna eat.
Exacto.
Yeah.
They want to fuck up everything. They try to fuck Diamond up, and they're gonna call us lazy for that.
Yeah,
get the fuck out of here because
they wanted a culture war.
Fuck out of here.
What they wanted, they wanted
Helter Skelter, brother. That's what they wanted.
They wanted a culture war. They wanted a Spanish versus.
The Helter Skelter was what this dude did. What's his name? Helter Skelter, the dude that was trying to Marilyn Manson. Helter Skelter with he's trying to create a race war.
Yeah, that's what they'll do all the time. The thing that's what they do all the time. And you know what? We have to identify the narrative they're trying to push. We have to look at the media and be like, wait. Nah, I know what you're trying to do. You ain't gonna get us now. We can't be slipping on the same banana peels time and time again. Exactly. We can't be slipping on the same banana peel. The banana peel is there. The playbook is there. I've been saying this, the playbook is there. It's divide and conquer. We all hear it ever since we was fucking little kids. It's divide and conquer. If we know that's divide and conquer, they actually now giving us the playbook. Like here's the playbook, and we're gonna play you. I gotta see the playbook. I gotta study it now. They're gonna get us right here. Okay, they want black or white versus black versus white. They want gay versus straight versus unbelievers, God worshipers to atheists. They want gays. They just want a divide. They always need a divide. They want feminist, Me Too. They want women versus men. We have to identify what they're trying to do and be like, hell no. We all this is why I say one human race. If we not on the same level and everybody say one human race, if we keep identifying each other as, oh, I'm black, oh, I'm Hispanic, oh, I'm Asian, oh, I'm this, nah. We gotta tell them we one human race. You tell me, yo, Punch, what are you? I'm human. That's it.
Punch, Guido. Let's close our eyes 1 second. I'm gonna be real with y'all. I'm gonna close my eyes. My eyes are closed. Yo, God bless you, brothers. Let's be 100% about boxing. And I love you guys. You know what I'm saying? And let's do it like that. Oh, damn, bro, you backed up. You didn't close your eyes, man. No.
Oh, you want you? I thought you said, all right. I'm closing my eyes, my brother.
Mira. No, for real. I love you guys, man. I love you guys, man.
I love you too, homie.
Now on, we're gonna talk about boxing, and regardless, because we all have difference of opinion, but we all love humanity, and that's the end of the day. We all know that we love each other and we love families and shit like that. So let's move forward, man, and let's talk boxing, because I love talking boxing with you brothers.
Amen, my brother. Amen, Glenn.
Thank you. Amen.
God bless all of you guys, brothers.
Amen, brother. Amen.
God bless all of you guys.
Love all of you too.
Thank you.
Amen. Amen again. Damn, I wish I had the piano, the church piano. You know that we're just one. What you say? I said one human race.
Ooh, yeah, I was thinking along. I'll do that at karaoke next week, bro.
If you see a looter go in your neighborhood, you just snatch them. I said, you just snatch them by the hair. You ain't gonna loot these streets, no. Smack with a bucket of holy water. Pow.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, man. Shit, they gotta stop with the looting and shit, man.
Yeah, man. Yep. Man, let's talk about boxing because we could talk about that all night, man. I've been
I just helped the Dominican dude build his store up. We send some money. Everybody in the neighborhood, they donate to this guy. Like they smash his store, and we all helped him out. He needed 10,000. So far, he made 40,000 of donation because of the community. They all help him. You know what I'm saying?
That's not the case in America, though. That's the case. The case in America is that we just can't be falling for the same narrative, my brother. If we on the same page and we be like, yo, they want us to identify us differently so we could have our own separate movement. Once we say no, it's all about us, all hands on deck. That's why I didn't go over there for a racist movement. I went over there for police brutality. You know why? Because racism is hate, and we always gonna have hate in the world. Always. You're never going to abolish hate. You're never going to abolish everybody being racist. There's going to be racism. Racism is alive, but racism is not going to stop you. So the biggest fight, they ain't the biggest fight. There's always going to be hate. This is the world. This ain't heaven. And when people get that, into their head, you're never going to abolish racism. There's people that just are racism. There's all people that just love their own culture, and some people love their own culture to the point where people think that they're racist, but I just love my own culture. And then that as well is not racism too.
Yo, how many people we got in the chat? It's just me, Guido, and who else?
Yes, sir, man. That's it. And Carlo
I'm
Guido.
here, brother.
Yeah.
Okay, Carlo.
Carlo. Matter of fact, let me ask Carlo. Carlo, you from Canada? How's the thing going on over there?
Well, we had a protest here as well, and it's very peaceful. And it's look again, environment plays a big role, right? Environment plays a big role. Now, there's racism in Canada. There is. It's not as big as America. Maybe I'm too naive to open my eyes, but like I said, racism's everywhere. But we as brothers and sisters gotta come together, like you said. This is how we should love each other, right?
Yeah. The time that we do come together, they don't. Why you think they want to show the looting all the time? You know why? Because if you look at the protests, it's a whole bunch of whites, blacks, Hispanics, Asian. It's not like it was back in the days. There's only one race fighting. They see us all, but they want to show the looting, and they want to show everything that has to, so we could be emotional. They want to show all the negative, but they don't want to show not the positive. They want to drown out the positive. They want to drown out the positive to make us more emotional and then blame it on everybody else, and then keep blaming it on police and keep blaming it on political officials and things of that nature.
We gotta take action as a community.
Yeah, man. But we have to say F you to the narrative. We have, you know what? It's not even if you're gonna loot, and if you're gonna loot the big corporations. Go to the media, go to CNN, go to MSNBC, go to Fox, go to all of them. We don't want to hear from you no more. You're the one that's igniting all of this. You're the one that's igniting all of this. You're the one that tell us that this coronavirus is killing only these type of people to get us all hype and emotional, and then we forget about it. What happened to coronavirus? What happened to COVID-19?
Tell you about that, my brother. I was just gonna tell you about that.
Whatever happened to the Me Too movement? It magically disappeared. What happened to hashtag Me Too?
What happened to those? Remember the bee that was saying what do you call it? The hornet beans.
What happened to the measles? What happened to the swine flu?
That's all fake. There's the media, bro. I'll be telling you, the coronavirus, that shit. It sounds false to me, man.
The media is.
I know people that go to work every single day and they didn't get no coronavirus.
Exactly. Think about it, bro. Think about it. Social distancing. Wow, we're seeing a lot of protests. Ain't nobody's talking about social distancing.
And none of them got sick. And I know people that's protesting.
Yo, Guido,
and none of them got sick.
Let me make a little point. And I'm not the type of dude to be asking nobody for money, man. Mm-hmm. But honestly speaking, since this coronavirus happened, I still don't even have my unemployment I still like hold up, my stimulus check, yeah, that went to my child support, yeah, and then my income tax check went to there, but my girl still got $2,600 waiting, and all of a sudden we got like $4,000, bro. Like literally, I'm bowling right now, bro. Yo. Literally bowling right now.
That's what I'm talking about. Take advantage.
I know you are, and that's why I'm trying to give it to you because I'm not trying to say that Trump had anything to do with it. So we're not gonna talk about that. Please don't. You know what I mean? Like we'll just leave it at that. But when it comes to it, you're right about me having something extra that I wouldn't have had it not been for this coronavirus.
And I ain't gonna lie, making more money than unemployment than working.
Yeah, exactly. Do you feel where I'm coming from, though, Punch?
I feel you, 100%.
Yeah, I'm not trying to hype it up more than it is, but I'm just trying to let you know. Yeah, I agree that I got like literally, I went and spent like $450 on shoes today, and like another $100 on my little brother's graduation present for his clothes for his birthday. You know what I'm saying? And I still got mad money left, bro. I got mad money left. You know what I'm saying? And it's not. I'm not gonna say it's sad because I don't even have my own shit. You see what I'm saying? So it's hard for me to rate it because yeah, my girl got it, but I don't have it. Exactly. So if I didn't live with her, then I wouldn't even know that was possible. You know what I mean?
True. And also look, Kemar said also the curfew. When it was coronavirus, they ain't give me no damn curfew. Not in New York. But now with this riot, they're giving us curfew, 8 o'clock. Get the hell out of here, man.
That's a martial law type of shit right there.
And I feel you on what you try to say, Smoke, about Anthony Yardy's father died. So of course, no, it's not that it's fake, but we know that it was all man-made. So that's what I mean about fake. It's not like it's cancer. It's not like it's something that is just natural, that we dying off some natural. Nah, this was man-made. This was an attack on us. So
brother, let me tell you. I know somebody that's been protesting for a whole week, and he's been doing pretty fine. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? And a lot of people's been protesting. You finna tell me that you're gonna get sick as soon as you get it? You know, you're not supposed to bleed.
When I come straight home, I go straight to the shower. Take all the clothes, put it in the washing machine, because I know I just came from a bunch of people. You know what I'm saying? Bunch of people. You know, shaking people's hands, going hollering, yeah, no justice, no peace, no justice, no peace. Fuck these racist ass police. That's the chat.
They be saying that all the time. Yeah, they be suck about dick.
No justice, no peace, no justice, no peace. Fuck these racist ass police. Yo, even the chats be crazy, yo. I'm talking. I'm having a dialogue with officers, like I'm having, like, cause I'm going over there for dialogue. Like for me, I don't believe in peaceful I don't believe in peaceful protesting for this issue, because this is a long awaited issue. Now, let's say we was having a protest with for example, social media censorship. It's new, right? All right, let's try the peaceful stuff. But right now, it's still, we can't be peaceful protesting about police brutality. That's it. It's taking its course. But also rioting is not gonna fix anything. So we got to be in a revolution. The revolution is a mental revolution. I'm not talking about war, but a mental revolution. That's what we need. And all these Al Sharpton and the Jesse Jackson and the Oprahs or the Maxine Wards or whatever, all these oldies, they need to step away and let some new young revolutionary voice take over. That's it. You have taken us as far as you can. Now it's time for new voices. But there is new voices, but these guys want to steal the spotlight each and every time. Look at George Floyd's memorial service. Al Sharpton, sit your black ass, old ass down already. That's it. You still capitalizing off the pain and suffering. You are banked and you are backed by the big corporations. It's time you sit your ass down. You, Oprah, Jesse Jackson, sit your ass down. It's time for new revolutionary voice that is not backed up by corporation or banked by big corporations. When we go out there in the protest, we have to also
not to cut you off,
the protest. Man, I'm fired up, bro. See, y'all can find me up.
All right, bro. Hey, you know what? I'm gonna call it a night for me.
All right,
it's
Lo.
really late over here. I would love to go on your show again. I appreciate you. I love your channel. Good night. Good night, Guido. Good night, Glenn.
Good night, man. God bless, my brother.
Good night, man. You too. Take it easy, brother.
So yeah, man. Like I wanted
to keep the leg, brother. I wanted the leg.
I wanted to keep it. I wanted to keep it all boxing, but you know, it looks like that is just so much of it, of what's going on, that then it's really hard to not talk about it, because I feel like we all affected by it some way, somehow, either mentally, either experience, either but I think it's time for us to do it right. You feel me? It's on for do it right. Think about it. There's evolution in everything in the world. There's evolution in sports and how you perform. There's evolution in technology. Our protest should not be looking, our protest in 2020 in America should not be looking like the same image of 1950 or 1960. Is a problem that our protest, you take a picture of a protest right now and you take a picture of an image of the protest of 1960, it looks the same thing. When I was in the protest today, yesterday, today, the other day before, the whole week, I've gave a question. My question to law enforcement was, how can we bridge the gap? How can we bridge the gap between civilian and law enforcement? 98% couldn't give me the answer. 98%. So I said, that means there's nothing to talk about. Most of them also said, well, hey, this protest is not going to help. I was there in the protest, but while I'm protesting, I'm examining these officers around us in the protest. And for 2 hours while I am protesting, I'm examining these officers and I'm looking at them. Most of them is not hearing us. Most of them don't give a damn what's going on. And we're just hollering and and people are dancing and people are just saying the same old tune is not doing anything. It is time that we stop the peaceful protest. Yet it is time for us to stop doing the looting and the rioting. It's time for a revolution, but a revolution, mental revolution. Because right now, the state that we are right now is that we're mentally fucked. Mentally fucked by the propaganda of the media, mentally fucked in racism trauma, because that's what it is. A lot of us has racism trauma. A lot of people, especially in the African American community, where the trauma has gone from generations and generations to come, to the point that some people think that everything that let's say if a white person does something to a black person, or if a white person don't want to give you a lollipop and you ask for it, you're automatically going to perceive that as racism. But that is trauma. I understand the history and I understand the emotion, the emotion. That's what we got to battle. We got to ask the right questions to get the right answers, and then we got to plan up. If you don't ask the right question and get the right answers, we got to go by the answers. Asked it, examine it. All right. You see, we protest. All right. We ask the right question. Now we got to get together and we plan something. And people out there also, stop complaining about a lot of stuff. If you're not going to your town hall meeting, if you're not going to your city hall meeting, if you're not even going to those to your after school, meeting up with teachers and principal like around 7 o'clock, which they do have, if you're not even following your kids' curriculums and things of that nature, and you're not on top of that, do not tell me that you actually care. You got to be involved in your own community, not only when somebody dies. You got to be involved in your own community each and every day, each and every week. Be on top of your councilman. Be on top of your councilwoman. Don't tell me that everybody just want to have an uproar because we see an image of somebody getting killed by a cop again. Because when there's a day that nobody gets killed, you still got to be on top of them. Whew. Anyway. Revolutionize the revolution. Revolutionize. Fight for land and pay for it with blood. What's the 2170 revolution? Sharpton is no revolutionary. I know that, but they use them. They use them for you to, for when somebody dies. And nah, man, this man got to sit down. He's made a career off of this. He's made a career off of this. He's become a millionaire off of this. Ain't no public official, ain't no public politician should be a millionaire. This is public service. If you're political official, if you have Obama buying a $15 million mansion, where the did he get this money from? Off our backs, or anybody politician, or these Maxine Waters that they multi-millionaires off our backs. I don't want you to capitalize off my pain. Soothe it, but don't capitalize it. I'm going to send a link. We could talk about politics. Thanks, man. Yeah, man. I get too passionate sometimes. That's why I keep it boxing, man. They already, just because of how I feel, like the way I talk, I've been banned from Facebook. I've been banned from Twitter 4 times. I'm actually right now suspended off my Facebook. They want me to erase messages, 71 messages. I ain't gonna do it. Because they don't want truth, man. Not even. I see. Thanks, man. Thanks, France. I'm trying, man. I'm just elevating, man. I'm getting better. How about Trump using taxpayers' money for his golf course? But you won't mention that since you support him. Yo, even hey, I could say that. Boom, look, boom. I'll put it. How about Trump using taxpayers' money for his golf course? Yeah, it's wrong. So you know what you got to do? Stop putting money on those corporations, on his corporations. How about that? All the big corporations. Stop putting money on it, including Trump. If that's the response that you wanted, I give it to you. Stop putting money in Trump's pocket. That's it. Trump is only going to be here for what? Maybe what? 5 more months? Are you going to blame it on Trump? Are you going to vote for Biden? Huh? Are you going to vote for that crime bill? The man that voted for that crime bill in 1984, that's who you want? Who you want? Do you want Obama? Do you want Obama again to deport the most Latinos in the history of America? Do you want Bill Clinton that jail the most black, the administration that jail most black and Latinos in the history of this country? Who do you want? Y'all mad because a little orange dude say things that y'all don't like to hear? That's what it is? Is y'all people butt hurt? Exactly. We screw either way. At the end of the day, they still going to lunch to one another. So it don't matter who you support. It don't matter who I support. I'm not here to impose my political affiliations to nobody. Pick who you pick. You got your own vote. That's the beauty of it. So it don't matter what I feel. It don't matter what your mama feel. It don't matter what your papa feel. It don't matter what your son feel. You can't even give your own kids your own vote. You got to teach your kids on how to look at every side so he or she could vote on their own behalf. So this is more than that. It's more than just the political up top. They want black leaders to solve all the problems black people have here. I don't need Jesse Jackson take on AIDS and Al to solve COVID. I want qualified pros and jobs, no social activists. I agree with you, Smoke. I agree with you, Smoke. You're already at pigs and snares. Okay, that too. Everybody got an opinion, man. We all do. In the end of the day, man, if we was all right, and put it this way, in the end of the day, if we was all right, and we know what to do, then we wouldn't be in certain positions. So we could all have our theories. We could all sound smart. We could give everything, all of our opinions. And the end of the day, if we know everything, because I don't depend on me knowing everything. I do this. I want to learn more. I want to learn more from y'all. I ain't got no ego in my system. I left that a long time ago. Yeah, when I was younger, yeah, I had all the ego in the world. Even if somebody was right, I'll probably snub it. But I'm in a new place in my life. And the only thing I really count on 100%, I don't give a damn if y'all listen. I don't care if y'all believe in it or not. The only thing I believe in 100% that got my back is my Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. And with that, I don't justify with nobody. Anything else, go ahead. But when it comes to that, my Lord and Savior reigns supreme. Take that to data. Yo, Glenn.
Yo, brother. Fuck everything you said, because you know what? I'm just fucking with you, by the way. Don't get mad at me. I'm just fucking with you. I was like setting it up. Yo, fuck everything you say. You know what? Because you know what's gonna beat Jesus Christ? The drinks we drinking right now, bro. Everybody's gonna be drinking right now, feeling good.
Nothing. This is gonna probably drive me to Jesus Christ even more. Like
I appreciate that, there, man. Like so you should realize that some of the people coming to Punch drunk and they a little tipsy. They don't want to talk. Like a lot of places, I've seen a lot of boxing channels where there's a lot of people on the sidelines that don't really want to talk, and it happens on your channel too. You know what I mean? They don't really want to talk. You know what I mean? And it's not that. Yeah, my bad. Go ahead. No, you go.
No, and anybody, yo, trust me, bro. Anybody that want to talk, that's why I send the link, man. I want to learn from everybody. Like I always say, man, we all brothers and sisters, man. I ain't better than nobody. My opinions is not higher than anybody. This ain't a channel to soothe me. It's not. It's about me. I can't go one day without being educated. If people could add on to what I'm saying or want to check me on what I'm saying, then please do. I'm here to elevate my mind, man. Y'all my brothers. So I'm here to learn new things, learn new perspective. I don't gotta take everything that everybody says, but but if it's all genuine and it's all love, like the way I'm preaching, some of y'all might don't like what I'm saying. I may say, yo, Jesus Christ is my Lord and Savior, and the person be like, nah, man, Allah, I'm Muslim, Muhammad, all that. And if it's good to you, great. You understand what I'm saying? But let's elevate one. Let's elevate. Let's be genuine to one another.
You should start making people subscribe to like the membership channel, because we could talk about other things after that. But when it comes to boxing, I don't think you're wrong at all. And at the end of the day, I always try to I get mad when people try to go at you like personally, because I've been following you for such a minute. You know what I mean? Like I really get like a little tight. You know what I'm saying? Because at the end of the day, man, like you never really, you know, I know you thought something about me the other day, and I immediately said, hey, listen, look at the facts, bro. Like I didn't say shit. You know what I mean? Look at it, and you did, and we left it at that. You know what I mean? And we fixed it. A day later, we had a better conversation. You know, so people weren't there, then we know what's going on with that. You know what I mean? But at the end of the day, man, like I got nothing but love for you, man. Like, and I still sent you a $20 chat that day. You know what I mean? Because you know what? I want to see you succeed, because you be on point, man. You know what I mean? I don't agree with your political view, but it doesn't mean that I disagree with you as a person. You know what I'm saying? And that's what people have to understand. You have to agree to disagree. That's all it is. You know?
Yeah, man. I mean, that's what. It's basically everything you said, man. I agree with you. You feel me? It's almost like, yo, if my preference, let's say my preference is Asian girls with a big booty and big titties, and you dating a redhead white chick with a flat ass and no titty, I ain't gonna say, yo, my man, you whack, yo, what the hell are you looking at? Like, yo, you nasty. Like, you know what I'm saying? That's your preference. You know, everybody got a preference. Some people, man, yo, it's all about elevating one another, man. If you ain't on that tip, man, you're wasting your time on social media. You're wasting your time. You're killing your time. You're taking away, man. It's all about elevation, man. We got.
But
it sounds cliche. It does sound cliche. We all brothers and sisters. It sounds cliche, but it's actually not. It's actually not. It's actually not.
That's why if I see you with a white chick with red hair and a flat booty, then I'm probably call the cops and say, yo, I think Punch Money has something to do with that. You know what I'm saying? Man, they're gonna be like, yo, Punch? For real? He was just over there talking to us in Manhattan.
Yeah. Thanks, France, man. Good looking out, my brother. Good looking out, France, man. I appreciate the support.
Super chat later, brother.
Good looking out, my brother.
Thanks. I got you. I'm just like chopping it up with you right now, but because if I do a super chat, I gotta like exit the comment.
I feel you.
You know what I mean?
Thanks, man. Thanks, but
dude,
man.
I just spent right now on my brother earlier today, bro. Like everything closes down at 6, and most of the malls down here usually close at 9. But they closed at 6 because of the coronavirus. And I brought my little brother because his birthday's like 2 days away. I brought this dude down here, bro. I got him white Jordans, fucking like a whole outfit from fucking JCPenney and shit. You know that shit is expensive as hell. And then I got him a watch, a wallet, all that shit. I was like, yo, you're gonna have a whole new outfit for your birthday. And bro, this dude came out happy as fuck, bro. Happy as hell.
That's man. Happy birthday for the kiddo.
Yeah, thank you, brother. And mine is June 16th. So I know you're not gonna remember that shit. I'm gonna come here and be
June
like, yo,
16th, I remember June 16th.
I'm gonna fuck with you. I'm gonna come here June 16th.
Cause
I'm be like, yo, Punch, you didn't fucking remember?
I remember June 16th because my son is July 16th.
Okay.
So it's easy to remember the 16th. I got a lot of 16s on my family. It's easy to remember 16s.
Pac was also June 16th.
Okay. But yeah, man. Yo, it's crazy. It's crazy. But I'm let me oppose the question. Just because we on this.
Yeah, let's go back to boxing. Exactly. Yeah.
But one more question. One more question for everybody. One more question on this politics tip, and then we're moving on to straight boxing. I got a question for y'all, and I want you to honestly, everybody, look at the narrative, pay attention to what I'm saying, analyze it, and for the people that have been hearing me how I talk about all this, then you know what the hell I'm talking about. So listen up, everybody. So you saw that they arrested all the rest of the 3 cops, right? You saw the picture. You already know about the Asian guy. You saw the black officer and you saw the other white cop. The media painted this as white supremacy, as white killing a black man. But it was an Asian that let it happen, that was just looking on, a black and a white man, and another white on top of him. So think about it. It was a multicultural killing by the police officer. Now the question is, why did they wait 10 days to show the black officer in the media? Anybody want to answer me that? The question is, why did they wait 10 days to show the black officer?
I'm not going to give any excuses. All I can say is that yesterday they actually charged the other 3 people, and then they lifted the charge from 3rd-degree murder to 2nd-degree murder, right? So even though most people want 1st-degree murder, like, you know, honestly speaking, from like if you're looking at it from prosecutor standpoint, you got to prove intent, and so that's going to be difficult to prove. You know what I mean? Because like, you know, he was stepping on his neck, no doubt. but was it intent to kill him? Like, or like, and you know, it's hard. It's hard when people are feeling passionate to feel that. You know, they need to understand that. Like, the prosecutor only wants to prosecute what they know they can actually convict. You know, and so it's tough when it comes to that. You know, but at the end of the day, man, I just feel sad that the whole situation happened. And man, I don't even know what else to say, man. Like it's a sad situation, man. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm not trying to over exaggerate. I'm not trying to say, yo, everybody should go to jail, shit like that, because I understand what the prosecutors are trying to do. They're really trying to, like, if you put it up in a jury, the jury has to convict you for first-degree murder. If not, they lose everything. You see what I'm saying? So they have to convict you on whatever degree that they feel like the jury will convict you on. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And first-degree murder is something where they have to show intent, and that's the crazy part about it. Because even though we see the footage, we see his knee on his neck. Does he have a like original intent? Like, did he go to the crime scene knowing that he was going to kill him for a certain reason? You know, and that's the sad part, because we know that he probably didn't, but you know, he still probably did what he did because he hated him. You know what I mean? For his skin color, and that's what's sad. Like, you know, it's like, you know, I don't know, man. It's just a tough situation, man. Yeah. You understand where I'm coming from or not?
No. I understand. Yo, Smoke, what's good, man?
Hey, what's up, man? How you feeling?
I'm chilling, my brother.
Yeah, man. So I know you said after you had this answer this question, you want to get back to boxing.
Yeah. I just want to. It's just kind of funny. That's why I posed the question. I want to know why. You know, that is an uproar with police brutality. That's for sure. But what made it boom was that it was another black man killed by that white officer. So they made it a racial thing combined with the police brutality. But they waited 10 days to show that it was also a black officer. Why did they wait 10 days to show the picture of that other officer?
You know, my very first thought is the first images we saw were from bystander video. It wasn't from media at all, right? So just that took a while for the public to digest. Who knows how many images and what we're going to learn as it unfolds. But you also have to understand that media is also a business, right? So they also have to get the stuff that they're going to show cleared. I'm not quite sure who broke that first video from the crowd of him taking it, of what happened to Floyd at the hands of the cop.
Yeah.
But also there's a running narrative, right? In media, if it bleeds, it leads.
Yeah.
That is the graphic. That's the graphic part of it. And just since American Reconstruction, 1865, when they started making black people permanent underclasses and sending the police into our communities, putting us on the farm, this is what's been the narrative. This is part of what it is to be black in America, is to get preyed upon by the cops if you don't have money and if you look a certain kind of way.
Yeah.
And and that goes for that can go for any number of groups of people, but it's a different kind of story when it comes to black people, right? We have our own unique experience in America in the last 150 plus years.
Yeah.
I'm not even talking about, going back to slavery and colonialism. I'm not even talking about that. I'm just talking about just straight here in America, what happened.
Yeah. So what do you think about the narrative of we know the image that we all are very we all are mad at that the guy on the neck, or the white dude on the neck, right? That's the image. The white cop on the black man's neck. That's the image. And in the other news outlets, white supremacy. I used to read that because I documented the whole thing since day one. White supremacy. But then there was a black cop on top of him. Yeah. So we never, and he's a police officer, so it was easy to get his photo. But then all these things break out, all the news, all the racial tension, of course. And then boom, when it's getting at its worst, he gets charged, and they finally show the picture of Officer Lane. Why now and not in the beginning? Because then if they would have shown his picture, then the narrative would have been full-blown police brutality. Would have been full-blown police brutality.
I mean, are you seriously asking a question about the colonized mind and oppressed people and what they actually look like when they get lever in positions of power, relative positions of power, and who they actually prey upon? I mean, you seen that? Okay, I'll go. You seen that Eddie Murphy? You seen that Eddie Murphy movie, Life, with Martin Lawrence? Are they both in jail?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Right. You remember the guy, the trustee, who was always backing up what the warden said about the gun line? The dude that was stuttering. What color was that guy? Or I'll give you another one. Another image that Hollywood just gave us. The image of the image of your boy Steven from Samuel L. Jackson. Yeah, there you go. Right, that's a Quentin Tarantino movie. Just to let it be said, in case people didn't know, or they haven't seen the character. I'm just saying that. When you're talking about the face of the system, that can be anybody. It could be white, it could be black, whatever. But the architects of the system and the perpetuators of the system and who the system benefits isn't that. It isn't everybody. I mean, at least not in the same numbers, not in the vast majority of numbers, right? Go ahead. I don't want to. No. I mean, the idea that that because there is
speaking, I want to know who's speaking. Is it Carlo?
This is Get the Smoke.
Get the Smoke.
Right,
yeah. Just because there's a multi-ethnic face on people who are culpable, who need to be held accountable and stand tall before the man about this dude's death. It wasn't a multi-ethnic effort to create the conditions that created Floyd's death. That wasn't the multi-ethnic thing.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so let's say like my boy France, he said, I think racism played a big role in the death of Mr. George Floyd, brother. The police officer turned off their camera was a big question. I'm not. My fault. You timed out. I'm not saying that it's not, but for me, the big thing is that this is full-blown police brutality. Because once I see a bunch of different ethnicity, I don't see that this was all racism. I see this is police brutality.
Right, and that is basically what people have done. People have that's pretty much what people have done. They've looked at the situation and made it personal about them. Meanwhile, what's going on, and this is just the latest incident, right? And it's the same thing.
On camera, on video.
Yeah, all this stuff. Like, you can keep always saying that there's this other thing, but another guy just got shot by some other people who aren't cops, or Stand Your Ground, or Trayvon Martin. Like, dude, it's open season for black dudes out here. Like, police brutality may be the way that you identify with this particular thing, but that's not the way that black people have been experiencing this thing for 150 years.
Hold up, because you said stand your ground, Trayvon Martin type of thing. Like, what did you mean about that? Because I'm in Florida and I have my
what I'm saying is, it doesn't take a cop to brutalize black people in America and get away with it.
Okay, that makes more sense, because if you say just like the way you said it, it makes like everybody that has a gun in Florida is wrong.
No, that's not what I'm talking about. What I'm talking about is he's looking at it and seeing police brutality. And I'm saying we've been living this hell forever, from cops from neighbors, from whoever just feels like it's all good to treat black people like they're the lowest rungs and disposable.
I can't get mad
Even
at you
other
about
black
that.
people. Even
what
other
part
black
of Florida you live in?
I live in California. I live in Oakland specifically.
Okay, well, you know, I like the Oakland Raiders, but I don't know that we can definitely like agree.
I mean, I agree. I agree with everything you just said, but I'm just thinking about. I agree with everything you just said, but I'm looking at this one specific case. Because
yes, I'm saying that this one specific case, you're looking at it and what it means to you, and I'm saying that regardless of what it means to you, it has a different symbology for a different culture of people who have been experienced this from the hands of many people.
Yeah, but
and it's not just about police brutality. It may be about police brutality for you, but what I'm saying to you is the culture of police brutality, while it now may be multi-ethnic, that's not what the system was born out of, and that's not what it historically has been. So
think about it. So think about it. Then you're saying that forever is going to be racism.
No. Why would I say? Why would I think that?
All right. So if it happens,
why would I think that forever there hasn't been racism.
What could change it? Okay. So you tell me, what could change it that in 2060? If something happens like that, a guy like me doesn't perceive it only like police brutality, because you're hold on. Even in 2060, you will come and hit me with history. So what is going to change that when we do see a let's say police brutality and a guy shoots at a black man again, it's just that this man is just a fucking animal and evil. And it's not that he shot him because he was black, and he just shot him because he was evil. Because now you're saying that in this instance, this is full-blown racism as well. So when is just gonna be like, you know what? This dude just got shot up because he just got shot up by animal as a cop. When is it gonna change like that? Or is it ever gonna change like that? Or where could we get to change it like that?
All right. So just right. So without putting too fine a point on it, I'm approaching 50 years old, right? Yeah. I'm on the last back half, like, you know, I got like a few more months before I hit my 50.
God bless.
It's next year, but whatever. So when you ask me like to project 40 years in the future, I actually can go back to 40 years in my past, right? And just look at a couple of different things that have changed over the time. Like, I remember I grew up in cars that didn't have seatbelts, and you could drink and drive. Like, literally, people were drinking and driving. Not that it wasn't against the law, but people were still doing it.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, I'm just saying it's hard to project how a society is going to be changing. But if you're saying that we still have to deal with the vestiges of the of Reconstruction, of specifically that area of American life with Jim Crow and warehousing black men and and whatever. Like, if you're still saying that we're going to be dealing with that in 40 years, then what can we do?
I'm saying that I'm just saying in this case I'm saying it's full-blown police brutality, and you're probably saying it like no Moonshine, this has to do with racism, and because I'm questioning why the narrative.
So here's what I'm saying,
because I'm questioning the narrative of why the media never show the black officer, because in my estimation they wanted it to be a racism narrative. That's why it took them 10 days to show the other black, because if they would have showed the other black, then it would have been a full-blown police brutality, and it would have been hard to have this narrative of racism because it was a multicultural lynching.
You're doing too much, and also not knowing enough context, right? So there's something about the procedure, the way the media works, that there's a blind spot, right? There's just the way that the media actually gets information, reacts to information, and then has to clear things, right? So, like I said, this was released by the public already, that the media started to report on. Then they get in ahead of the story, but they still have several layers of liability that they have to cover before they even release a story. Like, this is happening in real time. and the public is also reacting in real time. And as you can see, that this is probably going to be a criminal matter for a bunch of people, right? Like that's what I'm saying. Like when it comes to the media and the way they're structured is a completely different thing as to whether or not there is actually institutional racism and the spirit of the way that police brutality exists on Black people. Like the thing about it is this: you gotta talk about this. Here's what I'm saying. Here's what I'm saying to you. Here's what I'm saying to you. I'm not telling you that what your experience is, like the way that you are processing the information, is incorrect. Right? Okay. That's your experience and that's your perspective. What I'm saying is to you is have a little bit compassion and understand that you are not experiencing the same thing that everyone else is experiencing. This is what you're experiencing. And I'm saying what do you universally think? Universally the world is experiencing. But like even white guys in Berlin are experiencing the affinity to police brutality.
Wait, because I think
right?
I think that now you're assuming. See, you're saying that I'm doing too much, but I'm just asking you a question. You're going, I want you to answer in this specific case. Yeah. Don't give me the history because I'm
telling you, dude.
Because look, I could always justify history. I could always justify history. If I say if I ask a white man for a lollipop and the man doesn't give me a lollipop, I could easily say,
you're missing it. You're missing it. You're missing it. That's what I'm saying. You're doing too much. This is what I'm trying to tell you. This is what I'm saying to you. It's not about whether or not someone can explain it to you so that you can understand. It's maybe beyond your understanding. Maybe all you need to take from it is police brutality. What I'm saying to you is there's a cultural reference point that we have for Black people in America. That for us, this is a latest incident in a long line of things. My mother, I can tell you about several things that never made the media, like in my own life. And that I'm not some bad luck example of what happens to Black people in America. Everyone, every Black person can tell you some fucked up stories about their interaction with the cops that never made the media. Right, but they can also tell you some fucked up stories about what happened to them at the hands of people who aren't the cops.
So right? I'm not going to undercut you when I speak to you, but I'm asking you. So what is your what are your thoughts about me then?
What's my thoughts about you? You said?
Yeah.
I have no idea who you are. I think we're live at the same time and on this live stream.
I know, but then it seems like honestly speaking, I disagree with Punch a lot. You know what I mean? Like it's okay, but I don't go ham on him like that. Like I really sometimes Punch, like that's other days, but like Punch and I agree to disagree when we're talking about certain things, like, and so I'm asking you, like if you listen to the channel then and Punch so well and you have these predicaments, then you should know me, right? So you should have your but you're saying you don't know me.
No, man, no, I'm sorry. I don't. I met Punch on a different channel. I've been to this is like my second or third time being here. My first time being on the panel.
Okay, what's your name?
Get the Smoke.
Okay, Get the Smoke. Yeah, you did say that earlier. Okay, well, my bad then. Like, if you got a particular, but I would say this. Punch Drunk is he's got his perspectives, but honestly speaking, his heart is in place. So
if it feels like I came at him like sideways, I didn't mean for it to come off that way. Okay, I definitely appreciate him for having the conversation and also being giving me a platform to speak, and I feel like he's listening to me, and I hope he feels like I'm listening to him. Because I definitely am not saying that he's wrong about having the police brutality, and that's what it's a clear-cut example of for him.
And we were all in the same chat. That's why I wanted to make sure that you heard me, because we were all in the same chat, and we all gave you the all clear. Like I've been here on the same chat that you've been on while you spoke for like mad long, and I was like, okay, let me listen to what he's saying, and Punch was listening to what you're saying, so I wanted to listen to what you were saying. And but I just want you to know that Punch is not like, he's not a dumb dude. You know what I'm saying? He's very smart. You know what I'm saying? And everybody got a difference of opinion sometimes when it comes to boxing or when it comes to political views. But at the end of the day, you know, we support him. That's why he got 16.3 or 16.1. You know what I mean? Like everybody loves.
It's all love, man. We're brothers in the struggle here. But you know, he was just talking about ideas. So, you know, I'm not trying to marginalize this position or anything like that.
No, it's good. It's good. It's good. My fault to cut you off. It's good to challenge one another because that's the way that we move forward and uplift one another. And sometimes I've been in a situation where somebody may tell me something and I might not actually agree, but then I'll sleep on it, or then the next day be like, oh man, let me do some study on what this person was talking about and things of that nature, right? And then I'll come to another conclusion, you know. So because the things that I was just saying this is because this is my battle that I have. I have a battle with media. I have a battle with the narrative. I have a battle with media pushing a narrative that gets us fighting and gets us not being woke. The narrative of always pushing that emotional button. They know how to push that emotional button. I could get the African American riled up if I push that racism button. I could push the Latino button up if I push the immigration button. You understand what I'm saying?
Right.
So
so the issue is a problem the media, or is a problem the fact that we get these buttons still exist? And how do you actually depower the button so the media moves on to just fires and car chases?
Exactly. That's my point. It's really the media's gonna keep doing what they're doing until we learn how to identify the narrative and the button. So, for example, what they did in I don't know if you was here earlier. What they did in Manhattan, in Dykeman, where they try to put a narrative of Spanish hating black, and it wasn't that narrative. It was about Dykeman people protecting their community, regardless of a white looter, black looter, or anybody coming through. But the thing is, there was African American, but I don't know where you from Cali. Let me set the boss. You could better understand, because if you're from Cali, you might not understand what I'm saying. So the Dominicans.
I lived in New York. I lived in New York 5 years. I lived in Brooklyn. I lived in Manhattan. I live in Manhattan, Lower East Side, Upper West Side.
So exactly.
I know New York.
So Dykeman is predominantly Dominicans and blacks, but Dominicans that looks black too, right? So they had a meeting with with police officers. There's a curfew at 8 o'clock. The Dykeman residents is telling, you know what? We're gonna stay out before after curfew. We're gonna protect our community from looters, right? Boom. Here comes these 5 black or because some of them was also Dominican. Black, it was going to be black potential looters. One of them took their spray can out. The other guy, one of the guys from the group that's going to protect the community says, "Yo, what you doing? Put that spray can down." And the dude says, "Suck my, you know what?" Boom. What, nigga, what? And they chase these guys down. Boom. The narrative that they came out, even the New York Post, that Dykeman Dominicans don't know. I mean, don't think that they're black, and they profile the 5 black people that was there, and they just chased them away, not knowing the whole story. But what they wanted to do is start a Spanish Dominicans versus black, not knowing that black and Dominicans was chasing black and Dominican. So they wanted to because they came with this narrative of Dominicans versus black, Spanish versus black. Dominicans don't look at themselves as black. And then this whole Twitter trending started. Warstar Hip Hop got it. The New York Post got it. And it wasn't even about that. But the narrative was to get these two to go at each other in Manhattan, where we're just the same community. Instead of saying, wow, these guys are commendable, they're actually protecting their own community. So for me, it's the narrative. The narrative of George Floyd was that it was, man, another white cops killed killed this man, a black man, white supremacy. I read it in one article. White supremacy still lives. And then yesterday, they finally arrested the other guys. We knew their names, but we never knew their faces. But these are police officers. But these are police officers. We should get their faces easily. And then that's so my question was, why did they show the black face after 10 days? Because they knew, in my opinion, if they would have showed the black face, the black officer, Officer Lane, then this just would have been a full-blown police brutality, and it just would have been a multicultural lynching by that police department. The uproar is that a black man died. Because think about it, in New York City, it's videos about it. You could check this video. It's two cops that, remember, they put this guy on the ground, and it's a Latino cop, and he shot the African American man dead. You could see it. They didn't make an uproar of that because it was a Latino cop that killed a black man.
Okay, so here's the deal. I feel like there's just a lot of moving parts to what you're saying, and there's different levels of culpability to make this a different kind of argument, right? Okay. But regardless of how it is you break this thing down to a thing, you're going to see one guy on George Floyd's neck. Right. Yes. And that's the issue, right? That is one of the issues that crystallizes a thing that goes on in America too often. That only even garners this much attention when there's video attached to it. Yeah. Right. And what I'm saying is everyone can take from this incident and turn it into what their own personal reflections are, right? And that's why you're seeing such a wide group of people having this. It's affecting them the way it's affecting them, and everyone's talking about police reforms, right? But police reforms isn't actually going to it isn't going to change the wealth gap, the way that there's still going to be a war on the poor, and there's still going to be black people catching hell, because actually the conversation isn't about that, and people don't want to have that conversation.
Mm-hmm. Your punch. He was speaking facts.
No, that's the thing is, I understand that part very, very clear. But that's why I ask Smoke. I mean, we're fighting for something, we're protesting for something, but I also feel like it's a mental thing, because even, for example, I know, and I'm probably going to get off topic on this one. The question is really, what do we want? Because even if we have all white people bend down on their knees and ask for forgiveness, like that video that we saw, even if all police officers get down on one knee and they change whatever happens, is that trauma still going to be in our head? Is that trauma that even if a white person kills a cop or another white police officer, even if it's 2060, are we still gonna say it's racist with all the changes, even if they beg for forgiveness?
If we never got a mule and 40 acres, probably.
You could even get the 40 mules and 40 acres. I think it's more.
Yeah, what he just said, was very important, right? Reparations, part of reparations is acknowledgement. And acknowledgement goes a long way. And as long as it becomes, when you see images like that and it goes to police brutality or the haves and the have-nots, that's the whole thing, is that the actual suffering of black people gets lost in the sauce and it becomes about something else.
Yeah, but I think I also think
promised certain things. We were promised certain things and we never got it.
Put it this way, but this is what I'm saying. That all sounds good. It's almost about give. Look, put it this way. I could talk the drug talk. If I give you a kilo of cocaine and you never dealt drugs, what you gonna do with it right quick? Tell me right now.
Pero papi,
tell me how you gonna cut it. Tell me how you gonna cook it.
No, papi.
No. It is.
I love you, brother, but it's not the same thing.
Think about it. It is the same thing, because just because I give you 40 acres and a mule, that doesn't mean you know how to handle 40 acres and a mule and maintain that.
But that's not your prerogative. If you promise 40 acres and a mule, I should get 40 acres and a mule. And that's
right. And you're talking, you're talking about people who grew up on farms and were generational farmers. All of a sudden, they don't know what to do with 40 acres and a mule.
That's what they call them, cotton pickers.
But that's what I'm saying.
There's a modern equivalent, right? And we can figure out what that is. A friend of mine. So I'm going to tell you something. My cousin's wife is she's one of the congressional aide for the Black National Congress. They've been talking about reparations for the better part of 30 years. Yeah, right. And like, there's a running joke in my family that when Black people get $1 million reparations check, bread will cost $1 million, a loaf of bread, right? That's basically kind of like what I think about it. But the point of it isn't even that. The point of it is just the acknowledgement of suffering, saying this is what happened to you. It shouldn't have happened to you. This is how we benefited, and this is what we need to do to make it right. Instead of acting like we're fucking crazy whenever it happens. And it's all about like, what some dude in Scotland feels like what happened to him and his local police officer. Like, that don't have nothing to do with what's happening to us.
Salute to you for actually getting on that level, bro. Salute to you,
I agree with this statement. I think it's education. I just don't think, look, I've seen it happen, man. I'm in the community. I've seen it happen. I have seen families given apartments. They build new buildings. They build new buildings in the Bronx. They build new buildings in Harlem, and they give these apartments to the low income low income housing, women and children coming out of shelters, and they give these apartments. They pay $200 a rent, $250, $300. Yo, check these buildings after a year. It looked like these buildings been here for like 25 years. And if anybody knows, they will understand what I'm trying to say. Sometimes you could give something, but that doesn't mean they know how to deal with it. They know how to know how to maintain it.
A renter is not an owner. Somebody is the person who owns that. Here's what I'm saying to you. When you are in a building where the people own those apartments, they have to pay property tax and they pay homeowners tax in order to maintain that property. Okay. $200 don't get you that. $200 means that's somebody else's job to actually make that happen.
But that's my point. But they can't maintain a $200 or $300. So how are they going to maintain a property of 40 acres and a mule?
It's not that, but okay.
And a mule, and they don't know how to maintain it.
Right.
I could give anybody my house, but they don't maintain this house.
Bro.
Hold up, brother. Hold up. If I may jump in, 40 acres and a mule is what was promised to the people of this land when they decided to go with.
I know that, but I'm just saying. I'm saying at this point, for me, just as much as that you could give them that, it's still a trauma that even if I give you 40.
Why do you say give them that, brother? Why do you say give them that?
I'm saying, this is what I'm saying. If I give you 40 acres in a mule, this is what I'm saying. Look, listen to me.
He's saying fulfill the promise. If you just fulfill the promise, I get you.
Okay. If I give you 40 acres in a mule, everybody, every African American family, I'm gonna give you 40 acres in a mule. Listen to me, y'all. I'm gonna give you 40 acres in a mule. If a black man is shot today, would it be racist?
Listen, black people are shot everyone is getting.
But
black people being shot doesn't equal racism. A black man being shot doesn't equal racism. Punch. Come on, man.
Okay, you just answered my point. That's my.
But it's a ridiculous linkage. You're saying that every black man gets killed equals racism. Wait. Your question assumes that every black person gets killed is because of racism.
Smoke, I gotta stop you there because you proved my point.
Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
I gotta stop you there because you proved.
Go ahead.
You proved my point because you said not every time a black man gets shot, it has to be racist. So not every time a white man, police officer, kills a black man is racist.
But I said,
why would you say that part? Why would you say what happened?
But I said,
I'll tell you why.
But hold on.
I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why. Hold on.
I'll let you talk all the time, bro.
Okay, go ahead. Sorry, go ahead.
Please, because I usually don't cut people off. So, brother Punch, my brother fucking Punch, man. I'm gonna throw you a super chat after this shit, bro. I love you. I love you, brother. I love you. But on some real shit, man. Like when we talking about this, man. I got like some heated debates with you when it comes to this, man. Like, so you're saying that basically what it sounds like is that after all of everything that happened through the history of the United States, like what you're saying is that everybody should just shut the fuck up.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I am saying this is what I'm saying. Listen to me.
It basically sounds like that though, bro.
Listen to me. This is what I'm saying. That's why I said if this was 2060 and this happens again, what people say is racist. So then you came up with the 40 acres and a mule. Even if I give you 40 acres and a mule. Even if white people beg and they're on the knees for forgiveness, even if all police officers beg for their forgiveness, if another police officer shoots or kills another black person, is that racist?
Bro, let me just put this. Let me just nip this in the bud. Let me just nip this in the bud. Let me just nip this in the bud. If a black person, listen, if a black person is in the commission of a crime and is shooting at a cop, then no. Doesn't matter what that cop is, the cop is then justified to use force. But if a person is not committing a crime, is in custody and is dying at the hands of a white cop, then for some reason, it's a very specific reason that's gone on for years, that why a particular community in America would evoke a number of emotions, because all of us keep having these things come up. You are just talking about whether or not, just because that dude is white and because you aren't the black person experiencing this whole thing in America, that for us, this didn't have a cultural. Let me finish. That the cultural impact is something. Let me finish. You're saying that our cultural heritage is a media generated hoax. And what I'm trying to explain to you is, you may think that
like that, brother. That's what I'm trying to tell you. I was trying to tell you that earlier. Don't waste your breath if you're trying to get Punch on that level. Like you gotta talk to Punch. Punch is smart, man. Punch is smart.
I know Punch is smart. What I'm trying to tell you, what I'm saying to you is, yes, the media has whatever agenda they have. That doesn't take away from the truth of the facts. And what I'm saying, the history is what it is. You can say that people are using the history to gin up, to rabble rouse.
Okay. Sure, I agree.
I would agree with that too.
I get what your point. I get all that. All I'm saying to you is, regardless of that, there's still a dead black man at the hands of a white guy.
No,
there we go. That is a point.
I understand.
Now you're getting to a point.
Like that is all the thing. You can talk about the culpability of all those other guys. You can talk about how we can talk about any number of incidents. All I'm saying to you is, regardless of all of the other stuff that is surrounding this case, it still hits us in this community as that, because that is literally the fact of the case.
But if it does it hit the community because that's the narrative they always keep on pushing?
I don't think
because it always keeps happening.
But it always does. It always
for a second.
So go ahead.
No. I think it's not that's the narrative that hits the community all the time, because you went into the community the other day, and I think it depends on us. Because we have platforms. We the grown men. You know what I'm saying? We the grown men. At the end of the day, we the grown men. We debating on here. Our children are sleeping. I'm pretty sure everybody's kids have the best the sneakers, the best they're sleeping the best way right now because we're grown men. We're arguing about this because we're talking about boxing, because we're passionate about boxing. But when it comes down to it, man, like I guarantee you right now, like Punch, if you wasn't the one out there, man, somebody else would have been. And I'm a man, and I guarantee, when you thought that I was coming at you the other day, I even talked to H Money about that shit. I was like, yo, man, you can't be fucking throwing my name out like that. I wasn't talking, and I came to your channel and said, yo, H, Punch, I never said that. Right? I said that. And I spoke to him. I fucking spoke to him, bro. That's how real that shit is, bro. That's how real that shit is, bro. I swear to God, homie. I spoke to him. I think he apologized to me like 1,000 times, homie. 1,000 times. Yo. And I love that guy, man. I love him. But
I think this is what it is. I think this is what it is. That Smoke. I think this is what it is also. That I think many do not want to agree. And this is not a knock, but this is just about not what's the word? This is about acknowledging it. Acknowledging it that we know the history. We know the history of the pain of the African Americans. We know the pain, the hurt, everything that you have gone through. But also, when I say racism trauma, means that because of history, even if you see something that might assume that it's racism, just because of the trauma, you're going to assume it's racist. You're going to think that maybe your assumption is the facts. That's why I said, if a white man punches a black dude, you're just going to say he punched me because he was black, because I was black, and that he's racist.
I got exactly what you're saying to you. But if the person says to you, fuck you uppity nigger, but he punches you, then you know it's racist. Yeah, it's not just right. So I mean, the thing is, the thing is, right. So the question is, do they need to say it to you for you to understand that it's racist? If they think that while they're punching you, how are you going to know that?
But how are you going to know if that's racist?
I mean, you can look at both ways. So that's what I'm saying. What I'm saying to you is there is for me, it's a two-pronged thing. For me as a black man in America, and for my own experiences and the experiences of people that, who are close to me, my loved ones, all that kind of thing. For me, it's two things. It's the making black people a permanent underclass. So even though we are not that a large community in this in this society, these incidents happen to us more than disproportionately. Our numbers should suggest that this should happen to us.
So and I have to respond after this.
And that there were laws passed to make sure that this happened to us. And the laws in place that's supposed to protect us from those earlier laws don't really work as well as they should.
Can I speak now?
Go ahead, go. You can.
Yeah. Go ahead, man.
All right. So I have a couple points. So please don't interrupt. And I love everything that everybody's talking about. So I just have a couple of things to speak about. So number one, when it comes to the United States, obviously I can't say we because I wasn't part of this, but it was stolen from the indigenous people of the United States, right?
Yes.
Certain things were promised to them and it was never fulfilled. It was stolen from them. Then we're talking about Puerto Rico, which was the first island that was landed on by Christopher Columbus. Okay, and they had the comandantes, I believe they were called, or the camaradas, or whatever the fuck they were called, which were basically the high-level slaves that came to Puerto Rico, and they raped the women there, the Tainos and the Spaniards even, and because they were in charge. Okay, so my point being is that all of a sudden you got a mixture of people in Puerto Rico. Same with that's the whole Caribbean pretty much was like that. You know, you had some more African like Haiti, you had some more English, some more Portugal, some more Spanish, you know what I mean? Like whatever you want to do. But we had that mixture in the Caribbean. But Puerto Ricans are like that. You know what I mean? And so Dominicans too, because you literally like at one point Haiti was the poorest country in the Caribbean, and Santo Domingo, Dominican Republic, was the richest country in the whole Caribbean. You know, so,
Glenn, you're going too far now.
no, but I'm trying to drop some knowledge real quick before I bring it back. So that's what I'm trying to. Trust me, I'm not going too far. Like I understand what you think. You think I'm slipping, but no. I'm
not slipping. Go ahead.
You know what? But you know what? We talk about this. If we talk about it today, we could have wrapped this up like Sunday, right? We're talking about it today, though, right? You feel what I'm saying? Yeah. So I'm trying to wrap it up. So all I'm saying is that everybody at the end of the day, we got difference of opinion. Everybody speaks different languages, but when it comes to humanity, at the end of the day, we all should agree that we all are about humanity, and we all had difference of opinions when it came to who fights for our rights here and there. But at the end of the day, man, you live here, you humble or not, everything's peace, man. Everything's peace. Everything's love. Everything's love and peace. I don't understand why people are mad, man. I don't understand why people get mad.
No, I think I know why people are emotional as well. You know what I'm saying? And mad and prideful. Here in the United States, I think it's all of that in the mix. Because if I go, yo, my man, you on some race, you got racism trauma. What the hell are you talking about? Racism trauma. What are you talking about? Blah blah. They'll get emotional, even that, and it's not even a knock. Cause I'll understand if an African American be like, yo, if I say you got racist trauma, he should be like, yeah, I do. It goes from generation to generations to come. But also, what do you think? Okay, Smoke. What do you think about this? About what Third had to say? He said, Punch is talking logically, Smoke is thinking with emotions. Do you feel like were you speaking his emotions, or just? Or is logically, or whatever you want to put it.
I'm just putting I'm putting my experience just like you're putting your experience, right? And what I'm saying to you is, at a time
I haven't even put my experience yet, though. Not yet.
You just said what your experience was when it came to the police brutality with the guys in Spanish Harlem, with the you told your story about the and I'm just telling you, telling you my perspective. And say again.
No, that wasn't my experience. That's what just happened. I got my own experience, but I mean, that's what you were saying. You're saying that from your perspective, it's pure police brutality, and you have a thing about the media, the media perpetuating a story so that to actually to enslave us and to keep us emotional, so that we're always reacting and never being proactive. I think that's the gist of what you're saying. 90%,
and then also you have another thing about the mentality of post-slave mentality, where you still are still working through the trauma that happened to you, right? So and I'm with all of that. Like, so just a few weeks ago we had the Devin Haney incident, right? And for me, like Devin Haney said, I'll never let myself get beat by a white boy, something like that. Yeah. I won't let myself get beat by a white boy, right?
No white boy can ever beat me.
No, he didn't say could ever beat me. That was Bernard Hopkins. That's Bernard Hopkins. He said, I won't let myself be by a white boy. The whole point of it
said no white boy could ever beat me.
No, that was Bernard Hopkins. I'm trying to anyway.
No. Devin Haney said that, bro.
Regardless, let's not get down into his actual quote. We can just pull it out, right?
I was listening to you. I was listening to everything you said. And
let me just make the point. Let me make the point, because his exact wording isn't my point, right? My point is what he was talking about, what for me, what I heard was what you were talking about: the trauma and the angst and the outrage of a cultural reference point, right? Like, this is for Black people in America. This is what we feel. We have we get it up for that white Black thing because of our story here, right? And he was speaking about to me he was giving voice to a sentiment that I've heard in so many different walks of life, from boxers to comedians to just people walking on the street to like people hanging out. Like that's just what people say. Like, kind of, that's just how we feel, and it is what you're talking about. That whole that legacy of being traumatized and what it's like to live here, right? I mean, I get what you're saying. However, there's regardless of all of that, you still have the facts that we keep dying. We're not very much. We're like 13% of the population, or maybe 20% of the population. Yet we lead the numbers of people who are being killed in police custody who aren't committing any crimes. And not only that, beyond that particular point, this was over $20. So there's an issue about why there definitely is a war on the poor, but there's also, even in that war on the poor, what's happening to the poor Black people that's disproportionate to every other poor person.
The thing is, what you're saying is I feel like all race know what you're talking about. But what I'm saying is, if we're going to talk about, it just seems to me that if anything happens, we always could bully point anybody with history. I could bully point anybody. I could do it because of history. But we also got to call it when it's creating racism and when something is actually racism. See, we're going into a time right now where we create racism because of history. See, because if I go to a job interview and the white man is interviewing me and he don't give me the job, I could bully point and say I ain't getting the job because he racist. I could bully point that because of history. When are we going to stop using history for the bully point to create racism? We should call racism when racism is racism. Not because I feel like it, not because it looks like it, but because it actually is. Because I could feel anything. I could feel if somebody does to me and I could actually say, that's racism. We're getting to a point where everything is racism and we use it as a bully point. But the bully point is that we let the narrative, we let media make that narrative and we eat it up. We don't need it to eat everything the media pushes us. Just like I gave you the example, we didn't need to eat what the media pushed in Dykeman, New York. We didn't need to we need to eat that. And guess what? In the end, those teens came back because they also felt like, they using this to break us to one another. They did a video and they say, how about you put this in the New York Post? Guess what? They didn't. Because that's what they want. Division. They want people emotional.
I have a practical solution for you. Because it's not about bully points, because it's not about changing your mind. Actually, it's really, if anything, it's about maybe being more compassionate to something you may not understand, and maybe it's not about changing your mind. Particularly, we can't. Let me finish. Let me just finish. You keep saying like bullying you, like it's like you need to come up to the same understanding that these other people have, or that you have some other understanding, right? Let's say you are correct. Let's say that they are mischaracterizing they're mischaracterizing a situation that is racist, right? They're saying that it's racist when it in fact turned out that it wasn't, and you knew it all along.
No, but probably you know.
Let me finish. The issue is, how do you approach that situation, right? And what I'm saying to you is, regardless of you being right or having the truth of the matter, maybe compassion is just the best way to go, right or wrong.
Can you say that? Can you say that again?
I said maybe compassion is just the way to go to actually to get people where you feel like they need to be this post trauma that they have from these historical incidents, right? So they can move on and actually map a future. But maybe compassion is the way to go instead of beating them instead of saying to them, you're being fooled, right? You're being fooled and manipulated by the media. But especially at a time when they're burying people.
I think that me telling them watch out for the trap, or watch out if you're about to be fooled, is compassionate to me. Because it's compassionate because you make do an emotional decision that it doesn't suit your life.
No, compassion is not an emotion. Compassion is not emotion. Compassion is actually understanding where a person is and being able to support where they are and get them to where they need to be.
But I'm not talking to George Floyd.
It's not an emotional thing. It's not an emotional thing.
We're talking to each other.
It's not about how you feel about it.
George Floyd is not your brother or your sister, your mother, even me. It's not. So I could actually look at something with my mind. I'm thinking with my mind, I could feel the pain, but I could go back and actually think about it with my mind. Now, let's say if George Floyd was my brother or sister, right away is emotional. I don't want to hear nothing. If somebody hits my daughter, her boyfriend hits my daughter, I don't want to hear, oh, but your daughter hit me with an iron stick. No, my emotions, because that's my daughter, and right away I'm on emotions. But with George Floyd, I'm not emotional. I could think with my head because I don't have a personal relationship with him. Sometimes we do just think about emotions or right away. But think about it. I'm gonna ask you a simple question right back. Smoke. Did George Floyd die because of racism?
In a nutshell, George Floyd died because he couldn't breathe. Like, okay, now all the forces that cause him not being able to breathe, there's the genesis of that. Yeah, I believe that racism has a lot to do with it.
So he died because of racism. How do you know?
Yeah, but does that mean that he didn't die because of police brutality? No, it's not an either or situation.
Okay, was his police brutality that he died was cause of racism?
Pardon me?
The police brutality, was it ignited because the police officers was racist?
So I can't speak to what that police officer is or isn't, right? That's not the issue. The issue is whether really, I think you're okay. So there's a couple of things I think that just keep missing, just keep being overlooked. We're talking about a system and numbers, not in this specific system, in this specific incident. These are two individuals, right? What we can say about the two individuals is one guy was a private citizen and one guy was doing his job.
What's the two?
Right?
Who's the two you're talking about right now?
The officer, the arresting officer, and George Floyd, right?
There's there's two other officers on him.
Right. But the two other, if the two other officers had done exactly what they had done, but that one guy didn't have his knee on that guy's neck, George Floyd would be alive.
So you're saying that the other guys that was on top of him while the guy's on his neck, that's what it's just, you're just looking at the white guy on his neck. You're not looking at the collective.
No, I'm talking about a system. What I'm saying is you are just looking at it as is that guy racist? I don't know that guy's an American. That guy's an American.
So you said
to me, it doesn't surprise me that Americans are racist. I know that racism is a big thing in America. I don't know the guy specifically, so I can't say specifically whether or not that guy is racist, but it wouldn't surprise me to find out that he is.
The question was the police brutality was ignited by racism? You said
no,
yes.
Right. So that's it. Right. What I'm saying to you is your question doesn't speak to what the actual community is experiencing. The community is not experiencing this as an isolated incident. What the community is experiencing is this as an ongoing incident.
Okay, ongoing. All right, so ongoing incident of police brutality or ongoing incident of racism.
There's not an either or. I don't know why why there has to be one or the other.
Because it gets an uproar if it's racism. If it's police brutality, it don't get the same uproar unless it's a white cop doing it to a brother.
Okay.
If a Latino cop think about it. If a Latino, how many cops you think killed a black person this year or last year? You could go to FBI.
I don't know.
Org.
I can look it up. I can look it up.
You could go to FBI org. It's easy. Anybody could go to get them public records.
Yeah.
So there should be an uproar a lot when it's time that a black person dies in the hands of a cop. Do you know that it's 90% that if a cop kills a brother, it comes from another Latino or black officer? Do you know that 90% of it?
Okay, so again, you may be talking about when cops of color kill other people of color while in commission of a crime. This is not in the commission of a crime. No, that is what the issue is.
This is unarmed.
Here's the whole thing. Here's the whole thing. Listen, we already broken this thing down, which is why they've passed laws, because they've already figured this whole stuff out. Like whether or not we're like this entire thing, I get what you're saying when it comes to what the media, what drives ratings in America to the media. And I'm not arguing with you on this. Like, I get what you're saying. What you're saying is a fact. However, regardless of what the media's motivations are for telling a story, that doesn't take away from the facts of the story.
The facts of the story is what? Tell me the facts of the story. Let's go by the facts.
And this is what I'm trying to. And this is what I'm trying to tell you. What this is, and I'm trying to tell you. I'm trying to tell you what it is. What the facts of the story? The facts of the story is it is open season on black people in America.
No. That's
cops do it. Let me tell you. I got you. I know. That's the issue, because you think that it is my job to convince you. Okay, listen to you. Here's the thing. Here's the thing. You asked me what the facts are. I'm telling you what they are, and I'm not even done. And you're already telling me that it's not the facts of the story.
All right, go ahead.
And as if it is my job to convince you that my facts are the facts. It isn't. That's what I'm telling you about compassion.
This is not.
This is what I'm telling you. This is what I'm saying to you. When I say to you that 30% of inmates in California, 30% of the male inmates in California are black, but we are less than 6% of the population, that is a fact, right? What I'm trying to explain to you in just broad terms, right? I can keep going through all of these different kinds of statistics and data to let you know that it is open season on us here.
I'm going by this case. I'm going by this case.
I know. That's what I'm telling you. This case is not an isolated incident.
Okay. Put it this way. Okay. I'm a not simplify, but give you another route so you can understand where I'm coming from. You mentioned other things to justify because it's open season on black, right? You said that. Now let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
Okay. Family court looks like the Million Man March. Family court looks like the Million Man March. It is that open season on blacks, or what is it?
That's family court. I'm talking about I'm talking about planned.
Wait. Family court
I'm talking about life and death. I'm talking about the fact that you can kill with impunity. Like I'm not even talking about whether or not. Listen. Here's the thing. Here's what I'm trying to tell you. Black people killing black people is also getting away with it. The fact that the black life is worth what it is in America is a vestige of a system, right? It's not just a bug. It's not just a media generated thing.
The emotions are.
No, the emotions is you are just on some emotion. Like, listen, I don't know what it is about you and emotions. I'm telling you about facts, not emotion. I don't know what it is about. Like, I don't know what this deflection is about emotions. Whatever people feel, what they feel. People feel what they feel. Whatever.
You know why?
But I'm not even talking about. I'm not talking about feelings. I'm not even talking about feelings at all.
No,
I'm telling you about history and facts and data.
Tell me about facts.
I'm just telling you, like, when I actually give you the facts, you tell me that I'm bullying you with history. When I give you the data, you tell me I'm emotional.
Brother.
What I'm trying to explain to you, is my feelings have nothing to do with you. I haven't even told you how I felt about it.
Brother, we're here to elevate each other. It's not really to go at one another, but look. Hold on, bro.
I'm here.
It's checking one another, right?
Yeah, I'm here.
This is what I do. I ask a simple question for you, but you do go to all these other cases and stuff like that. I ask you a simple question. Was this incident, I'm talking about George Floyd itself, the cops that killed George Floyd, was this racism?
Okay, to the extent that you have a white guy on the neck of a black guy who is already subdued, who has committed no crime, right?
It's not, but that's what I mean.
Right. So to the point that he's done that, he has done two things. He has done an overtly police brutality, like he's used excessive force. That's his overt act, and his subversive act is the fact that he is doing this to a black man, and he's not a black man. And he's also a cop who has also been empowered to do this to black people, regardless of their ethnicity, regardless of their home country's origin.
So what you're saying, Smoke, is let the other cops off jail right now, because the only man that you're looking at is the cop that had his knee on him. You're not mentioning the black or the other cops or the Asian. Not really the Asian. He was looking on, but the other guys on top of him. So let them go, right?
Okay, so now if
only mentioning the white cop.
Okay, so now you're about absolutes. What I'm saying to you is one guy is way more responsible than every other guy. Now, if you're going to say that the other guy should go scot-free, I think that seems a little extreme, but they probably will. It is likely that they all will go scot-free.
If I shoot you in the neck and the dagger, and my boy shoot you in the leg, who goes to jail? Who kills you? It was both of us, or because you hit the deadly shot in the neck? Think about it.
But are we all going to get the same time? Think about it. That's what I'm saying. Right, but we're not all going to get the same time. That's the whole point.
Oh, yes, you do. You
can snitch and get later. You can do the crime. You can actually be the one who stabbed the neck and then confess to it first and get less time.
No. I ain't say that. I said me and you Smoke. You got a gun. I got a gun. Boom. Right. We shoot this guy. You hit him in the dagger in the neck. Actually, boom. I hit him in the leg and the ankle. Are we going to go to jail for murder at the same time?
At the same time, I mean, it depends on it. Listen. Here's the thing: you can get separate trials. You can do it. Your question is: are you going to go to jail for? Are you both going to go to jail for that crime?
For murder?
Yes. Are you going to get the same amount of time?
Yes.
Depends.
Smoke.
And that's the justice system we live here. Like, that's what I'm saying. If you want to know if you want to have these questions, these are the answers to these questions for real.
I'll leave that one. Okay, I'll just leave that one.
I'm telling you, like the reason why the media is doing the way what it does the media try to foment
so you will get 25 to life and I will get 10 years because my gun shoot you. So you will get 25 to life and I'll get 10 years because when I shot the dude, I'm the one that hit him in the ankle and you're the one that hit him in the neck.
No, you're gonna you're gonna get 10 years because you snitched.
No, what are you talking about? Smoke about snitching.
I'm telling you, if you give up the entire crime, if you say, you know what, this guy did this, that, and the third, whoever makes that deal first is going to have a reduced sentence.
That's not a deal when we're both killing the dude. That's not a deal.
Okay, yes, but the deal you get is for a reduced sentence.
Bro, it's me and you going at a dude. We shoot him. Your gun hits the neck. My gun hits the ankle. I'm not talking about no separate stuff. I'm talking about just straight up killing the dude. Are we you because I hit him in the neck? Oh man, I missed the heart. Oh, they're gonna give me 10. Woohoo! And you get 25 years. That's what you're saying right now, Smoke.
No, I'm not saying. Okay, listen.
We
no,
both
what
get 25 years, bro.
Here's what your scenario. Okay, so without we're going down this rabbit hole. All of the officers did not have their knee on his neck, right?
True.
They didn't.
No.
It wasn't. So it's not this whole thing about both guns hitting them and all this stuff. That doesn't apply to the officers.
No, they both get in charge with the same charge.
Right, the three officers, because they're all doing crowd control and not attending to the pleas of that guy who was in custody, and it was their responsibility once he was in custody,
so
to actually make sure he was safe.
No, so why charge him with the same charge you're charging the guy that did the deadly thing? Why charge the black cop and the other white cop and the other Asian the same time you're giving the guy that actually did the blow and killed George Floyd?
Right, because I don't think okay, and maybe you can informing me right now. Maybe we're informing each other. Oh. I wasn't aware that they were all charged with the same thing.
Second degree murder.
I thought the one guy had his charges upped, and then they charged 3 other guys who hadn't been charged at all.
Nah, they charged all of them with second degree murder.
Okay, so that's news to me.
That's my thing. So that's what I was saying with the ankle.
Why did they charge him all with second degree murder? I don't know. Because they overcharged.
No, they call it.
Why not?
No, they call it. What's the word? Something to murder. Something. What's that? I got it in the tip of my tongue.
There's manslaughter.
No.
There's
Damn. What's the? Hold on. Let's get it right here, so we could just be,
Yeah. Also, like when it comes to charging, man, they also overcharge you. They overcharge you so they can settle on something else.
Mm-hmm. All I'm saying, the whole point that we was talking about, was that there's certain I was going protesting. This is what my protest that I've been going this week is for police brutality, because it happened to me, it's happened to a lot of people, it's happened to every color, everybody. The statistics says that every color has gone through police brutality. That's facts. There's people out there that's going after racism because they feel like what happened to George Floyd was basically off racism. What I'm saying is that the media, that's why my first question was, why did the media all of a sudden after the 10th day put the picture of the black cop? Because I feel, I'm not saying I'm 100% right. This is what I feel, because I'm fighting the narratives already. Because I feel if my people identify the narrative, we won't get emotional and see what the media is trying to do to us.
The emotion already happened. And the emotion was the immediate thing, and it wasn't really a media generated image.
No, it was.
See, that's the whole thing. Is the media? It wasn't like the images of George Floyd's death were a media generated image. They were generated by the general public, just like Rodney King.
Yeah, but it's not like we saw George Floyd died and then we saw a tape 2 weeks. 2 weeks after. No, this was an immediate. Yes, it came. Yes, it was a social media thing, but then right away they picked it up. It's not like it gave like 2-3 days. No, boom.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying to you. That's my point to you. Is that the context of the story about all these other officers and how deep it goes? That is the way that stories develop. The media reports on the incident and then gets backstories. Like, it's not like they knew this was going to happen and knew that there was stories and knew that there was black cops and all this stuff. Like, what they are, the media is largely reactionary.
So let's say Justin right here. I mean, we're having a good dialogue, so I appreciate what you're saying. Don't think I don't appreciate what you're saying. I love everything you're saying, bro. This is just us challenging each other, how we think as people.
I get it.
So let's say Justin, he says the black cop didn't kill him. So I asked Justin, let the black man go. Let that black officer go then. What do you say about that, Justin? Let the 2 officers that was on top of him go. Just get the black officer on the neck. Let the other guys be fired and just get the white officer. What's his name? Derek Chauvin. Let's get him. That's it.
See,
what do you think?
Well, there's another issue with that particular police force's history in the community and their treatment of their interaction with the black community.
Yeah.
Right. And that's the problem with treating this as it's some isolated incident and not for what it is. And that's the actual problem with telling people whether like their feelings are being manipulated by the media.
No, but right? That's what I mean.
That's what I'm just saying. I mean, I get what you're saying. Okay, let me just give you a little bit of background. I worked in the media. I worked in the media. I worked for an international newswire for 2 years when I was coming up, 20 years ago. Right. So I've actually written stories that appeared in newspapers and on the local news here in the Bay Area, San Francisco and Oakland. Right. So I did it to feed myself for a couple 3 years.
Okay.
Right. So I have maybe a different sort of perspective on what it is, like the way the media works, just how it reacts. And yes, they're definitely looking for it's actually just like the cop. Like they're just media people are just like the cop. They're people in our society. They get stories and then you have to give a take on a particular story. And yeah, the stories that the media gravitate towards generally have to do with definitely have to do with violence, right? And then when you deal with violence, generally you're dealing in low-income neighborhoods. So then you get all of the other issues that you deal with when you deal with low income, right?
Yeah. Mm. Hello?
Yeah, no, I'm here. But are they looking for it? Are they looking for that angle? Are they only trying to perpetrate that angle? And is it a nefarious thing? Are they hiding? Are they hiding information in order to manipulate?
No,
right.
I think, okay, go ahead. No, I thought that was a question.
No, I'm saying that it may appear that way, and it could even when it comes to sensitive information, like exonerating or convicting police or charging police because the media has some sort of information that the general public doesn't. There's generally protocols for it.
Mm-hmm.
Because the outlets themselves can be held liable. Like
I just rather get the official story than paint a narrative. Let me get the narrative after I get the facts, because if you give me the wrong story as the first story, you're gonna have what we're looking at right now. What's going on right now? Because this is what I mean. I think the bomb was the narrative that it was a white cop doing to a black cop. Because when it happened in Staten Island, and this was actually the dude was on the floor, shot him on the floor, and then said what he said to the guy. He said, "Man, I told you to stop." Because he knew what he did was actually wrong. It didn't cause an uproar. Because the narrative was, it was a black Latino that killed a African American, or I think the guy was Latino as well. It didn't get the uproar. It needed the white man, the white officer, to do it to a black man to get what we're getting today.
Okay, so there's
so I felt
here. Okay,
hold on, because
are you saying?
Before I forget, because this because I wanted to say something after you said the isolated incident. You said, because you're trying to say I shouldn't look at this like an isolated incident. You're looking at an isolated incident. Just let me clarify.
No, I'm not saying. I'm not saying what you should or shouldn't do. Not at all. I'm just saying that for you, you are looking at it as an isolated incident. For other people, they aren't.
Okay,
I'm not saying what you should do or not. And just for you, just for a point of clarification, long before these videos about a black cop being involved, people were protesting about police brutality. They had already went on with that narrative of police brutality. They didn't need to see the image of a black cop in order to be out there for police brutality.
No,
like that's what I'm trying to.
No, of course.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. It wasn't the media hiding something. The people gleaned on to police brutality right away. The issue is whether or not black people need to convince everybody else about their suffering, or whether or not anybody should care about this. Here's what I'm saying: or whether or not we have the ability to make somebody care about our suffering.
But because think about it.
For us, for what I'm saying, for us, for black people, it is not. It's not a point of 100 years ago. It's for 100 years.
No, but I understand.
It's not about 150 years ago. It's for 150 years.
Who in America? And I'm talking about residents. I'm not gonna put Europeans or people that are not residents or citizens here that really don't know too much about the history of America. But who in 2020 do not know about black suffering? Who? What race?
No, nobody does. Okay, here's what you're saying.
Everybody knows about the suffering. Everybody knows
but they
about
don't
the
know.
100 years.
But here's what I'm saying. But they don't know.
How much
your questions say what they know. They don't know. All they know is that black people feel like they've had it, and because of the emotion that black people have, then they just go along with it. But they don't want to actually hear about it because they make it about themselves when they're confronted with it. Instead, what they make it about a million other things.
I mean,
it's about a million other things.
But who?
What?
You said
what
that,
I'm saying.
You said that many people, everybody knows about the suffering. We are
okay, but they don't. What I'm telling you is everybody doesn't know about the suffering. They don't know about the suffering, and they don't care about the suffering. Okay, if they know about the suffering, then why are you? If you know about the suffering, if you know about the suffering, here's a question for you, Punch. Here's a question for you. Here's a question for you. If you know about the suffering, why are we out here talking about police brutality and not about that?
You already answered it. You said
everybody knows about the suffering. So then why is it this whole thing about it's either police brutality or it's racism?
But that's what we're talking about right now. We're talking about
my point. But you said everybody knows, but we got to talk about it. If we know, then we don't have to talk about it. We already know.
Look, everybody knows, but when you said that, you'd be like, well, there's people that don't care. Right? That's what you said. That's why I said you answer your own question. People know.
People who don't know and people don't care. Everybody doesn't know.
Okay, so you know that people don't care. Then what are you gonna keep telling them? If there's a couple people that don't care, what are you gonna do about it?
Correct. What do you do about the people who don't know and the people who don't care? You have to get the truth not only have to be the truth, but it also has to be told.
Yes.
So you keep telling the truth. So you keep telling the truth, regardless of who the hell, regardless of what the reaction is, right? The truth has to be told, period. But then also you have to deal with what all of these issues are. For me, the issues are oppression. That's it. All of it is.
Yes, but this is what it is.
That's all it is. Oppression.
This is what it is.
So you got oppression when it comes to the haves versus the people who don't have as much. You have oppression when it comes to people who are empowered to legally kill citizens.
Yes.
And you have the oppression of people who have passed these laws in order to secure their own power bases and don't give a damn about the other people who don't have as much power.
The thing is,
right. So those are all the issues for me. How you address those? I can tell you about my own personal thing, but first you have to even address the fact that those are the issues. There's also another oppression. There's the oppression of the ongoing oppression of Black people, specifically Black people in America.
But that's
specifically the way we are oppressed economically,
my brother,
and through the cops.
My brother, but that's why I posed the question earlier. I said, if all law enforcement get down on their knees, beg, everything will be there. Fix the whatever reforms. If they give you a 40 acres and a mule, all the white people in the history of America
the cops
right
can't
now
give you
that's
40
alive,
acres and a mule. But
down.
the cops can't give you that. The cops can't give you that. All the cops can do. Listen, what the cops can do for me is stay the fuck out of my.
So what would it take? What would it take? Because that's the real question. Now that we got to get deep in, what would it take for African Americans not to feel like if something happens, it's not racist? When?
Okay, this is what I'm trying to tell you. When this society stops marginalizing the racist shit that it does and put it in all this other stuff, when they actually acknowledge the racism that exists and starts making the steps to fix the racist shit that they do.
I'm asking you what to fix.
Okay, I mean, there's any number of things. Like I just was telling you about the inmate. First off, they can stop criminalizing our behavior. The same way, like the reason why crack is 3 years, but powdered cocaine is 3 months. Like you can stop doing shit like that. You can stop like dude, like there's any number of social justice reforms that can happen when it comes to specifically the way Black people are treated. Like even the way that we vote, like everything about our whole thing, like, but what I'm saying to you is first it takes the acknowledgement that it's happening so that I don't have to enumerate all the little things and the big things that need to happen.
You said
right? Because really police brutality is easy.
You said two things,
that is the easiest thing. All you have to do is pass a law and say no more choking. You said like treat everybody nicely. That is way easier than actually fixing the institutional oppression that happens between the haves and have-nots and definitely Black people.
You said one thing. You said one thing that is also self-inflicted. You mentioned voting. How do people vote? Why do people vote this way? Why? Why do people vote a certain way? Why do most black people vote Democrats?
Okay. All right. All right. So my grandfather was a bundler for the Republican Party, right? And that was before the Civil Rights Act made the Republican Party, like everybody. Anyway, the Southerners used to be Democrats. All the South used to be all Democrat, right? So the Black vote used to be all Republican as a result. But then the Republicans didn't like the Civil Rights Act. The Democrats did. The blacks, the Black vote went Democratic ever since the Civil Rights Act passed, right? So that's the history lesson of it all. But since then, there's been gerrymandering. There's been any number of things that have suppressed the Black vote and hardened these political positions so we have a situation that we have today.
Okay. So
right, it's not like when it comes to just in general, whether or not government can solve our problems or business can solve our problems, because that's all the Democrats and Republicans have for us. Who's going to solve our problems?
How about us? How about us?
Yeah. I'm saying what I'm saying is not an either or situation. It's government and business.
I'm asking you a question. Can we mentally solve our problem? Can I say, you know what? Can I say, for example, racism doesn't affect me? It's not going to stop me. It's not going to stop me.
Right.
Can I say
that? You can say that all you want, but the system also has to do a thing. Right. So
like what?
You can say that the issue is you can say that the racism is not going to stop you, but that doesn't mean that the system, and that's when you're looking at yourself as an individual. Mm-hmm. But racism is about you as an individual. It's about you as a community member. Right. Okay. And that's you can separate guys and make them tokens and make them representatives, but that doesn't mean that the people become free and that racism no longer exists because you achieved some goal that you set out to achieve.
So if I, let's say, achieve a goal, for example, if I achieve a goal and I don't think racism could stop me, and I'm going to apply that type of mindset to my people, is it wrong?
You can apply whatever mindset you want. What I'm saying is, at a certain point, you're gonna have to deal with. At a certain point, you're gonna have to deal with the racist system. So either you're going to change the racist system. This is assumption. Either you're going to change the racist system, or you're going to become a pawn of the racist system. Wait. That's all that's going to happen.
Wait. This is assumption. Let's say, I'm gonna give you an example. I don't think racism. racism doesn't stop me. I know racism exists, but it ain't gonna stop me. Not gonna stop me making money. It's not gonna stop me from owning. And it's not gonna stop me from anything. Being a good man, being righteous, or whatever, or loving or treating my wife right. Everything is not gonna stop me. If I tell you, and let's say I'm succeeding in life with my mindset, and I tell you, yo, and let's say you're struggling with the mindset of all the racism and all these systems and all this, and I say, yo, Smoke, how about this? Take my strategy, my thinking strategy for 2 years, and just abandon what you believe just for 2 years, and let's say it works for you. What are you gonna say?
I'm gonna say that the goals that I have nothing to do with solving the problems of human interaction. It's just about gratifying whatever self-indulgent fantasy I can have. Like I can come up with goals to appease myself and to entertain myself that racism won't stop. I've already done that. But what I'm saying to you is, but my issue is not about that. The issue is whether or not we live in an oppressive society, not whether or not I can maneuver this oppressive society for my own ends.
If one man could do it, 2 men could do it. If 2 men could do it, 3 men could
right.
do it.
But everybody do what though? What is it you're trying to do? That's the issue. If you're trying to do, if all you're trying to do is get over for yourself, yes, you don't need racism. Won't stop you from doing it.
If one person could do it, we all could do it. That's what I'm saying.
Do what though? Do what though?
To live, you could succeed whatever you want in this country.
Succeed. Okay, succeed. How? How are you describing success? How are you describing success?
No. You could be okay. I don't know what anybody's success because I don't know about anybody's feelings.
No, I'm saying how you describe. You're saying everyone can do whatever they want and be successful. So how are you describing the success? How are you describing success? What if you're describing success is I want to live in a free society with a working justice system? Have you done that?
Can I be my own?
Why don't you set your goals higher? Why don't instead of having these self-serving goals, set your goals higher to actually include freedom, so that racism is a problem for you.
Racism is not a problem for me. That's what I'm saying.
I know. That's what I'm saying. Because you're making goals. So why racism won't be a problem for you.
Why not anybody make the same type goals to stop bitching about the same
shit? Right. Because you won't actually end the racist system.
Yo,
doing this. What
my brother, think about it, yo. If I think like you right now all the time, I will tell my kids right now, my 3 kids, well, you might not go and get it because there's racism going on, and you're not gonna get this, and you gotta get over this, and you gotta go to this. Daddy, I want to be that. But no, because of racism and this, and you might not gonna get that. Oh no, but Daddy, I want to be racism. Stop complaining about racism for one second, my brother. Listen to me. Stop thinking about racism. If you want to accomplish and want to make money and want to own and want to live a righteous man, and you could be that in this country. But if you keep dwelling on racism time and time again, it stops you from overcoming. There's people already that died for us to be in 2020 so we could have what we have. Let's also appreciate that we here in 2020 and have these opportunities when back then they was fighting just to have these opportunities. Yes, let's live, let's grow, let's fight, but also appreciate that what we could accomplish anything we want in life. Stop always complaining about something that never happened to somebody. If that's history, because we could always go back to history, my brother. We could always go back to history.
Oh my God, you keep saying history. You keep saying history, but man, you're screaming. You keep screaming, bro. You're tripping. You're tripping, Punch. You're literally tripping.
No, I'm not tripping. I am not tripping.
You're tripping. You're on one right now. You keep saying go back to history. It's not about history, yo.
Complaining all day fucking long.
Exactly, bro. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
I know. Man, it's always gonna be hard. There's always gonna be haters. There's always gonna be racism. Get over it. Because you know what?
right. There's always going to be racism with that attitude. There's always going to be racism with that attitude. There's always going to be racism with that attitude. With the attitude of I don't care about with the attitude of I don't need to actually need to.
I'm not yelling at you. I'm not yelling at you.
I know, but I'm just telling you. I know, but I'm telling you, you're going off.
Let you go. I'm
gonna let you go, man.
Hold on, let me go. Let me go.
Okay, go ahead.
Let me go. Everybody, me Punch. I'm telling you, you could say whatever you want. You could listen to Smoke, anything he has to say. But I'm gonna tell you right now. This is America. There's gonna be a bunch of people that's gonna come from China, third world country, and they're gonna set up shop. And you know what? That guy from Pakistan, that guy from Dominican Republic, he's gonna come to a town and he's gonna want to open up a business. And he's not gonna be like, you know what? I'm not gonna open up a business because I feel like this is the black man and he has an opportunity to open up a business. He's gonna set up shop. He's not gonna wait for nobody. It's time for black people to wake the fuck up and do what you gotta do. Because other people are not gonna stop and pity you all fucking day long. Rise up. Rise up. Put your bootstraps on. Stop complaining like little fucking bitches. And put your bootstrap on and get what's out there. Get the opportunities out there for you. Stop complaining all day long about the fucking racism. Fight, but also appreciate that you have the opportunity to live right now and accomplish a lot of things in life.
Yeah. Okay. So what you're saying, I don't have any problem with, and listen, and I also don't have
excuses. Stop
okay. Here's the thing. Here's the thing.
Look. Smoke. We all know about the history of African Americans and the hurt and the oppressed and the Wait! And this, I go out there and protest, okay? I be on the front line, so I know what the fuck I'm talking about. Nobody could tell me nothing. I fight, and I fight for African Americans as well. So listen to me when I'm saying this. I go out there every day and leave my family and fight and protest. So I know what the fuck I'm talking about. Okay? But I don't go out there and complain all fucking day. I'm not going out there protesting, fuck the police, these racist ass police. That's not my protest. My protest is a mental revolution. My protest is not a peaceful one. My protest is not a riot one. My protest is not blaming the fucking world that I don't have this and I don't have that. We living in a mental state. They got us here. They got us here. They got us fucked up here. So it don't matter if they give us 40 acres and a mule. It don't matter if they beg forgiveness. It don't matter if they pass all the reforms to cater to African Americans. It has to
you're
start
on one.
here.
You're on one, dude. You're tripping. You're tripping. You're literally tripping.
I'm not,
like what you're talking about. Listen, what you're listen.
No, I'm not.
Listen. Let me explain it. Let me explain something to you. Let me explain something to you about. Let me just say this. Like you're creating a narrative. You're creating a narrative that people don't get. Listen. Let me just say. Let me just say something.
I got you, and I'm gonna stay shut. I'm gonna let you rock. I'm gonna let you rock and say your piece. Look, anybody out here, anybody could call me a coon or Uncle Tom. You tripping, you fucking up, you out of pocket. But there's one thing that nobody could say to me, that I'm lying.
No, I'm not saying you're lying. I think you're mistaken, and I think that you're talking about a very small segment of people who may not be. Who may let me finish. You said you're gonna let me rock. You seem to think that racism doesn't exist, or that racism is the issue. Racism is the problem that some people use as an excuse to not. Let me finish. For this entire thing, you went on to screaming about black people and what black people need to do and forget about racism and do all this, a bunch of self-serving shit so they can imitate immigrants and what the hell immigrants got going on. Like we have the same issues. We don't. What if the issue is just owning a business? Then fine, go protest for opening a business. That's not what the stakes are for us. That might be what the stakes are for you. That might be what the stakes are for them, but that's not what the stakes are for us here.
Explain.
What I'm saying to you is we're getting fucking killed, and you're talking about opening a business. I'm saying that we're being incarcerated, and you're talking about bootstrapping. What I'm trying to tell you is a system that is. What I'm trying to tell you. Well, listen, why you screaming about opportunities? What I'm trying to tell you is I do own. Right? Let me tell you something. I do own. Right? My children are grown. My children own. My children have jobs. Racism didn't stop them. My children still do what it takes to end racism. It's not about just. It's not just about having a bunch of. So let me finish. It's not just about looking in the mirror and saying, "What do I want with my life that I can?" It's not saying what can I settle for because I can't do nothing about racism. That's not what's happening here. That's not what's happening with people. That's not what's happening with people in the struggle. Listen, let me tell you. I listen to you. I listen to you scream. I listen to you tell black people in America how they should think, act, and feel. So now you said you're gonna let me cook. So let me cook. I listen to you scream it. I listen to you scream at black people about how they're fucking up and how they need to imitate immigrants. So now let me cook. Let me cook. You said you're gonna let me cook. So let me cook.
Don't lie, bro.
Let me cook.
You just saying that.
I'm not lying, dude. I'm not lying. If you don't agree, then listen. Just let me cook, and then tell me how I'm wrong after I'm done cooking. Tell me how I'm wrong after I'm done cooking, right? Because you're not listening. But you're not listening. You just tell me I'm lying. You just tell me I'm lying. You're not listening. You're not listening to me. You're just telling me I'm lying.
Everybody in this country dying, man. Not only black.
Hey, listen, I got it. Everybody. I'm not talking about everybody. I'm talking about us. I'm not talking about everybody's history. Listen, and I'm not talking about history. I'm talking about now and how long it's been going on. Not that it happened some time ago. You keep making it like it's some historical thing that happened in the past. Not only did it happen in the past, it's happening today.
Who said it?
That's the issue. The issue is the ongoing legacy. And the ongoing legacy isn't going to be solved by sticking your head in the sand and getting a mountain of things.
It's not isolated issues to you.
It's not. Listen, that's what I'm trying to tell you. Listen to what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying to you. This is what I'm saying to you. What this is about is about the way human beings interact with one another. That's what this is about. It is not about opening a business. It is not about social. It's not about social mobility. It's not about your economic empowerment. It's not about none of that. It's literally about the way people interact with other people. And that is not going to be solved by your purchasing power.
Yo, I feel everything you're saying, bro.
That's what I'm trying to tell you, dude. You're not looking at one about like, hey, you know what? Like I can achieve a goal, so racism don't. And let me achieve a goal. That is so small that I let a racist system keep going.
You're not looking at this like an isolated issue.
No, because it's not an isolated incident.
All right. So, okay, that's why I came with
it's a system-wide incident that keeps going. Police are just a symptom of this.
That's why I came, brother. That's why I came with the family court example, because you're not looking this as an isolated issue. Yet, if you're going to go to court for family court, for example, for child support and things of that nature, for example, and the judge says, you know what? All black and Latinos don't pay. Fuck it, you gotta pay. No, but I'm here with my son. And they look at it like an isolated issue. That's what they do in the family court. Yet you doing the same thing like this issue. You're not looking like this in an isolated issue.
No, man.
But in family court, every man will wish that they look at this thing like an isolated issue.
Listen, I don't know what your point is about family court. I truly don't. What I'm trying to say to you.
You're gonna lose it.
No, you have to understand this.
You have to understand. No, I'm saying that you're looking at this like an isolated. You're not looking at this an isolated issue. When you're looking at George Floyd, you're looking at everything that has been happening up to George Floyd. So this is why you come up with your feelings about this is another black man killed by a white man. You're not looking at it,
bro. I'm not. Listen, who said? Listen, was it a black man killed by a white man? Yes or no? Yes or no?
It was a white man, black man, white man that killed George Floyd.
Okay, great. So to the extent that I point that out, that's it. To the extent that I point that out, to the extent that I point out the history of that and why Black people might feel some kind of way about that. That's what I'm pointing out. Now you can also point out the fact that it was a police guy killing a guy who had committed either no crime or low level crime. Right, you can add that to it. You can also add to the point. You can add to the way that poor people are treated. You can add any number of things, and each of one of those things are facts. They do not have to oppose each other. They're not at war with one another. You can just acknowledge all the facts of the case.
Am I acknowledging what I saw?
Right. You don't have to marginalize, or you don't have to demonize or tell Black people how to fucking be. You can just say, yeah, this happened, and just say, sorry that happened to you. I don't feel the way that you feel, and move on.
Bro, I'm just like you said, you can only go by your experience, right? Right? So okay, so I respect that. So if I go with my experience as well, not my downfall experience, because I could bitch about that all day. But what I feel, what most people want, opportunity to work, to have money in their pocket, to have control of their life, emotionally, mentally, financially, physically. If I have those type of things that's working out for me, my experience, I'm gonna help on my people. The thing is, what I see with my people is that there's a lot of things that holds them back. But mentally,
yeah. But what the issue is, once you've done what it needs for you to do for yourself, there's tools that you learn to be successful within a racist system for yourself don't really translate for actually helping your people. That's what you find out, because you actually, what it takes is a lifetime of divorcing yourself from the people suffering in order for you to achieve those goals you're trying to get.
What am I supposed to do, brother? Just do not accomplish anything because I would look like a sellout?
No, and stop making an enemy of enemy of things like that. No, I'm saying to you, that's what I'm saying. I'm answering your thing. What I'm saying to you
I'm
is,
out there protesting,
it's not an either or situation. You don't have to ignore the suffering of people in order to achieve your goal.
Brother, how am I ignoring if I'm out there in the front lines? How am I ignoring it?
Okay.
Am I going out there and saying, all y'all dudes? Am I saying all the protests out here is bullshit?
Right. No, but you're on the line for yourself. You're not on the front lines for them. You're on the front lines for yourself. You're actually on the front lines denying what's happening to the other people. They're telling you there's a racist situation. You're saying it's not.
Yo,
you're not on the front lines for them. You're on the front lines for you.
It's like you almost like the media. It's like, see, you work with the media. You want to take this little thing and make it, brother, please listen to me. Please listen to me. This is sincere. I do not fucking waste my time to go to protest, leave my family on a day that I could be with my family for me and protest for Punch Drunk. I do not do that.
No, I'm saying for your family too. It's for your family too.
I do it. I protest to ask the right questions so I could get the right answers to see how I'm going to move forward and come back to my community and tell them what the response I got from law enforcement while I protest.
Okay, so here's really what it is. I think here's what the frustration is. I think that you're looking for these things in the wrong places. Protesters are reformers. That's what they're there to do. They're there to bitch about the part of the system that they don't like and they want changed. They are not there for revolution. I don't know what you mean about revolution of the mind, but there's a difference. There's literally a difference between protesters and revolutionaries, right? Revolutionaries already have a plan and they implement an action because they are going to create a completely new system. That's not what you get at protesters. I'm very interested in this revolution of the mind and more about it. But from what I understand about revolution, it's a different concept.
This revolution, this is what it is, though. This is why I also feel that even if it's a revolution in the mind, not all hands is going to be on deck. When something happens, all hands got to be on deck. It can't be no half and half. It has to be on deck. When I say revolution in the mind, meaning you and I know if we go on a revolution for war and physically, we will lose. We don't have the power. We don't have the machinery to go out there and do and have a war. No. Also, if
we don't have an organizing principle to do it. Like what would we be fighting for?
Hold on. Peaceful protest.
That's not a word. That definitely won't go. That is not an organizing principle for war. Peaceful protest. Well, that you won't win a war with that as an organizing principle. Not at all.
Exactly. So rioting is not going to win it. Peaceful protest is not going to win it. So how do you win it? It has to be something. Has to be very, very smart. Here comes the mental part of it. The mental part is something that we need to strategize because we know we can't do it physically or we can't do it just peaceful protest. That's what I mean, a revolutionary, but with the mental mind. Do I have all the answers? No, but I feel cold-heartedly that it has to be with the mind. Just like we're mind fucked in a lot of things, we have to mind fuck them. How do we do it? That's the question. That's how we got the answers already. I feel just by me protesting, I got the answers that it has to be a mental revolution. However it sounds, it might other be like, what the fuck you talking about, Punch Drunk? I understand the mental. All we know is it can be physical war because we don't have the power to do so. And it can't be this peaceful protesting stuff. We got to ask the right question, the right answers. So when I went to protest, most of the police officers says that we're wasting our time. When I answer the question, my number one question of all those days I'm protesting to police officers is, how do we bridge the gap with police officers and civilian in the inner cities? And I gave them a lot of examples on how we interact with one another that is very, very horrible, right? Most of them, I could say 80%, almost 90% also says, I don't know where to start. So I said, if we can't talk, if you don't have the answers to how we gonna bridge the gap, and if all y'all felt, because almost all the police officers while we protesting, they looking around, they looking at us like we're stupid. So I was asking, I was examining, and on my protests, I'm examining the police officers. So most of them are saying that we're wasting our time. It's not gonna do anything. So if they feel like that, imagine how the California police officers feel in every other state. So they all might feel the same way. And that's why I came with the conclusion that protesting is doing shit. They don't give a damn. And rioting is not going to do shit. So it got to be something real smart and some real mental. We got to go with the mental part. Now we got to strategize here. Everything that everything that they do to us to get us emotional, we have to eliminate that. We have to push it to now you ain't gonna get me with that one. Nah. It has to start with that. It has to start how to manipulate the corporations. How? It has to start with that. We have to plan with that.
Yeah, I listen. I'm with it. I'm with definitely having organizing principles and well thought out strategies for success that can be modified depending on the circumstance. I'm with all of that stuff.
So I'm saying, yeah. So I'm saying,
it's just at a certain point, you gotta. It has for me. I don't want to just continue on with what's already happened. I would like to be like, I have my own utopian thing. Like I want to get to a place where when people are not living under the oppression of a police state, and that's people everywhere, right? Like I don't need to do any comparative suffering, and I don't need for a guy in Berlin to identify with my suffering or acknowledge my suffering in order to in order to acknowledge that we all are living in a police state, right?
Yes.
Like so what do we do about the way that we interact with one another that requires most people to have a force that is legally empowered to kill them?
Yeah.
right. So how do we fix that issue? That to me is the issue. And that's what I'm saying. Root causes are my issue. It's not just like, how can I modify it to make it a little bit easier for me because I don't like this, that, and the other thing about the system. What I don't like about the system is the fact that the system exists and has the power to oppress me. I don't like that.
It has there's a system that has the power to oppress you. But what I'm saying, we know that, right? Everybody knows that.
Correct. So that's where I set my goal. That's where I set my goals. How do I make that not happen?
Okay, but knowing that there's a power to it and identifying it is that means that you could actually designate that system. How do we do it? That's the mental part. We can't do it physically. And
that's the organizing part. It's like-minded individuals, because it's not or else you just make a nation of one.
But that's basically what my point is about. Is it got to be some type of mental revolution? It has to be like.
But you also need.
I don't know if I'm wording it right. I don't know if I'm wording it right.
You need allies. You need allies. You need guys who are also who are there to go with you in the trenches. And those people are the disenfranchised. Those very people you're telling that what happened to them is a old thing. And what I'm telling you is that energy that they have, that sense of injustice. That is the justice that you need to build your next thing on.
When I get passionate, right? when I get passionate like that, it's for those people that say that they can't do nothing because of the system. Yes, you could. The system is flawed, but that doesn't mean you can't. That doesn't mean you can't get it. That doesn't mean you can't get a job or live right or eat right or things of that nature. I'm talking when I hear people just complain, but do nothing about it. Yo. You still got to live. You still got a family to feed. You can't just sit around and just complain and wait for the government to be like, you know what? Let me give you a bunch of checks.
Yeah, there's no help coming. You definitely are gonna have to go out and make the change. No one's gonna save you.
That's
I'm not gonna save you. You're not gonna save you. No, but this revolution of the mind, or even the reality of the revolution, isn't gonna save you. Like, you are still going to need to be a contributing member of the human family.
Yes, that's what I'm saying here. It's not to sit around and wait. You could make something. I'm talking about the people that be like, well, I can't do this because it's racist. And you got to understand that I can't get a job because the motherfuckers out there is racist and don't want to give me a job. On this, and act like there's no opportunity there. There are a lot of people like that. A lot of people that I've seen today like that. No.
Okay, so here's the thing. Right. So the issue, though,
because if you felt like that, you would have never worked. You would have never owned.
No,
you would have never owned to pay taxes, right?
No, it's right. But the issue, regardless of my purchasing power or what I own, and like whatever my portfolio looks like, I still recognize, even in the acquisition of it, there is still all of the racism that exists. Like like the story that my grandmother told about her uncle, what it took for him to get the vote, like how he had to learn how to read and write and get the Constitution and buy land and all this shit, all these hurdles they put. Like what I'm saying to you, it's just deep. Like it's deep.
But you know what?
For an American like me, that has my grandfather's mother, full-blooded Choctaw with, headdress, everything, reservation, whole nine, right? Yeah. It's that there's that legacy and the stories that I get from that thing. And then you have the Black people that I get from there. And then now, I married, outside of anyway, all I'm saying to you is, when it comes to America and making this place home, this adopted land, this stolen land, this crazy, this place whose laws enslaved us, and a lot of the institutions haven't caught up to our potential and actually keep us in these permanent disenfranchised states, they still need to be changed. And you still have people who need to be contributing members to feed themselves. But it's also, I'm a product of a private boarding school, but I've also seen what other people's schools look like.
Yeah.
Right. And so, I get not all opportunities are the same. Not everybody has a chance to avail themselves of the same opportunities.
True. No, I understand. Trust me, I know, man.
I mean, I get what you're saying about the 40. I get what you're saying about the 40 acres and mule, but the issue of trying to fulfill a promise from 150 years ago and saying it like it's today, like that's going to solve the problems of today. That's not the issue. The issue is a comprehensive one that starts with a definitely a spiritual awakening, definitely a different mind state, but it also physical conditions. Education has to change, opportunities have to change, and also the ability to fail has to be different. Right? Yes. But that's not the system that we have. So the issue is like really it comes right back down, like I keep saying. This system is built for a permanent underclass. It is built to prey on people. Right? So the question is, how do you end that? Or do you just join in to feed your family?
You could look at it both. You could look at it in different ways. You know what I'm saying? Like, could I start by looking at me and my family? Yeah, of course. Nobody's gonna lie about that. Yes, I'm gonna start by me and my family. Just like if a person leaves their country in the third world country and just leaves just to come here into this country to make a better life for themselves. They don't say, I'm going to come to this country to make a life better for the Americans over there. At the end of the day, everybody got to look out for themselves in the country, right? And I feel like, and when you're like well off, maybe, then it changes. That's why it goes with generations. That's why we also got to appreciate that things are getting better. But we can't keep talking about things like if things are in the 1930s. Yeah, there's a lot of things that need to get better, but it is getting better. Maybe it's taking too long, but it's getting better little by little. We have to acknowledge that as well and still fight while we're still getting better.
Or do you just offload the suffering to somebody else because the system requires that somebody suffers in order for it to go?
No, what I'm saying, no. People are gonna suffer, and people understand about the past. Some people also adopt the past. So let's say, for example, if Cubans and Dominicans and Puerto Ricans and Afro-Latinos come here, maybe they didn't suffer. Maybe back in their homeland they suffer communism. You already know how Cubans suffer and things of that nature. But we come here and we adopt your suffering. We adopt your suffering. We go through the same thing you're going through. And probably we don't even know if there's people that don't even know the history. And we're suffered we're looked at just like, you know,
right. That's my point. And then what I'm saying is if for me, right, and I've definitely am a beneficiary of the system, right? I'm even as a person who has been a victim of the system, I've also benefited from the system.
Yeah, I can
talk about it freely. But I also would be warehoused and be a felon if I didn't have the money to be the case, right? So if I didn't have the background I have, I would still be out here just like another statistic because of the way that the system is. Right. Right. So, yeah, I still would have been. I'm still caught up in the system as a black man, but I was able to get out of the consequences that a lot of black men find themselves in because I happen to have money.
Shall we abandon the system altogether?
Well, for me, I don't if your idea is about justice, right? Then I don't understand what you mean by justice in a capitalist system that requires somebody to be the permanent underclass in order for the system to work.
So you believe in socialism?
No, socialism is just by committee instead of by office. I'm not into giving my power away to anybody. That's what I'm saying. I don't want to give any cop the power to kill me. Okay. I don't want that. I don't want to live in a place that is like that. But that is where most people find themselves. And most people don't want to do the work it takes to find themselves in a different kind of reality.
We gotta have. I mean, before I leave the show, and I appreciate you being here. This is probably one of the best conversation, even though it's not boxing. So I apologize for the people that, you know what I'm saying, we're talking about this again. I promise the people I won't be talking about this.
I came in. We're going to do one last conversation and take your boxing. But
but
I enjoyed it. I enjoyed it too. But go ahead.
I enjoy even I get and trust me when I get passionate, man. I'm like that. I'm like that with my friends. I'm like that. People that know me, they don't take it.
I feel it. I hope you can feel it. Say that I'm like that too.
And it's like and it's like I started out with. I'm not saying I know the answers. I'm not saying I know. Yes, I'll come out passionate and be like, yo, put your boot straps on and just do it and just do that and do that. Come on, just do it. Because I just see it. I do see a lot of people just don't want to do it and sit around and complain. I do see people abandoning opportunities, and complain. They're not fighting for change. They're just there complaining. I can understand you're fighting for change and you're gonna rig the justice, but you're out there fighting. There's people that just don't care, don't fight, and complain, and they just want something to be handed to them. And sorry, this is the world. It's not gonna be like that. For those people that think that the world is just gonna hand it to you, or somebody's gonna stop from not opening up a business because or nothing, it's not gonna stop. So people gotta, because this is America. There's people that's going to come from different country, from different culture that, they could understand, but what you want them to do? Stop? No.
Yeah. I mean, I'm saying, man, like, it's not just that people are lazy inherently. Like, that's part of the human condition. Like, a certain segment of society won't want to contribute.
Yeah.
But there's also a segment of society that are going to be the outcasts, that are going to not, adhere and not be their best selves at all times, and maybe may take their frustrations out on somebody else. And so you have to have also a system of, some way to protect the people from not being preyed on by other citizens, right? Yeah. I get why there's a justice system. That's why I'm saying that we have to start this mental revolution. For me, equals getting to a place where you understand what the police are. Like, what are these systems of authority that we give our power to in order to keep ourselves safe, and then keep our power to ourselves and create these situations for other people so that they also don't need to have an outside force police them or tell them how to be or how to prosper or any of that stuff.
So you think it's a good idea of people policing their own community?
I live in a affluent enough neighborhood that I never see the police. Like, what I have is neighborhood watch and a listserv that tells me stuff.
Okay, I live
and that's the way. That's how it generally is. I've lived in other kinds of neighborhoods, but I've lived in enough wealthy neighborhoods to understand that these people are policing themselves. The only time the police get called is when there's some sort of low-level crime that needs to get reported. It's not like they're in here patrolling the streets looking for crime.
Yeah, I know, because I see the difference between Harlem and see the difference between where I live now. You know what I'm saying? Like, I was explaining to the cops, I said, I've been living here all my life in Harlem, and I've never got a wave, hey, how you doing? What's up? Or if I go to a grocery store, diner, restaurant, it's almost like we can't even make eye contact. It's like we're silent enemies, and you know it and I know it. And that's why when I was talking about bridging the gap. But then when I moved outside, as soon as I went to my first diner and I'm getting a bagel. Hey, how you doing? Oh, good. Boom. They know, hey, I saw your son playing in the good game he had. Whoa. That's another day. Like, damn, it would call me off guard. So what is it? What is it, the police, or is it the area of they policing? Why are they policing you this way? Why you look at me as the enemy? This police officer told me, and this is almost like the end of the conversation where I was having the conversation. He goes, yo, I understand everything you're saying. I understand a lot of things you're saying. You know why? Because look, when I take off this shield, I'm just like you. And then I said, that's another problem. He said, what are you talking about? I was talking to like 16 officers with their gear on, right? While people shining, protesting and cursing at them, but they actually listening to my voice. And that's why I come to these protests when I get that opportunity. So I'm like, you see what you just said? You said when you take off that shield, you're just like me. No, you're supposed to be like me even with the uniform. That's the problem. that you don't see yourself as me when you got that uniform on, but now you understand me when you don't got the uniform on? Nah. And then the guy, the police officer, one of them, he looked away and he shook his hand. He walked away out of the 16 cops, because I counted them, because I was like, and the guy I shook the hands with before I left, and he's like, yeah, I understand. I never heard it like that. You know, I meant to say that when I don't have the shield on, you know, but it's true. We're supposed to be on the same team. It's not a me against you. You're protecting me. That's like if Floyd Mayweather, and I saw it's like Floyd Mayweather with his bodyguard. Are they in different teams? No, you're protecting me. You could get the criminals all you want, but you're protecting me at all times. And I also,
like straight up, like what they are paid to do is protect me from other people. They're actually there. They're paid by taxpayers in order to separate themselves and to protect their property and lives from these other people who aren't. That's actually what the whole deal is. Like, it's not. And then the police are under fire in their own ways and have their own pressures, so they're also an entrenched special interest. But our communities have a bunch of different layers. It's not.
That's the hardest part.
You know, I'm not mad at the human beings that wear the uniform. I don't appreciate. Well, anyway, I would like for people to get to a place where they didn't need to have a centralized power. They didn't need to give their power away to some office to tell them what to do, how to behave, where to go, and certainly not a body that can legally kill them with no recourse. Like,
yeah, man. I just feel like in these protests, if more people go into them like that, I think yesterday I've got something out of it where I'm like, you know, I said to myself, there's gonna be the last protest I'm coming to, for real. That's it. That's it. They gave me all the answers that I needed to hear this whole week of protesting, right? But then with this, now I feel like I go back home and actually like think and go to precincts and get these meetings and go to one police plaza. That's like the number one police how you say, like the base and
the headquarters where the police commissioners, police plaza. I've seen Blue Bloods.
In New York. So then I feel now, you know, when you get leaders in place and get the right words and things of that nature, then you come up with plans to better our community, have meetings with the police officers. And even the police officers say, you know what, we do have meetings. And then I just said straight up, I said, what happened? People don't show up? He says, people really don't show up. And then I said, and you know what? I said, you know, I do believe you. You know why? Because I ask those type of questions to my own people. Do you go into the meetings? Do you go to to those schools that be having meetings? I used to go to, I go to, they have parent and teachers and administration meetings every week in my son's middle school. I go 7 o'clock. Do you know that I'm only one of 2 fathers that showed up the whole year? That's it. Not this school that my son is in, but when I was in Harlem. 1 or 2 fathers. The most parents that ever showed up was 13. That's a problem. And that's not a racism issue. That's not a white issue. That's a moral issue.
So I'll tell you this. My parents are products of private school. I'm a product of private schools. My children are a product of private schools.
Yeah.
There was always 100% parent participation in a number of activities, not just school aided, you know, inside the school and also outside the school. That's just how it is.
Yes. Man, this is a great conversation, brother. I got to thank you again for this conversation. I like your mind, my brother, even though, of course, we don't agree on everything, but I see there's passion in you. see it. I know I got passionate about it. I'm not saying I know all the answers because I'm still want to elevate. I still want to learn. I still want to figure things out. I still want to consider other people's, because yes, there's a time where I'm just thinking about me and my family, the things I need to accomplish, because then now I'm on the position where I'm not saying I'm overly successful where I want to be, but I know there's certain ways that I've learned where I reached to this level that I could help out my family, my friends in their struggles, because I was struggling just like them, like in that situation. I'm a regular dude with a regular job and stuff like that. That's what I'm saying. It's not, but some people don't got their priorities in check. You know, there's a lot of things that they could have that people ask for, but you can have it. In the end of the day, we still could fight. It's like me. I'm working, but I could still fight. You know, I could still go to a protest and still fight and still live and still pay my bills or whatever and take care of my family and put my kid, my son into a good school. But I could still fight. And that's all I'm saying. Live, take care of your family, be righteous. If you have a wife or your a husband, whatever, have a righteous life. If you don't, keep God in your life, have a personal relationship with God. I know there's a lot of people that don't believe, but that's just, I would say that to somebody. And also fight. But I don't want nobody to just do nothing and don't fight and just complain and don't fight. That's what it is. That's where my passion comes from.
Yeah, man. You know, there's definitely a segment of the people who aren't involved, who definitely need passionate people to motivate them and to inspire them. But then there's also a segment of that population that they can only be motivated and inspired by themselves. And that's ultimately what it is. It's like some people are just need that one little push, and then other people are farther away from that goal, right?
Yeah.
And just, you know, do what you can, when you can, how you can.
And think about it. This is and the way I talk seems like I never gone through it. This is something I've gone through. Anything but a cop killing me. So everything that everybody see in the hood, I've been through everything but a cop killing me. Yes, I got harassed by the cop. Yes, I got guns pulled on me. Yes, I got roughed up. Everything. I've gone through it. But that I ain't gonna sit around and not, you know, I'm not going. There's people that tell me, yo, I don't give a damn. I want revenge. How are we gonna do revenge? What is gonna happen if I revenge the way my mind tells me or my emotions tell me how to go about it? So sometimes I gotta think with my mind, not with my emotions. You know, and that's what it is, man.
Yeah, man. So you know, I'm one of those guys that I've been to Africa. I've been to the I've been to Gorée
that's beautiful,
Island.
bro.
You know, I've also I also lived in Belize, so I lived in places where Black people were in, you know, all fabrics of society, from the top of the government to the, you know, the bottom of the jail, all that stuff, right?
Yeah,
so
I think you're African American, right?
Yeah. I'm born in San Francisco, raised in Oakland. My parents, you know, been here generations, not from anywhere else.
Don't
from
you
both
think
sides?
Because I was saying this yesterday to people, is I said, instead of going to buying a ticket to Las Vegas, Miami Beach, I think that if you have the money, need to take a trip to Africa. Do you feel the same way?
Man, my experience, I would say that you need to, you know, meet Africans. And when you go to Africa, stay with people that you know, and, you know, learn the way that they, you know, what their life is like for them. Don't just like sit in one of these high-rise hotels in like Dakar or whatever, or Johannesburg.
You ever been to the African American Museum in DC?
No. You know, it's one of the things that I advocated for, and I gave to it. You know, they did fundraisers for it and all this. Anyway, it's something that I think every city in America should, well, not every city in America, but most cities in America should have something like that. But I also think that they need, just an idea about the way that we have interacted with law enforcement specifically to be like part of the library, like part of our education system. Because I think that most people just don't get it. Okay. Like it's so much stuff. Like you were saying, the media has a narrative. Certain storylines drive ratings, and that's just that's what it is. That's the business of television and the business of entertainment, really, and that's what the news is. Entertainment.
The thing what I call for, and we all. Well, I'm not gonna say we all because I'm probably saying that too much. So I say, I know or I have identified that the media does that, but I also identify the emotions that could create bad things, that could create a bad energy, just like they did yesterday with the Dominicans and black situation. Just because of that, I knew they tried, but then we didn't let it try. I mean, we didn't let it happen. They didn't take over. So that's what I mean. Like, yes, we all know paper sells, media sells, it's all a business. But when it's also selling some type of energy that can harm us also at the same time, I'm going to call it out. And I had to call it out with my peoples like, yo, don't fall for it. Don't fall for it. This is what they want us to do. This is what they want. It's almost like if you're being provoked. It's almost like even with a cop, right? Cops is going to provoke you to do something, and then you react, and then boom, they got you, right? How to respond to it. We got to learn how to respond to a lot of things. Also, respond to the news that's out there and the narratives that's out there. We got to learn how to respond. Just like we got to learn how to respond to law enforcement. Or you're going to get killed.
Yeah, there's a long way. There's a big lesson about respect in that story that you were telling about the gardens, about, what self-respect is, what respect of property is, what respect of community is. But conflicts arise, and but the truth will out. You can only manipulate the people for so long.
Exactly.
But
it takes for us.
What I'm saying, like waiting, and I get what you're saying. But just that isn't everybody's reality. Everybody isn't manipulated by the media. Everybody isn't.
What's the percentage?
Everybody isn't hampered by racism.
What's the percentage, Smoke? What's the percentage that you think that people are manipulated by the media? What's the percentage to you?
To be honest, I may be a little bit I may be a little bit jaded about this, but I don't even think most people watch the news or read the newspaper or have a trustworthy news source that they actually trust, like they themselves trust.
If it wasn't for the media, then you wouldn't see too much people hate Trump. It wasn't for the media. I'm saying, like, if it wasn't for the media, you won't.
No, Trump. No. Actually, what I hate is the way that the media hates Trump, not how much they hate him. Like, yes, I would hate Trump just as much. I just wouldn't be obsessed about it the entire time. Like, the dude is just repulsive. Like, that's just what it is. Like, I don't need the media telling me he's repulsive 24/7. I already know he's repulsive. I picked up on that pretty quick.
Yeah. But then that's what other news as well. You feel me?
Well, like I said, I'm not one for the office of president. Like, I don't need Obama telling jokes about dropping drones, like dating his daughters and drone attacks. And I'm just not one of these guys. So society that I would like to see, the society that I would like to see is a long way away from actually being a reality. Right. So I just deal with the things that I can in the way that I can.
So last question for you. So how this is Smoke's reality? You're the director of the future of America. Talk to me. Let me know. What's the future of America? You have control. You are the Fidel Castro of America right now. You're gonna set the table. You.
Oh well, yeah. I definitely it's really right.
Oh,
So
briefly, you don't gotta go in
like
depth.
I said,
You know, it could be
like really. So I'm gonna end it like this. The same way that people are out here for their families and trying to make a better life for them, extend that vibe to not just the people that they're blood related to or their nuclear family. Like, extend those same kind of feelings of protection and sacrifice and communication to your neighborhood, to your community, to your cities, to your states. And that's the way that we actually start to solve these issues and not have a Fidel Castro telling us what to do, think, and feel.
Okay. Cool. And no, one more question. And what do you want people to understand about the African American mindset today? To understand how you want to understand the African American mind today. If you could speak for all,
If I could speak for all Black people and as a representative of Black people for people who may not
give it to us,
this.
Malcolm.
I would like for me and the people that I understand, we don't actually care to convince you about what our agenda is or what it is we're trying to achieve as a people. Yeah. Either get down when we're telling you what we're gonna do, or get rolled over.
Okay. All right. That's the answer from Malcolm X Jr.
You silly man. Well, thanks for the question, though. But right back, I'm gonna tune in, and you may want to wrap this up. But I would definitely like to hear your answers to your last two questions.
Oh, go ahead. What's the
No, those two questions you just asked me. What's the answer?
No, what's the first one I asked you? The first one I asked you.
If you're Fidel Castro, what would it be? You're the president of America. What you gonna do?
All right, what would it be? I don't think I'll go. I don't think I'll go so far. I would just say that let's get all the opportunities we can today, meaning, yes, taking care of family, getting money, owning. And once we become more of a success story within our community, and then we're prepared to, because I don't know, man. The way I may say it might sound the way I've been saying it.
Sounds like it's an evolving answer. There's no wrong answer. I'm interested. Say, speak your mind.
No, I'm saying because I just felt like when I was saying it, when it was passionate, it's almost what I'm saying. But it's almost the opportunities is
that was your answer. That was your Fidel Castro.
Yeah, that was my Fidel Castro. Yeah, okay. Feel me? I can't tap into that. I can't tap into that one again.
No, I got you. You already answered.
And the last one was what I feel.
And then now the question: Are you Puerto Rican or Dominican?
I'm a mix. I'm everything. I am Afro Latino. I'm Black and I'm Asian and I'm Cantonese Asian. This is my first time that I tell everybody my ethnicity, because a lot of people always ask me what's my ethnicity. My grandfather, Chinese from Canton, China, Dominican, Brazilian, Black.
Without disrespecting, while you honor all the different parts of yourself, is there any sort of ethnic group that you identify with more so than the other?
Since I've been like a month, this is probably why I say I believe in the human race the most, because if put it this way, if I'm in Miami, I'm Brazilian. Nobody identify me as part Chinese. I could say that my grandfather's Chinese. Anytime, nobody's gonna look at me that way. They'd be like, "You're not real. Or your blood wasn't that thick." Or if you were Chinese, your blood should be thicker than that because anybody could look at you. I get that all my life. So I got to a point where when I was younger, I just didn't say it anymore. You know, I ain't say it. Like I said, now I say older because, you know, I mean, it is what I am when somebody asks me. But in America, if anybody see me in the street, they think I'm black right away. So I identify with black and I identify with Spanish because I speak the language. But if you just look at me straight up, if I show you a picture of my mom, I show you a picture of my grandma on that side, they as black as the black screen. I'm the light as it gets in my family, other than my kids. And so, yeah.
All right. So,
but in my household,
would you describe yourself as part of the immigrant community in America?
No, but I understand my parents and my you know, everybody in my family.
Were your parents were born in the U.S.?
No,
or U.S. territory?
No, I'm first generation.
Okay, so you're first generation, all right. Mm-hmm. And then which country did your parents immigrate from?
My parents came from DR.
From DR. All right. So if you, so I answer all this so I could get back to your question, to the last part of your question.
Yeah.
If you were to tell the DR, if you were the voice for the people of DR, what would you tell them about how they could make their existence better?
Their existence better. I can't say like in DR. I think I could say more here. Well, DR. I don't know. I really don't go to DR, so I really don't know too much about DR. That's what I'm saying. So you got to see like America more.
Wow. You know, my cousin goes to DR anyway. But man, it was great talking to you. And I don't know if you want to get to boxing, but it's been a long one.
Yeah, it's been a long one, man. It's been a long one. I mean, I think I said it all. That's why I'm like, let me see.
Yeah, man. Yeah, you said it. We went through it.
Yeah. So I mean, it's
stop telling black people what to do. No, I'm kidding. I'm joking. I'm totally joking. I think that you actually should be telling them what to do. I think that what your message is actually helpful to a segment, right?
Yeah,
just you know,
I might sound like I'm telling them what to do, and then I might sound for another ear, I might sound like, yo, I'm feeling your passion. Feel me? So I get I was talking to this with my sister-in-law, and I'm like, yo, I want to run for a political I want to be a political official, but then I feel like I need to go back to like for like 4 years and just practice on my public speaking, because you even see like right now, you saw how I got loud and stuff like that. That ain't gonna work. You know, I'm too passionate.
No, but it will though. There's already a new politic. As long as you can connect with the people, that's what's up. The issue really is about what your issue is going to be in politics is being able to build coalitions, because you got to glad hand people. Like, they're not trying to actually hear the truth. They're trying to, they want their politicians to blow rainbows up their fucking backsides and do shit for them.
Exactly. And that's my mom said that one shit, because I said, yo, Mom, you should write a book, because my mom always be on, she works in politics and things of that nature. And I'm like, you got to write a book. And she said, man, if I write a book, I got to lie all day long. So my mom is Christian, like, you know, she's deep. Like, that's, if you ever met a Christian lady, that Christian lady, that's my mom's. And she works in politics too, but she don't want to run for anything, because she said, I will have to lie and I will have to abandon, her.
Yeah, man. Social activism is one thing. Like, running for public office, that's admirable. But especially if you're a principal guy that's looking out for the little dude.
It's a journey.
Yeah, I mean, we definitely need that. But yeah, man,
it's a
good luck.
journey. It's like
You definitely gonna need a campaign
it's a journey.
You definitely gonna need a campaign manager.
Yo, yeah, it's a journey. See, my mother does campaign managing a lot. She does it for a lot, and every time she does it, yo, that's why she get hired. People be fighting for her. Like she's gotten awards for Rudy Giuliani, Michael Bloomberg. She led the Let Poison movement in New York back in 19, was it? I don't know if 1998 or later than that. Yeah, and guess what? And she felt like she was they was treating her bad, like racism, because she was Afro Latina, you know, and she was getting awards and she was getting on the news because she was, you know, it's New York City, so she was she had a voice for the Black and Latino. My mom's Black, but she's Afro Latino, but she spoke Spanish. So when they wanted to speak to her, or they wanted to speak to the company she was working with, the movement, they always go for her because she could talk for both, and she was the only one that spoke Spanish. And somebody, there was co-workers that used to give her those slurs. You know, she had racism issue with African Americans, and her experience here was with African Americans, because they'll make fun of her. Everybody look at her, she think she's straight African American. My mother has a tough accent and blah blah. So that's her experience. But yeah, I want to be a political official. I feel like I gotta do some more public speaking. I do gotta do some more education, and I don't know what's the right answer all the time. That's why I engage in debating and engaging with people that does have other knowledge, so I could take this conversation and build up on this one, or read a book and build off that, and build off experience as well, and be in the community. But sometimes I just feel like I've been in certain protests and I've been in certain fights, and I just feel, to be honest, when I'm in fights with the African American community, when it comes to like injustice and race, mostly injustice and education as well. And let's say if I've been in protests with the immigration law and gentrifications in the neighborhood, I just feel in when it comes to racism and the African American community and their fight, it's a lot of division. Meaning, it's almost like, let me see how to example, like the Martin Luther King and Malcolm X. You see, there was both fighting for something, but there was there was something that was trying to tear them apart because they had two different type of fight. So then it was like a split up right there. And I think it does happen even when I'm in the protest. You got one bunch of people that's protesting and they saying, you know, the chant is good and it's good and peaceful and empowering. And then here comes this other group that just is more like a revolutionary and takes over the whole protest and start cursing. And the chants become suck my dick, all the derogatory thing you could think of. And then it just takes away. Nobody want to listen. Even, you know, it's like we're not on the same page, and we got to figure out how to be on the same page, all hands on deck. No 60-40, no 70-30. It has to be like at 99-98.
Yeah, and that's that coalition, and that's what it is. It's the building consensus. Mm-hmm. That is the job, like for people who have the kind of mindset that you have. You know, coalition building is going to be the challenge. And then, also, example, I would say that. Say again.
Not because I was going to say, like, for example, do what do you feel about the looting?
Man, I think the whole thing has been co-opted, right? I think, you know, like most of the world co-opted the idea and just went along with police brutality. Like basically people stuck around to take away what from their own personal experience, what happened to George Floyd, and didn't care about nothing else. So what's left over is what specifically Black people suffer in America. And like nobody really tries to hear that because, you know, it's you know, it is what it is. It's just about the way that we decide to be compassionate. Like there are selective compassion for people. And it's just not about you know, there's just a certain callousness and jaded to that particular story. And so when it comes to the looting, I think what summed it up excellently today is and you know, bring it back to boxing, the savior, the messiah of boxing, Logan Paul was arrested today for for being amongst the looters, right? That's what I think of the looters. Like, as a guy who who was at the Million Man March and took my kids to the the 10 cities for Occupy on Wall Street. Looting has always been the opportune, it's about people who don't have anything better to do and wanting to express and emote.
How was that? How was that Million Man March, man? At that point, I remember that year, I was like a full blown I was like a Muslim. I was trying to be Muslim. My parents hated, like, get that Quran out of here. They used to like cover my Quran.
All right. Yeah. So yeah, I was born, raised in the nation, right? I went to Claire B. Muhammad schools. Like, I got into boxing from Rumble on the Jungle. My dad took me to it to see it. Malcolm was part of the whole, I have a Muhammad Ali signed glove from when I was a kid, the whole rope-a-dope thing, like the jump rope. Yeah. Anyway, my brother's still in the nation right now, my older brother. His kids, third generation, right? No, my parents weren't. My parents left the nation, were Panthers for a brief while, and then went like full-blown corporate after that. They still did like social activism and all that stuff, and got involved in different kinds of things. But say again,
you came from that background.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I've been doing it the whole time. That's, man, you don't even like if you hear what my name is, like, okay, I have a perspective, and it is a perspective that's been handed down to me. Definitely, I have a cultural heritage, but I also have my family heritage, right? Like the stories that I was raised on. And so it's just a different thing for me, and it's just and I'm not alone. Like I'm in good company when I talk about, like what I think about Black people, and especially with this particular incident. Like, Black people been just going through this shit. Like, what's really weird is, people in Scotland and Berlin and all these other people acting, feeling like this happened to them, and now they want to have something different in their lives. Meanwhile, nothing. There is no practical. Nobody can come up with a practical idea about how to stop white people from killing Black people, or how to stop Asian people from killing Black people, or how to stop Black people from killing Black people. There are no comprehensive ideas. I hear about, police reforms. I don't hear about anything about how we're going to stop the way that we value human life. The fact that this dude's life was taken over a funny $20 bill.
Let me ask you a question. Do you know Princess?
Say again?
Do you know Princess? Princess Powell.
Yeah.
The poet.
Oh.
Do you know him? He's from Oakland. You're from Oakland, right?
Princess Powell.
Princess
Powell.
Yeah.
No.
Oh, he's from around your way. So let's say for the other day I was talking to him and all that. This was yesterday, and he says it's almost like what you're saying, but not in the way he was saying it. So boom, me and him, we've been let's say like friends for like 5-6 years, and he don't agree with my political my political views or whatever, but he never came at me in no way, shape, or form. And then he looked at the video that I posted about me going to the protest. He said, "Yo, it's good, that." He went live, and I said, "Man, I just came from the protest, man. I don't know if I'm ever gonna go to another protest again." And somebody was going at him, and he's like, "You know what? Anybody, I don't want to hear nobody talk about Black on Black crime. I don't want to hear about your other culture. I don't care. If you're not caring about what's happening to Black people, follow me. If you're my friend, you're my friend for now until you." He was going off. And I'm like, I understand what he's trying to say, but me, I'm that type that's always trying to, you know, look at it from this point. Maybe it's not that. Nah, I don't care. That's it. They've been killing us. I don't care. What's the narrative? I don't care. It's a racist.
That's what I'm saying. Like, there's a time and a place for all the conversation and all that stuff that happens, but then there's not a time and place for it. Like, you know, you asked about the Million Man March, right? So, cool. you know, my the two things that struck me, right? So first off, I was standing right between Fab Five Freddy and Terminator X, right? Like that's my vantage point. And my brother, who's in the Nation, was actually on stage, right? Because it's a whole Louis Farrakhan thing, right? Mm-hmm. So there's wow. So the first thing that impressed me, that still impresses me to this day, is that while we all identify with being black, none of us were the same actual color. Like, everybody's actual skin color was a different shade, right? So that tripped me the fuck out right there, right? So just the idea that, you know, race is based on, you know, a shared skin color or physical characteristics. Meanwhile, they ain't really. That's not really what's happening. So that part, like, sort of, you know. That part impressed me. The other part was the fact that there's a reality that only black men face, right? Okay. Black people face a different thing, but there's a reality of what it means to be black and a man in America that is unlike anything else, right? And until that particular thing gets addressed, people aren't going to want to hear about your police brutality all over the world. I'm just going to tell you straight up, there's just been too much brutality right here at home, and it's just too institutional. Like, you know, there's just a time and place for it.
Let's say, what do you say? Because the time and place. Because, for example, when you say it's time and place, that's why when it's my time and place and I'm protesting, I'm not trying to justify anything at that moment, because I know the moment, I know where I'm at, and I know why. You know, I'm not just gonna be there to be some. I know what I'm doing. You feel me?
Right.
But what do you say about the people that says this? And I'm not saying like to justify anything, but what do you say about the people that says, but they're killing us too? There is police brutality in the Latin and in the whites. The statistic says that there's still police brutality on everybody. What do you say to them?
Right. What I would say to them is what I said to you earlier. It's not happening in the same numbers. We are actually leading these statistics, and I'm talking about statistics when it comes to innocent people. Like, I'm not talking about the fact that the police are busting up criminals, right? Mm-hmm. I'm talking about innocent people. They're busting up criminals at a higher rate too, but they're also busting up innocent people. The other part, and I would impress upon people, is the actual small quantity of numbers of Black Americans that actually exist in America versus how often this is happening to us, right? And I just wanted to, you know, to illustrate that point about, you know, a time and place. So it was at the Million Man March, Farrakhan, and all that stuff. But you fast forward to 9/11. I don't know if you remember, the DC sniper was a guy who was part of the Nation, right? He was a Jamaican guy, but he got like he was all in the Nation thing. And, you know, I wanted to talk to my brother about how his feelings were about that whole thing, because everybody was named Muhammad, and it was just a whole deal, like what happened with the Nation and what happened with that. And he didn't want to have any kind of discussion about it. It took him years to actually have a substantive discussion about that particular thing, that little moment in time. And he knows where my sensitivities lie, but it's just entrenched groups are entrenched groups. I'm not in the Nation. When that thing happened to the Nation, my own brother didn't want to talk to me about the Nation, right? That's all I'm saying. There's a time and place for shit. And sometimes it's just about being compassionate and letting people come to where you are.
Yeah. Nah, I agree, man. I know, man. I know it's a lot of pain, man. I know, but wait. Let me. Who's Rob? I think it's gonna be. Let me put Rob on. I think he might have a different perspective from you. What's good, Rob?
What's going on, Punsh? Yo, he knows this, man. He knows this, man. He knows. He's like, yo, I need to let this dude on because it's like, what's gonna perpetuate out of his mouth is gonna be something.
No, because I know you have a way different perspective than Smoke. Do you, or am I just assuming this?
I mean, we can all agree things to an extent, but from a political point of view, everything that he's saying is properly right. You know, there's nothing to dispute as far as that. But as far as, you know, why are people marching over there, rioting in China, Japan, or whatever for this situation? It's not because of George Floyd. No, it's because of their police brutality. Their in their life, their traumatization. They're only acting out their trauma that they've been through, where if somebody in their family been hurt or somebody in their family has something to do with cops. But the thing is that everybody's taking advantage of the situation, kind of like you give a kid one piece of candy and then all of a sudden he asks for another one, and then it's another one, another. It's like, no, you had enough candy. And I think that society itself, I think with the police situation, it's, to me, I think they let it go on a little bit too far, and this is why the rioting got far. But that's what they want. They want this, you know. They want they want us to be like that. They want us to react in certain ways. Now it's a comet headed for Earth. It's all media. It's all created within your own eyes, and people don't see it, and they want us to talk about it because they want us to think about all these different separate issues. Because if it comes to slavery, I mean, we were slaves 10,000 years before blacks. So, you know, that slavery, I don't ride on that excuse of, oh, but they took us. It's like, listen, as big as strong as black people were, if it wasn't for white people, black people wouldn't even know what it is to be civilized. They'll be over there chasing leopards and hyenas. You know, let's be realistic. You know, so you
what
can't.
What the hell are you talking about?
White people, bro.
What in the flying hell are you talking about? What are you talking about? Like hold up a second. Hold up a second.
They did in the past, but you can't. How you say, you can't make them pay for it for the rest of their life just because they're white? What about if your son's if your daughter's boyfriend is white and you see that hatred against him, you're gonna be okay?
Can I ask you a question?
You know what I'm saying to me?
Rob, can I ask you a question? Can I ask you a question? You said that your people were slaves 4,000 years before blacks. Like, what people are you referring to?
Is he talking?
Yeah.
I can't hear him.
Oh yeah. I was asking. You said that your people were slaves.
For some reason.
You can only hear
damn.
Me? Yeah.
Yeah. I'll go out and see if that works.
Yeah, I can only hear you.
Oh, okay. So
no, I think he just got off.
So you want me to time you out, and then time him in so he could, because he had something to say to you.
No, that's fine. Yeah, I'm over here driving.
All right,
go ahead, because there's a lot that I was listening to in the morning, and at the same time, it's like, man, I could understand, but you know, I think to me, there's a difference between analyzing the situation and taking advantage of the situation. And it's just instead of taking advantage of the platform that they had, they just made themselves look even worse. And my grandmother's black, you know what I'm saying? So it's like it's all about if you're in a marketplace and I'm selling fish and you're selling fish and you're on the other side and your fish are nice and organized and they're put nice, like public style, but my fish are thrown around fucking looking terrible, like Walmart style. Who are you gonna buy fish from? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yeah. Let me. He wants. Because
go ahead.
Enough, yeah. So stay on that, because I don't know if he could hear you. Can you hear him? Smoke?
Yeah. Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now or no?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Hello?
I can hear you now.
Okay, cool. So I have just a couple questions. You said that your people were slaves 4,000 years before black people. Like, what people are you referring to?
10,000 years in Egypt, where we all came from.
Are you saying that black people? Are you saying that those people weren't black?
What do you mean? No, did you just hear? We were in Egypt 10,000 years before.
Oh, so wait. So I'm confused. Are you saying that the black people were slaves in Egypt or weren't slaves? Because you're like saying I don't want to hear about slavery because we were slaves before.
Yeah, everybody was a slave before that. If you're brown skinned, if you're brown skinned, then that means you were a slave before in Egypt. So no matter what you say, it's like, think about it. We were all slaves, but now taking the situation and turning it into something else, it's totally different.
Okay, so
and then I got questions for you because you like to ask questions. So I got questions for you too.
Yeah, that's cool. Because I'm just confused. I'm literally trying to get to where you are, and there's just a couple of things that I think I hope that you can clear up for me. So are you saying that?
Go ahead. I'm excited.
Are you saying that because there were slaves in Egypt, everybody at some point were slaves?
No, but slaves in Egypt didn't react in this way, and they had it way more worse than all of us. That's the point.
Okay. Well, all right. So, cool. I got it. I think I understand. So, yeah, I am not particularly motivated by slavery in and of itself, and I'm not sure if anybody is talking about that specifically. I think that most people are talking about what is happening to them today and its root origin, right? Not necessarily trying to go back 5,000 years or 10,000 years or who had it worse. I don't think it's an idea about comparative suffering necessarily. It's just about a heritage and a tradition.
But that's when I stop you, because this whole thing has perpetuated because of compared suffering, because everybody's comparing it to what happened back in the days. So right there, it's
not about no. But I mean about compared suffering. It's about I don't care about what happened to you back in the day because the Egyptians had it worse 10,000 years ago.
You just said compared suffering.
Right, but I'm saying, but you're misunderstanding what I mean by
what happened back in the days in slavery to what happened now.
But you're misunderstanding what I mean by compared suffering. What I mean by compared suffering is saying that I don't care about what you're talking about because the Egyptians had it worse 10,000 years ago. That's what I mean by compared suffering. I'm not trying to compare what happened to these people to what happened to somebody 10,000 years ago. That doesn't have really anything to do with what somebody is talking about, what's happening to them today, and the root causes of it.
So that's what I'm saying. So it contradicts what I just told you, because if you're going to compare something to anything, people are all mad because why? Oh, because black people are treated like this, black people treated like that. I go, why ain't Puerto Rican people treated like that? Why didn't they do that?
What does that have to do? Why does it have? Why do you? Why? Okay, here's what I'm saying. What is the problem with being compassionate about what they're saying?
I never said I wasn't compassionate. Now you're twisting it in order to sound right. I'm a psychologist, dude. You're not going to twist the conversation and make yourself seem right when you know you just contradicted yourself.
No, I'm asking a question. I don't know what you're talking about seeming. I'm just asking you, why does it have to be about Puerto Rican? Why do you have to actually not address what they're talking about black people and then start talking about some other group?
Look at how fast and how easy it was to even get you going just with one sentence in a paragraph. That's what social media is doing.
I'm asking you a question. I'm not going anywhere. I'm just asking you a question. I'm not going anywhere. I'm asking you a question.
Go ahead. You love to ask questions. I said that in the beginning.
I know. I got it. You can ask me questions. You can ask me questions back. I asked it. I didn't get a question. I didn't get an answer. What you talked about was getting me wound up somehow. I'm not wound up. I would like to know the answer to my question.
You were sleeping 2 minutes ago. You sounded like you were about to go to sleep.
I got it. Are you going to answer the question or no?
I'll answer all the questions for you, but I'm not the oracle.
Okay, cool. So do you want me to state it again, or is there an answer coming?
No, I just gave you the answer, but then you're trying to make me re-answer it to see if I get in a different answer.
I missed your answer.
I told you I studied psychology. Go ahead.
Right, but that doesn't answer the question. My question is not what did you study. My question was why, when somebody's telling you about what happened to black people. Okay. Why, when someone is telling you about what happened to black people, right? It comes about what happened to Puerto Ricans. What happened to Puerto Ricans have to do with it?
But wait, where did What the Puerto Ricans have to do anything is because think about it.
You brought it up because you said when you were saying about African slavery and all this stuff. You
now
said
it's my
that
turn.
when you bring up Puerto Rico,
now
and
I
I'm
talk.
asking you what.
No, so look,
okay,
this is the whole race division thing that they're doing, you know. But the whole point is that they went over there and they took black people, and black people are well built a lot more than a lot of human beings. Their genetics is crazy. So put it like this: if they let the white people go over there and take them, why are they complaining if they're over here taking the white man's job now? What is there to be angry about? If it wasn't for the white man, where would black people be? Where would I be?
White man's job? What are you talking? What is a white man's job?
What do you mean white man? I never even said the word job in that
what are you
conversation.
You said you're coming over here. You said what are you complaining about when you're taking a white man's job? Well, I'm literally I'm listening to you talk, and I don't know what you're talking about. When you said that we're over here, when you said we're over here taking the white man's job, what job of the white man are we taking?
Politics. I mean, all Trump's people inside the White House are all black. Like, come on, man. You know what I'm talking about. Don't try to make me go into details that you know. You're not.
No, I don't know.
You sound like an intelligent guy.
Like literally, I don't know what you're talking about. So you're saying that since black people are not here, so
you're just gonna interrupt me, but that's fine.
No, I don't know what you're talking about. That's why I'm asking you questions, right? So when you said
take the white man's job, I have no other way to explain the white man's job.
That's what I was. That's why I was asking. So what I'm saying. So do you think that?
I just said that all black people in Trump's White House, right?
What'd you say?
That all the people in the White House are black. That's what I'm saying about black people taking the white man's job.
All of them? Are you sure that all of them are?
The majority. Come on.
Are you sure the majority of them are? Are you talking about the majority? Well, you said all, and now you went to majority. Are you sure about majority?
All right, so now continue, because now Punch Drunk is here.
Yeah, because what you're saying doesn't make any sense. It's not factually correct.
My fault.
Really what you're talking about doesn't make sense, man.
It's all good.
What you're saying doesn't make so you went from all to majority,
it doesn't make sense
and
now you're
going to talk about what two people
from a psychological. Can I talk now? Because all you've been doing has been hype on the mic, but you're not letting me talk.
Go ahead. I'm listening. I'm all ears.
No, I'm gonna punch myself out. I'm gonna punch myself up on Punch Drunk Boxing because I gotta go in a second. Put it like this. Everything that I look at, I don't look at it politically like you. I look at scientifically, historically, and psychologically. I throw politics out the window. I look at history itself. With history itself, people be like, oh, history is going to repeat itself. The thing that everybody knows that's saying, that's nothing that's new. That's nothing that's mind-blowing to me. The whole point is that, think about it. If we're going the way that we're going, and you look back when, now it's even worse because now we got technology involved. Now that the technology involved, you got social media involved. You got shit like this involved in it. You know, there's so many other ways. Like when you saw the person protest, for example, that cop breaking the glass, it's like, hey, you a cop? The dude is like, the cops, the system. Now look at it from my point of view. Was the dude holding the pizza box asking that cop, how you gonna know he was a cop? Was he in on it too? To point the finger at the cops? Oh, look what the cops are doing. And that guy's in it with the government getting paid and making it seem like, oh, he got caught. Or those cops that are breaking the window. Oh, look, they're breaking. Are the media, are the news involved in that? They're all involved into this chaotic chaos that they're causing. Now that the riot's done, now it's going to perpetuate to, oh, an asteroid's coming to Earth now. You know what I'm saying? It's not the corona, it's not the virus. Now it's the Dominicans now. You know, now they're taking this and they're squeezing every little bit of hate out of it because that's what the system is built on. It's built on divide and hate. Controversy sells. It always will. And everything that is going on now, everything that people think that they can break down to a narrative or to its finite, look at behind the veil. Everything is right here. The history has shown what's been going down, what's been going on. But let's not go back 50 years or 100. No, let's go back thousands of years. Let's go to the beginning and then go forward. And if you look at history, like Facebook itself, there were other versions of that, but it wasn't like through the internet. It wasn't like information superhighway. It wasn't like that. It was more by the scribers, the guys that were passing around tablets through the town like a newspaper. Then the newspaper was the one telling all the lies and brainwashing and Wall Street. Then the news got on there, and then the radio back in the 50s, they were telling stories and everything itself. What we think we know, we don't know not even 1% of what's really going on. We just are given our own idea.
Deep. Smoke.
But I gotta go, and we gotta continue this. But I gotta go. I gotta get into work. Yo, smoke. Yeah, smoke.
Yeah.
It was a pleasure. We definitely need to get to it again. If you have anything else to tell me, I don't want to just leave like that.
No, it's all good, man. You got something to do. You got something to do. Like it's all good. I hope we get a chance to chop it up. And I'm definitely interested in understanding where you're coming from.
Let me ask the question: should I bring this topic up or keep it strictly boxing? This was it. Was this good for the channel? Or?
The thing is, Punch Rock. You gotta understand that. No, he ain't waiting on me. No, you gotta understand that this is what makes this channel great. That people know it's gonna be about boxing. Yeah, the first couple hours, but then we start to fly somewhere else. We start to talk about things that are happening now. We start to talk about everything I say: demons, dimensions, planets, levels, understanding, emotion. This is what makes it. And it's like, and I apologize that I be seeing your other lives, but during the week it's like I gotta wake up mad early and get to work, so I don't be jumping on the lives, or you don't see me on the chat, but I be watching them at work. I was actually on I don't know if you know Johnny Boy. He got a boxing channel.
I heard of Johnny Boy. I still haven't had a chance to
Yeah, I put a link when I was on there live. I was on there live like a little bit towards the end, but I gave you a shout out on his channel, and I said when I get on your channel, before I go in, I want to give him a shout out, Johnny Boy Boxing. Check out the live. I put it under. I put it on one of your. I commented on one of your things, and I posted Arch live stream on his page, and that's the one. I posted his on. I posted ours on his, and then his on ours. You know, because it's all about growing. It's all about growing. I mean, his channel is definitely don't go to these degrees. You know, these tiers are very different from any live that we're gonna do ever. But if it's like Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and you go live, and you know it's all about timing, and I come on, and you know I'm always willing to come on and
man.
Speak, because
I think what I'm about to start doing is actually putting out like promoting it. Yo, I'm about to come in on this. I just show up and just on the spur of the moment when the kids go to sleep.
On the fly.
Yeah. So I'm gonna start doing that. Like, let's say I'm get on 11 p.m. so people can know that I'm about to be on or whatever, like a day before. I think that would be cool.
Yeah, everything to me, put it like that. It's hold on. I gotta get into work and I gotta put on my mask.
Yeah.
Show and tell. I always gotta show and tell. This is my mask for work.
I don't know if you can still hear him, but I can't anymore.
Yeah, he don't got the mic. That's why.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that was interesting.
I know. You got a little louder like me, huh?
Yeah. I mean, bro, I gotta tell you, I am thoroughly fucking confused. Egypt, slavery, white man's job. What about the Puerto Ricans? I got a lot of questions.
But I know exactly what got you spiked up. You know when he said that the people in Africa, if it wasn't for the whites, y'all be still chasing whatever. That got you spiked up, right?
No, I didn't understand. I didn't know what he's talking about. Like, it's not even spiked up. I literally don't know what he's talking about. Like, what, dude? What? No, he's like, my people have suffered 4,000 years before. Like, who the hell are you talking about? Are you like some like this is a story that I didn't think I heard. So I was interested in it. Apparently, like Egyptians are black or something.
Rob gets deep.
No, but I mean, but it's nonsense though. I mean, the issue was about black people, and then he says they shouldn't be crying because of Egyptian slavery, as if the Egyptian slavery weren't black people.
Don't worry, Smoke. Yo, we're gonna chop it up. Don't worry, Smoke. You can write it. Yo, note it down on the pad so that you can be like, 'cause I know you're gonna write it down, and next time you see me.
No, you do know that those Egyptians were black people, right?
We're all.
No, that's what he was saying. That we all black.
That's my whole point. But you're not seeing my point.
Saying that we're all black.
We're gonna chop it up.
Yeah, that's what he's saying.
But we weren't all black 4,000 years ago. No, but we weren't all black 4,000 years ago.
Slice and dice, like Scorpion.
I mean, I get that we're all black at one point, but it wasn't during the Egyptian pharaoh era.
Oh yeah, how do you know that?
Because the Greeks were because the Greeks still because the Greeks still existed during that era, and they weren't black.
All right, the Greeks existed during the times of Moses. You're talking about Old Testament. See, now we're gonna.
No, I'm talking about the times of Egypt.
Right now, I'm going into work.
Okay. So, wait. So, are you saying that you have a timeline for the time of Moses? You know, like what time period Moses was supposed to happen in? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I got time periods for even your lifetime. Put it like that.
I got that. I just want to make sure that I understand what you're saying to me. Like you're saying that there's a time where like when Moses came down with the tablets, everybody was all the same ethnicity. There weren't all these multi-ethnic places when Moses came down with the law.
But I never said that, and I can't go back and forth with you right now because I'm going.
No, I mean I'm trying to figure out what you're saying. You're saying we're all black. We're all black, and because of Moses, like, are you saying everybody was black during the time of Moses? Like.
You all right, Rob?
Good morning. Happy Friday, cause we made it. Ooh yeah.
Oh.
Let me see.
But yo, Rob. So I'll see you on the next live show.
Yeah, just tell me. Give me a time. And a date.
I'm gonna put it on my story.
Morning.
I'm gonna put it on my story the next time.
Yo, so hold on. Yeah, now that I'm outside real quick so that I can answer his questions. So listen, write down everything that you thought confused you. So then next time you're gonna have all these answers and you're gonna have all your research ready for me. So you're gonna make me look stupid. You're going to make me look dumb, and you're going to say, I'm not trying to make you look stupid or dumb. I just want to understand. Don't worry. We're going to get you to understand because I can't leave you suspended in the abyss of nothing. But we will get there. We will all chop it up because there's plenty of people on the chat. And this is what you're doing, Punch Rock. And it's like, you got people in here and they're listening, and those people are going to come back. They're going to want to listen again because you have this dynamic of bringing in all types of minds. When I was listening to Smoke in the morning, it's like, listen, politics, hey, I'll give you that. But when it comes to all this other stuff that I'm into, I'm not into those politics stuff. The thing is, I had to come on because it's like, nah, I just don't.
I'm huge into history and specifically the history of civilizations, and I can go through like the last 7,000 years, no problem. Like as just a topic of conversation, no issue. Now if you want to talk about the Bible as a historic or the Talmud as a historical document, we can get into that too.
But I can go beyond the Bible. I can go to the writings of Gilgamesh, which is way before the Bible.
Yeah, no, I got you. I got you. I
can go into the Emerald Tablets, which is one of the first scribes ever discovered. I know my stuff, man. I know my stuff. I'm telling you.
I hear you. I definitely hear you saying about your stuff, but at this point, I am thoroughly confused about some of the words that you said. But if you don't have time to explain it now, I understand, and hopefully you get to chop it up at some other point.
It's Saturday, right? This is Friday. Oh, Friday. I go live Friday.
Yeah.
Punch Rock, you going live already, man. It's Friday, bro. It's Friday. Don't say Saturday, man. I'm not even out of work. You say it's Saturday.
Yo, it's I lost track of time, man. I've been up
man, you having too much fun over there, man. You having too much fun over there.
Nah, man, I'm trying to like, you know, man, I be talking to people in my DM. I'm going to protest. I be doing a lot of stuff, man.
Yo, you did you go live on the protest? Yo, you should have been interviewing people live.
I did. I wanted to, but every time when I'm about to get in a dialogue with a person that I want, they be like, "I'm not gonna talk to you if you have the video cam on." And I'm by myself.
Yeah. You don't want all that smoke, man. You don't want all that craziness because people start getting hostile.
So then I'm like, all right, look, I'm not here for a photo op. You know what I'm saying? So I just want to have a dialogue. So if I say I just want to videotape you and be like, oh no, I don't want to talk to you, then it was just for a photo op. I'm not there for a photo op. If I could if I could record it, I could. If I can, I'm just gonna give the respect and still have that dialogue. But my sister want to come with me probably tomorrow. There's gonna be another protest in Harlem. I think on Saturday I'm going to that too. So I'll probably go to Brooklyn today, and then Saturday another protest. And now they got this other protest for all little kids to go.
Yeah, you gotta get on there and be like, you gotta get on your channel and be like, listen, I'm gonna be at that protest. I'm looking to interview my fans. If you guys are out there, you know what I'm saying, I'm gonna be so and so place. You know, I'm ready to interview. We're gonna go live. And it's like you're gonna have some hardcore. Yo, this is like it's gonna be raw footage of history right then and there, live on your stream. 50 years from now, they can look at your live stream and be like, oh yeah, this was what was happening then. We were there.
2020. History is a history year.
All right, my nigga, I need to get out of here. Yo,
but yo,
it's been a pleasure.
I would like to see the showdown. I like this kind. I like Rob. And Smoke.
I mean, it's not. I don't look at it. I don't look at it as a showdown because it's
it's the elevation though. It's the elevation.
Yeah,
of the
to me, it's all about your channel and the people. Like, I don't even start my own channel for these reasons because it's like, it's not for me, but it's for.
But you know how it is. Remember what I told you? It's about the bait. It's about the bait.
It's about the bait. Yo, listen, it's gonna be the most epic, most greatest. Yo, the most greatest. Yo, the next upcoming channel in all YouTube, most trending. Yo, you guys got to tune in because you're not going to get this information nowhere for free because they're charging you $19.99 per minute over there, other commercials. So you guys be safe. Thank you for having me on, Smoke. Be safe. Everybody stay safe. If you safe, your family safe. All right, peoples.
All right. Peace out, man. God bless.
You
Smoke. You there, Smoke?
Yeah, I'm here.
Man, Smoke. You been this long into a live or no? Or this is the longest?
Yeah, I've done a 24-hour live.
Oh, damn! Which one was that?
That was EJ. It was boxing. You know, I'm only over here for boxing. I'm not on social media. I'm not on any other social media platform other than YouTube, and I'm only here for boxing. But this is, you know, it's timely COVID. This is all happening.
So it's a good conversation, right?
Yeah. You know, I don't mind touching on other subjects. I have a formal education, right? I got a couple of degrees, advanced degrees. So, you know, I can chop up any variety of things, but I'd really just prefer to talk boxing.
Okay, boom. We're going straight to boxing. We're going straight to boxing. I'm gonna have like 10 more minutes on. 10 more minutes on boxing. What do you think about Inoue Casimero?
Damn, you went out right when you asked. What do I think about what?
Naoya Inoue versus Johnriel Casimero. What you feel about that fight?
I think it's you know, I favor Monster to win, and I think it'll be cool for legacy. I think it'll be a good fight too. But I was more interested in the Tete fight, to be perfectly honest.
Tete fight versus the what? Tete and Inoue or
and Monster
or Casimero? Because Casimero beat Tete.
You know what? Actually, more like Tete and Monster.
Okay,
but Casimero, it's a good fight. It's gonna be a good fight. I'm definitely gonna tune in. Monster's a young guy. I think it should be good.
Yeah. How about what I was gonna say? How about Lomachenko, Teofimo Lopez? What you feel? I got Teofimo Lopez winning that. What you feel about that?
I got Loma winning it, but I think Teofimo has the skills and could pull it off. I've never seen Teo fight live. I've seen Loma fight live. I am more of a Teo fan than I am of a Loma fan, like as a as a personality. Right.
Right.
But yeah, Loma is a beast, and I think there's just some unanswered questions about Teo. So, like, how is he going to react to the big lights, right? Like stuff like that. Just he's a young guy. I think this fight is a little bit early for him. I know it's a win-win. It doesn't matter if he loses. Kind of, he wins just in the attempt, kind of like Special Olympic style.
So you think if Teofimo Lopez wins, is an upset or is just a good win? Because if it's an upset, that means that nobody thought.
It would be an upset because Loma is the favorite to win, right? But it's one of those upsets that is you may be able to see the writing on the wall because Teo actually has the tools. He has the reflexes. He has the fighting style. He has the power. He actually has the talent that it takes to beat Loma. But it's just a little early.
See,
I don't think the fight's gonna happen. If you really want my honest opinion,
they said that Lomachenko is gonna be here this week.
Yeah, that's cool.
You don't think it's gonna happen?
Nah.
What about you?
I never thought it was gonna happen. It doesn't strike. It seems too much like right.
Let me ask you a question. Do you disagree on my stance on the Devin Haney situation?
What's your stance on Devin Haney? What's the Devin Haney situation?
My concrete official stance was that he should have never accepted a WBC belt. And he should have threw that belt in the garbage. Just because.
Man, you tripping. Yeah, you tripping.
All right. Okay. So good. So just because when Mauricio Sulaiman had the interview and said, this is the only reason why I said this. And I did a whole video about it. And I said, because Mauricio Sulaiman said that the fight, Lomachenko is going to be fighting for undisputed of the winner with Comey and Teofimo Lopez. I did a video right away, and I said, throw that belt in the garbage because if Vasily Lomachenko could still be undisputed, so what does that belt entails? Then that belt is nothing. What belt is he holding?
Now you're tripping.
Okay, go ahead.
The championship belts. Am I breaking up or am I clear?
You're clear. Okay,
cool. The championship belts ensure that you get a fight on TV. Like that's what that means. Like that's what when these guys get these broadcaster contracts with these companies, these promotional companies, it's for a certain number of championship fights.
Okay.
Right, and that's what
you're breaking up. We lost them, guys. We lost Rob. I mean, Smoke. My fault. Try to hop back in, Smoke. I don't hear one word.
Yeah.
Hello.
Yeah, you still there?
Yeah. Go ahead.
Okay, cool. Yeah. I was saying, like, yeah, you better dump a belt for some cash, not for your feelings, not for principle. Belts represent money and opportunity.
Okay, so you think that with the belt, you don't think he's gonna get the same opportunity?
I'm saying without the belt, he ain't gonna get the same opportunity. That guy needs a belt. That guy needs a belt, and he needs big fights.
Who, Haney?
Haney, yes. Haney is not in a position where he can just dump belts. He's not in a Canelo situation. He's not in a Riddick Bowe situation. He is not in a Floyd Mayweather situation.
So if he's a champ, so if he has the belt, who is he gonna fight right now? What's his next fight?
Well, nobody can fight anybody right now. But
no, I'm saying his next fight, the WBC is giving him a voluntary bout. What so he's gonna do with the belt?
Right. I mean,
serious. There's a lot of mixed information coming from Devin Haney's camp.
There's a lot of mixed information coming from the WBC.
Oh yeah. We already know.
How is Devin Haney going to give you straight information if the WBC keeps changing its mind?
But that was my initial reaction. The WBC is I said he should dump the belt because of what the WBC said.
Bro, the WBC is the second oldest sanctioning body. Like when you talk about this stuff, you're talking about legacy, right?
But who cares? That's not WBC. Legacy. Okay,
WBC sends guys to the Hall of Fame. Like that's how you get there by title defenses, right? You get there by championship fights. You don't get there by saying I don't like your politics and throwing the belt away.
I mean, in boxing, I don't know. When it comes to boxing, when it comes to combat fighting, you got to have some for me as a fan, you got to have some moral standard. You're not just
but your moral standard isn't. Your moral,
he's not.
But you don't draw a moral standard based on what is sanctioning body, the whims of a sanctioning body.
He's not a champion.
Listen, right? But who's champion? Like who makes you a champion? It's a sanctioning body.
Lomachenko's the champion. Lomachenko,
right? But because he fought for a sanctioning body.
But but we for that sanctioning body, we know he's a champion.
Right, and that's what Devin Haney is, a champion from a sanctioning body.
He's a belt holder.
But he is a champion.
He's not a champion. He never won a champion. He's a belt holder.
But no, he's a champion. Here's the deal. Here's the thing. Here's the thing. Lomachenko got granted a title fight for a vacant title by a sanctioning body. Okay. Right? And then that same sanctioning body said, you don't have to defend that against your mandatory. You can do whatever you want. And it's still all good with us. And as a matter of fact, in order to get you out of the idea, as a matter of fact, in order to exempt you from fighting a mandatory, we're going to give you a special designation, and then we're going to have an empty belt. That's what they did for Loma. Why would Devin Haney now try to protest what the sanctioning body has every right to do?
No, this what it is. I'm trying to say, and the only people that's going to back up Devin Haney is only Devin Haney's fans. But no more.
It's anybody who has a brain cell and like watches boxing, and it doesn't turn into a protest. Like that doesn't make any sense. Like why would you protest that? Like their own thing. Like I'd understand it if the belts were like this public trust, or that it had some sort of inherent value that wasn't bestowed by the sanctioning body itself and a network TV deal, right? Look, like what you're talking about. I think what you're talking about is the opportunity that a belt represents.
You're also being misinformed because you're talking about a mandatory. The WBC, I did a video about it, and I'll send you the link about it. When Mauricio Sulaiman said that Devin Haney is going to sign a contract versus Abdullaev, knowing that he is not going to be a mandatory for Lomachenko.
Yes, that's why they didn't fight for an eliminator. Exactly. I know that. That's why they fought for the interim belt and not for a mandatory spot.
Okay, so where is this mandatory thing come upon? Because if an announcer says mandatory, that doesn't mean the WBC ever say he's going to be a mandatory.
No. Here's the thing. No, I'll tell you how. I'll tell you how. Because the fight, but they've Abdullaev, because Devin Haney and Devin Haney and the guy was supposed to fight for an eliminator to become mandatory. Loma told them that I'm not going to face my mandatory. I'm actually I got bigger fish to fry than some WBC mandatory. And the WBC went along with it. The WBC said, cool, Loma, you're such a big time guy. You don't need to fight no mandatories. These guys ain't on your level. So what those guys did was fight for an interim belt because they knew Loma wasn't going to honor his mandatory. So it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense for them to fight for a mandatory spot when Loma isn't going to honor his mandatory.
Listen. Franchise belt or not, Lomachenko beats Luke Campbell. He's going for a unification bout with Romy or Teofimo Lopez, regardless if there's a franchise belt or not.
Or whoever else is there, because Teo might move up.
And also, then you have to put in this place. It's not what Lomachenko said, if he's not going to fight his mandatory, because he's going to go for to become undisputed. So
that's fine. That's fine. But the mandatory. But so where does that leave the mandatory? Where does that leave the mandatory, guys? Since Loma's going for undisputed.
Listen. Even put it this way: even if Devin Haney wins a mandatory, the WBC only takes 12 months for you to fight your mandatory. So even if Devin Haney was the mandatory, people think because he was going to be the mandatory, he was going to be an immediate mandatory. Remember, Lomachenko fought 2 weeks before Devin Haney became interim champion. So I don't even know why people even discuss this mandatory, because it doesn't matter. Lomachenko, regardless of the franchise belt, regardless of the Haney was mandatory, he was going to fight for an undisputed bout.
Bro, that's the thing. Okay, so what you're missing? You're missing something. You're missing that Haney was supposed to fight Luke Campbell. Loma took Haney's spot. So then Haney was supposed to fight an eliminator for the next guy, right? Since those two guys are going to fight, Haney's going to fight the eliminator. Then Loma said, you can have this eliminator if you want, but I'm not fighting no mandatory. So now what sense does it make to fight an eliminator for a mandatory that isn't going to happen? So what they did instead of fighting eliminator was fight for the interim championship.
Okay.
What happened was Loma got a franchise Loma was elevated to franchise.
Okay.
So at that point, they made Devin Haney a champion. Devin Haney would be a fool to turn the belt down under those circumstances.
And that's why we blame the WBC, and that's why I said Devin Haney dropped that belt. Because you're not going to do nothing with that belt. And if Lomachenko...
Blame WC for what? Who cares? Like, none of this makes any... Like, the only people who are upset are people who think that you need to fight for a belt.
He is not a champion. That's facts.
Okay,
nobody
right.
considers him as champion.
Only if you look at the WBC, here's the thing. Here's the deal. Here's the deal. Punch. You're just missing something. You're just missing something. Fans don't make champions.
He's not a champion.
Sanctioning bodies do.
He's not a champion. As long as Lomachenko
that belt belongs to the WBC. The WBC says he is their champion.
He's a belt holder. He's a belt holder.
Right. You can make whatever, you can do whatever semantic argument you want. What I'm telling you is that the WBC has as their champion Devin Haney at 135 pounds.
But if your own contemporaries does not look at you as a champion, your own contemporaries, the fans don't look at you as a champion.
That don't mean a damn thing.
Yes, it
does. Right. That don't mean a damn thing. That don't mean nothing. That means absolutely nothing.
First, you got to be.
That means absolutely nothing. Absolutely nothing.
That's all we could be. It's fans. That's all we could be.
Right, but what I'm saying is, but you can't. But what you can. But what fans aren't is a sanctioning body.
All these political
fans don't trump what the sanction, those belts are the property of the sanctioning body. They can do what the fuck they want. Like, you can be mad about what the sanctioning body does, but you can't overrule what the sanctioning body does. See, the thing is, the sanctioning body could do whatever they want to do. You could give a champion, but also if you're gonna call yourself a boss, be boss and throw that shit away that don't mean shit. Because you ain't a champion. All right, but it does mean something. But it does mean something.
He's a light heavyweight.
But you're missing the point. It does mean something. That's why you don't throw it away.
It don't mean nothing. It don't mean nothing.
I got it. Okay, so tell me, how do you know that Monster Inoue is any damn good?
Oh, Inoue? Because he's a three division champion, and he also beat Nonito Donato to become a unified champion.
Could he be a 3 division champion if guys went around throwing away the belts? Or do you need the champion? Do you need to actually fight for one of these belts in order to be a champion?
Yes, you have to. Yes, that's
great. You need a sanctioning body to bless you. That is how you know that these guys are great in this day and age, because a sanctioning body said you are a champion. That's the way we as fans know that guy is good.
Okay, so Devin Haney became a champion versus Abdullayev. He's a champion.
Devin Haney became a champion. No, Devin Haney became a champion. But Devin Haney became a champion when Loma got elevated.
Okay, so he got elevated.
Correct. Okay, so you remember Vitaly Klitschko? I'm not sure how old you are, but you remember the Hasim Rahman James Toney fights, right?
Yeah.
You know how Hasim Rahman was a champion even though he didn't win?
Okay.
Because Vitaly was injured. He was the interim champ. They got elevated because that's what happens when interim. That's what the position of an interim champ. So when he beat Abdulayev, he became an interim champ that got elevated because Loma got elevated.
I feel you, but you gave me a different scenario. See, this is what I got. I'm mad at the WBC.
I'm saying that he didn't even win the Tony fight. What I'm telling you is, Hasim Rahman was not a champion, did not beat anybody to become a champion, but was still a champion because he was the interim guy that got elevated. That's what happens when interim champions, when something happens to a champion and there's an interim champion.
I understand about the interim champion. This is what I'm saying. I'm gonna give you an example. Canelo Alvarez, he got the same shit that Lomachenko got, right? Canelo Alvarez, they elevated Charlo. Canelo Alvarez went to fight 175 pounds. Canelo Alvarez is about to fight at 168 pounds. So for me, even though that I don't agree with this franchise and this interim champion, Charlo is in 160 pounds and Canelo Alvarez is out the division. So cool, you could elevate him because he's not fighting a middleweight no more. I doubt he would never fight a middleweight anymore, Canelo Alvarez. So yeah, elevate him as a champion. See, the thing is with Vasily Lomachenko and Devin Haney is yes, they're elevated, but Vasily Lomachenko is still there. So everybody knows
you don't need to elevate a guy who's just leaving the division. Just go. Bye.
But he's not leaving. But I'm saying he's not leaving.
Okay, you just said he's not. You literally just said you don't think he's going to fight at middleweight. If he's not going to fight at middleweight, why does he need to be elevated? Why can't he just leave the division like every other fighter before Canelo Alvarez?
What I'm saying is that I don't agree. I'm not agreeing with the franchise belt. I don't agree with the WBC. But
you're saying it's justified in Canelo's case, but you're saying it's justified in Canelo's case, and it's justified in Loma's case, and it's justified in Loma's case, but Devin Haney for somehow cut his nose to spite his face.
If Canelo Alvarez was still in the middle division, I would be saying the same exact thing I'm saying about the Vasily Lomachenko and the Devin Haney, because it looks dumb for Charlo to accept a belt knowing that the guy is in the middleweight and nobody respects you as the champion. It's no point of the belt because everybody
listen to the extent right.
The belt holder. That's what I'm saying.
To the extent that these guys are fighting for the respect of their peers and other people, then perhaps this move might be suspect. But since this move is over a career and you have plenty of time to make this up, you do not throw away a belt that you can actually justify and legitimize later on.
Why
just because it's not listen, people can look at it sideways right now, but all you need to do is fight somebody and all that goes away. Like you're saying that Charlo's going to go to 168, but if Charlo fights Eubank, that's a fine fight at 160. If he fights Derevchenko, it's a fine fight at 160. Yeah. You don't need to. I mean, people will see that belt as legit. He doesn't need to throw it away. All he needs to do is fight the people. But that's all you got to do is fight somebody.
Yo, but that's what I'm talking about. I said that.
You don't need to throw the belt away to do that.
With the Canelo Alvarez,
as a matter of fact, having the belt helps.
But if Canelo Alvarez is still there, and I'm remember, I'm going by what the WBC is saying. Now think about what the WBC is saying. So. If let's say Canelo Alvarez is staying in the middleweight division, he's about to fight Demetrius Andre, and it was supposed to be an undisputed bout. Let's say that. Okay. And Mauricio Sudamon is saying, no, this is going to be an undisputed bout. This is going to go for the all four belts. Then tell me, what is the belt that Charlo has?
Right. So what Charlo has is the WBC World Championship belt.
I mean, what weight does it hold?
It holds the weight of a championship fight and a championship title defense should he win the bout. And it holds the fact that it fulfills the terms of his broadcasting contract with his partners.
Why it just can't be still interim if Lomachenko's going to be there? I look at him as
it's not still interim because Loma said he wasn't going to fulfill his obligations as it's WBC champion. See, here's the deal. When you win a vacant title, you have to fight it mandatory within a set number of times. Or you get stripped, right? So what they did for Loma, since Loma told him, I'm not going to be doing that, they made a designation for Loma that already existed. They gave Loma a designation.
Smoke, I'm giving you exactly what Mauricio Sulaiman said, word by word.
Yes, I know. I'm giving you back what he said also. We're not arguing about what he said. We're just arguing about what Devin Haney should do about it.
I'm saying is
Devin Haney should do about it. And what you're suggesting is madness. What you're suggesting is out of protest of what Sulaiman is doing for Canelo and Loma, these two guys should abandon championships that they have earned.
Well, we already know that Lomachenko won a belt. He's a champion. We know that
and
about
so
Loma.
did Devin Haney. Devin Haney won an interim championship.
He's not
okay. He was elevated. Okay, I got it.
He's not a champion.
You keep saying he's not a champion, but when you look at WBC,
he knows he's not a champion. Everybody knows he's not a champion.
Everybody does. Okay, then why
knows it.
Okay, then why does it? Okay, everybody. If you're saying everybody but the WBC and Devin Haney.
Come on, everybody know he ain't a champion. Everybody know he's
everybody but the WBC and Devin Haney. The only two people that actually. Okay, let me ask you this. Let me ask you a question. The next guy who Devin Haney fights.
Yeah.
Is that guy going to accept the belt if he should win the fight? Or is he going to be like, since Devin Haney didn't throw it away, this belt is now worthless?
He's going to accept it.
Correct. And are you going to tell that guy to throw it away because he got it off of paper? Because he got it off of a guy who should have thrown it away?
I would not respect that belt if Lomachenko is still in the lightweight division and still a champion. If Teofimo Lopez,
okay, but that's a separate issue. But that's a separate issue.
No, because it's the same. Because it has to do with the franchise. Always gotta have to do with.
But we're talking about a champion of its own right. We don't need a champion that has anything to do with Loma. Like he's a champion in his own right, regardless of what Loma does. But that's my point to you. Like the champion is gonna go fight somebody else, right? Not named Loma. So that champion, should that champion lose, the next guy is gonna be champion. Correct? Yes, he is. So what happens with Loma is irrelevant to what's going on with the WBC championship belt.
But you had an argument stating about Devin Haney being mandatory. Devin Haney was never mandatory.
No, I got you that he wasn't ever mandatory. The issue was he was supposed to fight for the belt, and they had that fight stolen from him. So instead of fighting for a mandatory that wasn't going to be honored, he fought for an interim. So no, he wasn't mandatory. In fact, he was more than mandatory. He's an interim champion.
Even Gervonta Tank Davis was ranked higher than Devin Haney.
That's because
Devin Haney was never in position to get a title fight.
Okay, Devin Haney was in position to get a title fight. Loma just took it from him.
No, Loma don't got that power to take.
Loma, Devin Haney, and Luke Campbell were going to fight for the vacant Okay, so when Mikey Garcia moved out of the division, the WBC belt became vacant, right? Vacant, yes. So then Devin Haney and Luke Campbell were going to fight for that vacant belt.
Okay,
but Team Loma interceded, and they petitioned the WBC to fight for that vacant title.
Why?
They bumped. Why? Because they could. Oh. Because they didn't want to wait. They didn't want to fight the winner. They wanted to fight Luke Campbell.
Or they want to fight for the belt.
Right, but they could have fought the winner for the belt. But they didn't want to do that. Instead, they jumped the gun, interjected themselves into the process that created, and since the WBC are all into, hey, you know what, that guy's big and has a lot of clout in boxing, let's hitch our star to his wagon, or let's hitch our wagon to his star. Sorry, let's hitch our wagon to his star. And everybody, the WBC's down with it, Team Loma's down with it, so everybody else just got to figure it out.
So you're looking at it like this. You're looking, oh, well, it's political for Loma, then it's political for Devin Haney. So that's the
it's political for everybody. I'm saying it's political for everybody. I went to seen Rock. So it's political for everybody. Like boxing is political.
Okay, so even of course, even through political. So let's just go by fights. Even if you get there political, he still won. Devin Haney ain't win.
That's great that he won, but Devin Haney didn't die.
I know that he could still fight, but for me.
So then why would he throw the belt away?
Because
all he has to do is fight somebody and legitimize the belt.
I wanted him to do it morally.
Yes, the moral thing is to fight somebody.
Smoke. Hey, Smoke, I wanted to hear what Punch said. I wanted to hear his thought, bro. I couldn't hear it. You kept cutting him off. What was you getting ready to say, Punch?
Oh, what?
Oh, yeah, let's take this out. Let me tag team this.
I just wanted to hear him.
No, go ahead, Punch.
I just wanted to hear what he said because you kept cutting him off. I was trying to hear what he was saying.
Oh no, I said, damn, I forgot what I was gonna say.
Yeah, I forgot. You was getting ready to make a point, but every time you was getting ready to make it, Smoke kept saying something. I was like, wait, hold up. I wanted to hear what he was getting ready to say, but I mean, I didn't even speak on the subject yet, Smoke.
Damn, I forgot.
No, I mean, you can speak on it, but he just asked me about what I thought about Devin Haney. So that's what I think about Devin Haney.
Let's keep talking about it, so that it'll just come back. Because I was
saying, right. So it was about the mandatories. What you're saying, you're making a point about Devin Haney being mandatory and whether or not he should have a shot.
I've been in there listening. I was in the chat listening to you guys. I heard you guys, but this is what I Smoke. A couple of things you said, like I don't really necessarily agree with, and I'll start with the Loma situation, because a couple of times you was like,
I think breaking up.
Yeah, you're breaking up, D. You're breaking up, D. Damn, that was a nice preamble too. You know, I enjoy a good. I don't agree with what you said, Smoke.
Hey, been Haney mandatory.
Where you at? Here you come. He comes back.
Hold up, and then you.
Damn.
Oh, I went out.
Yeah. You're breaking up. Okay, now we can hear you.
When did I go out at?
When you said that there's a couple things you didn't agree with.
Oh shit. Okay. Yeah. All right. Damn, y'all ain't hear shit then.
We didn't hear anything. It was great. Like you gave this huge thing, had us on the end of our seats, and then it just went blank. Yeah, go ahead.
All right, here we go. So, all right, the first one you was like, they were going to mandate Devin Haney, but Loma interjected. That's not correct. I don't think that's correct, and it's no way to prove that Loma interjected with anything, because Loma did a video when he was out in the Ukraine.
Yeah.
He said clearly, listen, I want all the rumors to stop. I had absolutely nothing to do with that. Bob Arum and Mauricio Suleiman did that behind the scenes. Then, look, check it out. Bob Arum comes back later. Now, he didn't confirm what Lomachenko said, but Bob Arum said out his mouth, well, I talked to Mauricio Suleiman about the... Right there, he gave himself away, bro. We know Bob Arum's on that bullshit. Right there when he said, I talked to Mauricio Suleiman about the WBC situation. Right there when he said, I talked to Mauricio Suleiman, means Lomachenko didn't do a goddamn thing and probably didn't know about it. But what he did do, what Lomachenko did do, was what a boxer that's under a promoter usually do. He ran along with it. Here's the thing. Did Lomachenko win the WBC belt? Did he win it?
Yes.
Yes, he won it, because they had to. He had to won it. That's why they elevated him. So he won the belt. What I'm sick and tired of is because Mauricio Suleiman, crooked ass, and Bob Arum, crooked ass, worked something out. And now everybody's holding that against Lomachenko, like Lomachenko's out there doing something. Because Mauricio Suleiman, greedy ass, let me tell everybody something about both of these goddamn franchise belts. And they need to stop charging Canelo, and they need to stop charging Lomachenko for any of it. The WBC franchise championship belt didn't have anything to do with all of these stupid narratives about Lomachenko and Canelo stepping in. The WBC franchise belt has solely to do with WBC green only, because they wanted to collect sanctioning fees off of Canelo and Loma and still collect sanctioning fees off of a WBC champion. It had nothing to do with fucking Lomachenko or Canelo stepping in to negate or stop anything. That's a bullshit narrative.
I completely agree, because I was saying the same thing about the
I think you're missing you're misconstruing two things. Can you open the door?
No, I ain't misconstruing anything.
You're missing two things.
That narrative
sorry
is
about that. Sorry about that,
misconstruing
guys.
I'm not misconstruing anything.
No,
I'm
no.
going off the report,
Here's the thing. Here's the
people
thing.
said.
The thing is, what you were describing is about the franchise belt elevation. That's what Loma was talking about. Was that he didn't petition to become franchise champ?
So
that has nothing to do with the vacant belt.
With Devin Haney, dog. That's what I'm saying. Hold on, Smoke. If he did not position, if he
I wasn't done. I wasn't
petition for that belt, then you can't say Lomachenko stop Devin Haney from doing anything, bro. You can't say that. That's just a fact, bro.
I never did. I never did. What I said was he interjected himself into a fight that was between Luke Campbell and Devin Haney. Because you want to point at the member of Lomachenko's team, that's fine. I don't have a problem with signaling out Bob Arum. That doesn't absolve Lomachenko. I mean, it may in your mind, but it doesn't in mine. But that's fine.
Explain how Lomachenko interjected himself. Because I explained how he had nothing to do with any of that situation. You explain to me how he personally interjected himself.
I'll tell you.
Yeah, tell me.
Right. I'll tell you how he personally did. Because just like he should have thrown the belt away, Lomachenko could have thrown the belt away if this wasn't down with initiated. Soon as Lomachenko he is
well, you breaking up, bro.
I'm not when it comes down to I'm not sure, but I wouldn't be surprised. It was Bob that initiated the vacant, the vacant title shot and the elevation. However, that doesn't absolve Loma from taking the vacant and also accepting the franchise.
Okay, hold on, real quick, Abbas. Let me ask them this then. So, with that same sentiment, Wilder dumped the 120 million, right?
Oh no!
I'm just asking. With that same sentiment, Wilder dumped 120 million, right? With that same sentiment, if Loma interjected himself,
I'm not sure.
I'm explaining it. This is why I will explain it so you can understand it. Since Loma interjected himself behind all of the bullshit that Bob Arum, which he always is conniving and deceptive and doing this tinky shit. So since Loma interjected himself behind all the bullshit that Bob Arum and Mauricio Suleiman cooked up, but you're saying we can't absolve Loma because he's responsible, right, for himself, then Wilder could have said, fuck you, Finkel, fuck you, Heyman, and took that 120 million because he was responsible for himself, right? Right? Right or wrong? With that sentiment that you're saying about Loma, if you want to blame Loma, you have to blame Wilder.
I don't understand what you're saying about blame. Okay, like Wilder said that I don't like the deal, and that's it. Why is it a blame thing?
Well, this is what I'm saying. What is the negative? It's no negative unless you're looking at it as negative, unless you don't want to say Wilder didn't take the 120. But this is no negative in it. It's just a situation. So you can call it blame. But when you say Loma,
right? He said he can make this money by himself.
Let me get a fucking thought off, bro. If you sit up here and say Loma interjected himself, right? Even though we all know that it was just bullshit with Mauricio Suleiman and fucking Bob Arum. They cooked up all of this. We all know this. But then you say, oh, Wilder didn't duck anything. No, Shelly Finkel and them clearly did everything they could not to take that contract. It wasn't Wilder. We know that. Let's not be stupid about this. But if we're going to hold Lomachenko responsible for foolishness of a sanctioning body and a goddamn promoter, then we have to hold Wilder for foolishness for Al and them and the shit behind the scenes. We can't say, oh, Wilder didn't duck anything. Loma interjected himself. Get the fuck out of here with that, bro, because we know that it's boxing, bro.
Okay. So here's
you're breaking it bad.
Breaking a bad, Smoke.
I just wanted to say something real quick, man, while Smoke figures out his Wi-Fi. Look,
Right.
Devin Haney's team, bro, they interjected themselves in and said, "Don't make this fight a title eliminator." I'm talking about the Akadabal fight. So why would you tell the WBC to not allow this fight to be a title eliminator, which would make you the mandatory for Lomachenko? Why would you come out and say that? Before Loma even got the franchise belt, you said that. So how are we charging Loma for anything? You came out. You came out and basically.
Can you hear me
hold
now?
on,
Or is it still breaking up?
Let him finish
I'm not
talking.
done.
I'm just asking. Can you hear my sound, or is it still breaking up?
Yeah, we can hear you, but we want to hear unbiased right now.
Go ahead, unbiased.
I'm just saying, how could you petition to the WBC to not become the mandatory after your fight, and now we're charging Lomachenko for being the franchise? That lets me know that your team didn't feel like you were ready for a Lomachenko fight.
Exactly.
So
we actually covered that part, and the reason why he didn't take it as a eliminator was because Loma told him. Told Mauricio, said Loma's team told Mauricio Suleiman that they weren't going to honor the mandatory. So Mauricio Suleiman went back to both Haney and Haney's opponent and told him that this fight, that Loma was not going to be honoring it and mandatory. He had bigger fish to fry. And so at that point, both guys decided, instead of to fight for an eliminator for a mandatory shot that wasn't going to happen, they decided to fight for an interim shot instead.
This is where logic comes in. This is where logic comes in. Why would you petition for your fight not to be eliminator if you know that you're not going to get the mandatory spot? The WBC already plays games with mandatory situations in the first place. So why would you petition for it?
Because of what happened. First off, Devin Haney and Luke Campbell were supposed to fight. Instead, Loma fights Luke Campbell, and then Devin Haney was supposed to fight the eliminator for the mandatory spot for the winner of Loma Luke Campbell, since his spot got bumped. But then, after Loma won, Loma said, "I'm not fighting a mandatory." At that point, the guys who are fighting eliminated for a mandatory have a choice. Do they fight for a mandatory spot that isn't going to get ordered, or do they have the same fight for an interim championship? What they chose to do was fight for an interim championship because it would be stupid to fight an eliminator for a mandatory that wasn't going to get called.
Yeah, you see, that would make sense, but Devin Haney petitioned for the interim before all that happened.
Yeah, but it wasn't Devin Haney that petitioned. It wasn't Devin Haney that petitioned. It was both guys that changed their fight from an eliminator to an interim title.
Yeah, so he could just call himself a champion.
It wasn't just Devin Haney. It wasn't just Devin Haney. It was both guys.
His team did not listen. His team, accompanied by Haney, asked and petitioned for only the interim title without the eliminator attached to it before
it was both combatants. It wasn't just Haney. It was both combatants once they found out what was going on.
But
it wasn't just Devin Haney
signed that contract. Haney knew that he's not going to be
for the same reason Loma accepted it, because that's what you do.
Okay, so
come on. There's the same reason Loma didn't turn down a franchise champion. It's the same reason Devin Haney didn't turn down a franchise.
Smoke, you just double talk like crazy, because before you were saying we need to charge Loma, and now and for taking the title and doing all this, we need to charge him for that. He had the option to not take it, but now you're saying Haney just did what he was supposed to do.
Right. It's anything to charge Lomachenko, bro. Like I said, anything to charge Lomachenko.
You guys don't understand. You guys missed the point. You guys missed it. Punch asked me, should Devin Haney throw away the belt? That's where Punch is coming from, that Devin Haney should have thrown away the belt. I'm saying Devin Haney shouldn't have thrown away the belt, just like Loma shouldn't have thrown away the belt. This is what these guys are in the business for these belts. You don't just throw it just because some guy don't like the way you got it.
I don't think Loma threw away any belt. And see, that's what I keep trying to run through your goddamn head, but you don't want to accept it.
I didn't say that he did. Listen, you're messing through my head. And Punch asked me a question. Punch thinks that Haney should have thrown away the belt. I don't.
Yeah.
I think he should have at least fought somebody for it.
Yeah, or fought for it. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, if you're gonna petition the WBC to not be an eliminator, you should have petitioned them to fight Fortuna for it, or fight somebody credible for it. Since we're doing petitions, I'm just saying.
I want to ask y'all this. Because Smoke also said, okay, they said that they're not going to honor the mandatory, right? So check this out. And this is what I'm talking about when I say Mauricio Suleiman and Bob Arum. Now, this is sanctioning bodies we're talking about. You're mandated to fight a guy. If they have a fight and you're mandated to fight them, that means that sanctioning body has mandated you fight this guy. When the fuck does the promotional company and the boxer get to call the shots? Nah, we ain't taking that mandatory, because what's supposed to happen if you don't fight your mandatory? You're supposed to be stripped. But by Smoke description, Bob Arum and Loma called the shots and said, no mandatory. Make something else happen. So that's clear corruption, bro, because that's not how it's supposed to work. The sanctioning body's supposed to mandate you, and you're supposed to fight, period. If not, you get stripped. Right. What would the IBF do?
And then why would you help? Why would you help this corrupt sanctioning body that we all know is a corrupt, and petition to not make it a fucking eliminator? Like, why would you help them?
That was my
because the choices that Suleiman gave him. The only choice that you have, the only choices Devin Haney was presented with was fight for an eliminator for a mandatory that wasn't going to be called, or fight for an interim championship. Those were his two, or not be a champion at all.
Okay, so
right, that's it. Those are his shows. That's what is. Leave the WBC alone.
Smoke. Here's my thing, Smoke. Here's my thing,
because
hold on. Look,
and at no point, and I just want to hold on. Let me just make one. Hold on. Like you hold on. You hold on for 1 second, because you've been twisting my words to make arguments with me all morning. Like let me just make my point. Let me just make my last point. I already said before you jumped on here that the WBC is involved. The WBC is definitely the architect for all of this confusion. But the answer isn't throw your arms up in protest and throw it and go home and take your toys. That's not what this is about. There is a recourse for Devin Haney, and that is becoming the interim champ, fighting for the interim belt that both guys agreed to do. But for some reason, you guys are only pointing at Devin Haney. Was his opponent wrong for taking the interim champion, or is it just Devin Haney that's wrong?
Okay, now,
but hold on, real quick, because I'm gonna say this and I'm gonna bounce. I'm gonna say this. Look, the WBC, we know they're fucked up with their mandatory situations. Look at Ugas, right? Ugas he was supposed to get that shot, you know what I'm saying? And they fucked him over. You know what I mean?
I'm going after unbiased too, Smoke.
Look at the
I'm listening to both you guys. Go ahead.
You know what I'm saying? This is the WBC we're talking about. They don't need help with screwing up mandatories. So I don't understand why you would be on their side and be a part of their team in your own situation like Devin Haney was. Why petition and help them to fuck you over with the mandatory position? They're known for doing that. They don't need help. So you don't need to petition, because they're probably going to do that. So petitioning to me is alluding that you just certainly were not ready for that smoke, and your team knew it, and you knew it. And what you're doing right now is just putting on a show. That's what it looks like to me.
Yeah, the only problem. Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
Hold on. I just said I'm going after unbiased, bro. Chill with that. Now, my thing was this, and it's simple. We cannot say that we understand that Mauricio Suleiman orchestrated everything and then charge Lomachenko. Because I ain't charging Devin Haney. I heard Punch argument. I think it would have been wise for him to just relinquish the shit, knowing everything that's going on. But what I'm saying is, you cannot charge Lomachenko knowing that fucking Mauricio Sulaiman orchestrated this shit, and the only help he needed was fucking Bob Arum. He ain't need Lomachenko. Lomachenko has shit to do with this. So I don't care about blaming Haney or blame game or all of that. What I'm saying is, you cannot charge Lomachenko, period. That's what I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. All of this blaming Haney and all that shit you talk about, Smoke, me misconstruing your words. No. Fuck all of that. All I'm saying is, if we know, and even you admitted, Smoke, that Mauricio Sulaiman orchestrated all of this, well, the only key piece he need for his orchestration is fucking Bob Arum, and he had that in his pocket. He didn't need Loma for nothing. Loma came out and said he didn't even fucking know what was going on, but fans don't want to hear that. And as sneaky as we know, conniving, and as much of a snake we know Bob Arum is, we know Mauricio Sulaiman orchestrated all of this. How the fuck we gonna sit up here and blame Loma? That's all I'm saying, bro. Get the fuck out of here.
Okay, so the question was, the reason why Loma comes into play in this, because we're talking about the fighters and we're talking about the belts. And so Bob don't really figure into this whole thing because Bob is not a champion. Bob's a promoter. Sure, those guys came up with the idea, and sure, Loma said that he doesn't know about the franchise belt. Loma did not say he didn't know about petitioning for the vacant in the first place. That's not what Loma said he didn't know about. So you can't just give some blanket immunity for the entire thing when all of it is part of it. Just because Loma didn't want the franchise or didn't request the franchise specifically doesn't mean that he wasn't down with getting involved in the vacant, which started this whole thing. And sure, it's a WBC, and this entire deal is about whether or not Haney should throw away belts. And that's why I asked the point, what about the next guy who fights Haney? Should that guy feel like he's not a real champion? I mean, Mbaya's dipped out, but all these guys are putting it on Haney and his guy to make some moral stand when they don't need to make one. All it is fans feel, or purists feel, like there's only one way to skin this cat. And there's more than one way to skin this cat historically. That doesn't have anything to do with the franchise belt. This interim thing has been happening with the WBC for a long time. I don't know why Devin Haney all of a sudden is supposed to protest about what a private company does with its own asset.
See, what does that have to do with Loma being at fault, bro? Because that's why I came on. I just want to know, because if we're gonna start holding fighters at fault for all of this foolery that goes on with sanctioning bodies and promoters, then we gotta start holding all of the fighters at fault, regardless of where they play.
Correct. That's why I said.
But
that's why I said I'm not holding Devin Haney responsible.
But you don't.
That's what I'm saying. I'm not holding Devin Haney responsible for this.
Smoke. You don't keep it consistent, because every time.
No, I don't think.
Hold on for a second, dog. Let me goddamn talk, Smoke. Jesus Christ.
Yo, tell me I'm not keeping it consistent, even though it's not correct.
You can't fucking hear if you fucking keep cutting me off, my nigga. Goddamn. I'm saying that you don't keep it consistent, because when we make some of these same charges, even though I understand it and I break it down on my channel, and we make some of these same charges at Tank Davis, we make some of these same charges at Deontay Wilder, and you never keep this energy, bro. You sit up there on my channel, you defend every fucking thing behind these guys, when I understand, and everybody does understand, that it's Heyman and Finkel in them, but still we're going to hold Wilder accountable. And you never do, dog. You never do. But then when it's a Lomachenko or a Canelo or something, and we know all of this foolishness is going on behind the scenes, you want to charge at Loma. So if you're keeping the same energy, then you got to accept when people charge at Wilder, but you never fucking do, Smoke. And I got fucking live after live after live after live after live proving that you never do when it comes to Wilder. But then when it comes to somebody like Lomachenko, you're easy to say, let's charge Lomachenko. Even though I just broke down 100 goddamn ways how Lomachenko really didn't have nothing to do with it, you still want to say, no, we got to consider Lomachenko because of such and such. Okay, I get all of that. But then when it comes to Wilder, and we charge Wilder, and he comes out on camera and says stuff that actually confirms some of the shit we complain about. You never go that route, bro. It's always defense, defense, defense. And we have spent 3 and 4 hours arguing, and Wilder be in the same position where his Finkel and Heyman and them fucking him over. And we all know it, but he's accepting it. He's speaking on it. He's out talking about some, because I want to bet on myself. So when you do shit like that, and it don't really turn out the way it should. You sitting there with no fucking title. Whether he would have beat Joshua or not, you at least would have been in a fight for 4 fucking belts. Now you're sitting here with no title, and people charge Wilder for stuff, and all you do is protect him. But Lomachenko's at fault. Smoke, that's not keeping the same energy, bro. That is not keeping the same energy at all, my nigga.
Okay, here's the thing. Whenever you get in an argument with me that goes left, your only recourse is about my energy, the supposed keeping the same energy argument that is a general statement with no specifics at all, right? There's one time, here's really what's up. Here's really what's up. Punch asked me about Devin Haney and throwing away the belt. I don't think Devin Haney should have thrown away the belt. And just like I wouldn't advise Loma to throw away the franchise. If that's what those guys want to do, then who am I to say, hey, you know what? That what you should do is sacrifice your potential so that I can make the WBC a more honorable institution. I don't need these guys to sacrifice for the betterment of the WBC or the reformation of the WBC or any sanctioning body. I'm gonna just go for you, just like straight up. When it comes to this, you and this, I'm gonna try to debt this for the last time, so I don't have to ever hear you talk about this same energy with no specifics. This is some general charge that I have to keep fighting, right? When you accuse me of not saying, with the whole like Wilder costume thing, of not keeping the same energy with a guy. Hold up. I'm still talking.
Okay, all right.
You took my comments from a website, and from a guy's channel. You took my comments and accused me of not keeping the same energy. Meanwhile, what I had said was exactly the same thing I've always said, these same exact thoughts. And meanwhile, right, and this was about me being, switching my energy depending on who I was speaking to. What you didn't know about that particular guy is there's 4 people in all of social media, like the history of me being in social media, who I've told my actual name to. You're one of those guys. And so is that other dude, right? There's 4 people in the history of the internet that I've told my actual name to. You're him, and that other guy's him. I keep the same energy, man. Like, you are just tripping, and you need to learn how to lose an argument without. You need to learn how to lose an argument without attacking my character, because it's really bush league and it don't have any traction. If you're gonna say I don't keep the same energy, come with specifics, not just general accusations. It's whack, and it's played out.
Okay, so with you not keeping the same energy, everything you said, that was a well thought out, well spoken, bunch of bullshit. Let me tell you something, bro.
Be specific. I know you got general statements. Be specific.
I'm gonna be specific. Every single live, not one isolated incident.
Every single live. So your specifics gonna be some general shit.
Hold on, Smoke.
Yeah, I got you, dude.
Hold on. Not one isolated incident like you mentioned about some guy. I'm talking every single live that I've been on, that you joined my live, dog. And I don't even like specific as anybody just going to my channel and listening to any live that you're on. And we charge.
Yeah, bro, just lose an argument, man.
Hold on. And we charge Deontay Wilder with anything, not one insignificant incident. Any of you guys go to my channel. Anything that we have ever charged Deontay Wilder, we said Deontay Wilder did this. Deontay Wilder did that. It was because of Deontay Wilder for this. Smoke came up there and
are these specifics?
Hold on.
Any specifics gonna come? I'm holding on. Can you say something specific?
You're not holding on until I finish, bro. Because
I've listened to you say this time and time again. It's always nonsense. It's never anything specific. It's always some general statement about Wilder.
That's to you. It can be nonsense to you.
So what specific? What specifically did you say about Wilder that I didn't keep the same energy on? Be specific.
Smoke. I'm not answering you. I'm making a comment to.
I know about me. That's been the same bullshit comment you always make when you lose an argument. All you need to do is learn how to lose an argument and stop attacking my character. How about just you do that? How about you stop telling me about how I'm a super Wilder fan and just learn how to lose an argument? Just learn how to lose.
Okay,
just learn how to lose, man.
That's fine.
But me being a Wilder fan has nothing to do with this.
Okay, Smoke. That's fine.
Just stop deflecting, dude. Stop deflecting and just learn how to lose an argument. That's all you need to do.
Okay, that's fine. Now I'm going to talk. I'm still going to say my piece because I ain't talking to you. I'm talking to Punch and these people. So you ain't gonna
Right,
stop
about
it.
me? About me?
No.
Man,
I'm
come
talking
on,
about
bro.
my channel. I'm talking about my channel. Okay? I'm talking about my channel. So you can't stop this. I'm gonna say this. All right, now, as I was saying, every fucking live on my channel that me, Ambassador, or anybody else, we get up there and we start charging Deontay Wilder about anything. We say that it's Deontay Wilder's fault about anything. This is very specific. Anything we say is Deontay Wilder's fault. You guys can do your own research. Go on my channel and you will see smoke come up there on this total defense. Anything. Not one time, and I will say this, not one time.
God.
On my
What does it have to do with Devin Haney? What does it have to do with Devin Haney? What does it have to do with Devin Haney?
Nothing. It has nothing to do with Devin
Then
Haney.
thank you. Can you stop deflecting and just learn how to lose an argument?
No. Nothing. So what I'm still gonna say is,
dude, like, why are you on this? What are you talking about right now, bro? Like, you really? No, because we're having a conversation about something, and this is not a conversation about anything. This is just you calling me a Wilder protector. That's all this is. You calling me a Wilder? Can you just call me a Wilder protector and move on?
One-on-one, so I can go.
Why don't you just call me Wilder protector and then move on? So that we're not going to listen to all this.
No. You don't, dog. This is not for you. If you don't want to hear it, back the fuck out,
bro. But I'm here. I'm here. You're just filibustering, wasting everybody's time to talk shit about me.
I'm gonna let you go.
Right. I know you want to talk shit about me, but not to me.
Bro, I'm not talking shit about you. I'm talking about my channel.
Okay, then why did you just talk about how I'm always defending Wilder no matter what the charge is?
Do you?
Who are you talking about?
Do you?
Are you talking about me? No, I don't.
Do you? When you go on my channel and we talking about Wilder, do you come up there with defense or do you come up there and agree? Tell the truth.
Okay, dude. Okay.
Just tell the truth.
When you have something that I agree with, when you have a charge I agree with, I agree. When you have a charge I don't agree with, I don't agree.
Okay, okay, that's fine.
There's a lot of shit that you say about Wilder I don't agree with.
That's fine. I'll say this. If that's what you're saying, that when we say something about Wilder that you agree with, then we have obviously never said anything about Wilder that you agree with because you always come on there arguing.
All right. Put it this way.
I agreed that Wilder got his ass whooped. That wasn't a problem.
Put it this way. Put it this way. On the title of this live stream, we have Wilder on it, right? So we could get to Wilder.
Yeah,
we could also get to the Wilder.
Yeah, let's get to Wilder.
So we did finish with the Haney because that's the title also. So all right, I just want to end it with with the Haney piece is when I said for Devin Haney to give up the belt it wasn't to make Haney look less than or derogatory or hating on Haney. I wanted him to shit on the WBC. That's all I wanted him to do. Because he heard before that he was not going to be a mandatory. If Mauricio Sudamon said that Vasily Lomachenko is gonna fight, it asked him, the boxing voice asked him that he's gonna be fighting the winner of Richard Comey and Teofimo Lopez, that's gonna be a unification bout. Mauricio Sudamon say yes. So that right there, I say, you know what, man? Devin Haney, who says he's a boss, because we like to talk about Bob Arum, like to talk about things, but remember, Devin Haney is a guy that says he don't have to answer to nobody. He said it to Teofimo Lopez's face. He said he's a boss. So I wanted him to make a young boss move, drop the belt, shit on WBC in front of the whole world, and that's it. Not beg for the title back, not beg for anything. You knew it, just like Teofimo Lopez knew it, that he was not going to be a mandatory defense on the WBC side. Thus, Teofimo Lopez moving to the IBF. Devin Haney knew he was never going to be in position to get the Vasily Lomachenko fight as a mandatory. He signed for it. So that was my thing. Don't come out the world. Don't come out saying to the people that you dubbed that you was a mandatory because you was never mandatory. Just like Mauricio Sudamon said about Dillian White. Well, he said about Dillian White. Who said that he was ever a mandatory? Just because he's an interim champion doesn't make him a mandatory. So we all know who's the damn dummies, and that's WBC. Devin Haney knew everything. So dumped them. That's all I wanted. That makes sense. I'm not saying, but people took it. There's some people that took it like I'm hating on Devin Haney. Yeah, I got on Devin Haney in certain things. Yeah.
Yeah, because it's retarded. It's literally retarded. It's literally cutting your nose to spite your face. Like,
So
why?
What?
Listen, here's the thing. Here's really what it is. Here's really what it is. Here's really straight up.
Why you just can't say that you disagree?
All you need to do in order to make all of what you just said go away is fight somebody. The championship is not revolving around whether or not Devin Haney fights. Let me finish. The championship is not only whether or not is not only whether or not Devin Haney fights Lomachenko, right? There's plenty of people out there for Devin Haney to fight, not just Lomachenko, that would make him a legitimate champion at 135.
But so I also said in my channel, when he got stripped from the WBC, I said, man, at least he could fight for it when it was going to be against Javier Fortuna. At least he could fight for it. So I was okay with that. I agree with that point. I agree that he could fight for it. You understand what I'm trying to say? But to beg for it to be reinstated and give it back, it's like in his head, I don't have to fight to be a champion.
Okay, but right, because
so
it is literally because it's inter-office politics. Okay, the WBC is not a public trust. It isn't some purist institution that people need to make protest about in order to make it reform its ways. It is a private institution, and the belt represents money and opportunity. There is no reason for Devin Haney to throw it away just because some fans feel like he only should get it one way.
A lot of fans.
It doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense. All you have to do is fight somebody. You can fight Fortuna and still be champion. You do not have to throw the belt away.
All right, look, because those things are redundant. You said that about 4 times, and I heard it. Listen, this is what I want to say about this. That is a valid point. That's a valid point that Smoke making as I'm listening to it. All he does have to do is go fight some fucking real fights. All he has to do is go fight some real fights. He don't have to fucking fight Lomachenko to be considered a valid champion. He has that belt. Yes, he got it handed to him. So I kind of agree with Smoke on this. But I'm going to say this, though. I'm going to say this. Where I don't agree, where I kind of edge over to Punch on this, is the fact that we can say fans, we can say this, but Devin Haney himself is making Lomachenko that deity, bro. He himself is making Lomachenko that guy. I have to beat that guy. He has said it. I want to fight that guy. So he's kind of making it that situation that I have to fight Lomachenko for validity of this belt. Himself, he's doing it. In interviews, the way he's talking about Lomachenko. So yeah, the fans want to see that fight as well, Smoke. And on that aspect of it, like when we go to the fans and all of that, then I would have to say, yeah, because he could go fight, like you said, Fortuna, he could go fight Teofimo, he could go fight other people to validate. But if he's making the validation Lomachenko, then that's what the fuck it is. And that's what Devin Haney's doing for real, bro. So in that sense, what Punch is saying is right, bro. If you're making Lomachenko this deity, Lomachenko the guy to beat, it's about Lomachenko, then don't get no fucking belt handed to you, bro. Go earn it, work your way up to it like Teofimo did. Because Devin Haney, you are making him that guy. And that's a fact, Smoke.
That's exactly what I'm trying to say. If Lomachenko, if Lomachenko is still gonna be a lightweight, everybody and their mama know. Devin Haney knows who's the top dog. Everybody knows that WBC strap is Lomachenko. When it's gonna be Teofimo Lopez versus Lomachenko, it's gonna be all those belts showing, and the WBC green belt will be on display. Nobody gonna be thinking about Devin Haney as a champion. Even Ryan Garcia played him in his face when he stepped inside the ring. He'd be like, "Oh, you're a champion. I'm a champion too." Like, "Hey, I'm a champion too." Teofimo Lopez says, "Man, he's an email champion." Nobody respect that. Luke Campbell said he's not a real champion. Javier Fortuna in Spanish said he's not a real champion. His old contemporaries, a bunch of fans already know. That's why the email champion is a funny thing. It's not because it's funny, because many people feel the same way.
Okay, so all those people who you just named, Fortuna, Luke Campbell, Teofimo Lopez, if they fought Devin Haney and got that belt, would they say that they got an email belt, or would they say that they are the new WBC champion?
No, they fought for it.
Right, exactly. But they fought for a fake belt, right? So that's the whole point. The entire point is that's just them talking shit in order to try to one up the actual champ because they don't have that belt. So of course they're talking shit about it, but as soon as they get it, guess what they're gonna do? Just like Mayweather and Gotti. He was talking a lot of shit about that belt, but in the ring, once he beat Gotti's ass, what did he say? I'm gonna wear it with pride.
The difference between Fortuna, Luke Campbell beating Devin Haney is that they beat Devin Haney.
Yep,
The difference between Devin Haney, he got handed the belt. It's two different things.
Great, but it's the same belt. But how can it be legitimate if they beat Devin Haney, who's not a real champion? Then how are they a real champion?
Because wait a minute. Wait. It's not that Devin Haney's not a real champion because of the belt. It's Devin Haney's not a real champion because of the way he got the belt. You're trying to make it sound like, oh, it's
he's not a real champion. He's not a real champion.
Smoke. Don't do that. You're saying, and if I'm not, this is what you just said. That people saying it's a fake belt. So if it's a fake belt, then it's the fake belt if the next guy get it. No, people are saying it's a fake belt in the sense that Haney got it handed to him. Not that it's a fake belt just because it's a fake belt. And that's how you're making it seem. If Devin Haney fights for the fucking belt, then they'll give him legitimacy for it. They're saying it's a fake belt. It's not legitimate. Let's not take the words literally, saying it's a fake belt. Like,
okay,
hold on, Smoke. Let me get my thought out, dog. Stop that. Let's not say it's a fake belt in the sense of the WBA regular belt. Like, that's a bullshit belt. Nobody pays attention to it. And if it ain't the super, it ain't shit. It's not the same thing with this WBC regular because the franchise belt is the bullshit belt in this whole scenario. It's the franchise belt. That WBC belt is the one that you can get 4-belt unification for. It's the legitimate belt. But because Devin Haney got it handed to him, people say that fake ass belt, you ain't earned it. That's what they mean by fake belt. So if a guy comes and they beat his ass for it, then it's a legitimate belt because they beat his ass for it. That's the only meaning behind fake belt.
Let me ask you.
Okay.
Let me ask you.
Okay. So here's the thing. He said he ain't a real champion. So if it's a fake belt and he ain't a real champion, how can beating a fake champion with a fake belt make them a real champion all of a sudden?
No. I never explained all that, and you went right back to calling it. That's that basically.
Because I also said because they said he's a fake champion. They said he's a fake champion. They didn't just say it about the belt. They didn't just say about the belt. It's not just about the belt. They said he's a fake champion. They said he's a fake champion.
Hold on, guys. I never said that he was that it was a fake belt. I said he was a fake champion and he's a belt holder. That belt is not fake. That's
exactly.
Yes, exactly.
Belt, but he is not a champion in the eyes of men.
That's what.
Okay, great. Right. So that's what I'm saying. If he's not a real champion, then how is the next guy beating him going to make them a real champion?
Bro, I'm talking about morality here.
I know. I'm talking about. I'm talking about the actuality. How can a non-champion make a guy a champion?
I'll answer that. Let me answer that. Let me answer that, Punch. Okay, this is how it makes them a real champion because you beat a guy to win a belt. That's how. You don't get the belt handed.
Guy. That's all it means is a guy.
Hold on, Smoke. You asked the question, so let me fucking finish it, my nigga. Let me fucking finish it. Now, this is the difference. When you get a belt emailed to you, mailed to you, handed to you, or when you go in there and you fight a guy to win a belt, that's the total difference. Because if this belt was just a vacant belt and two guys went in the ring and fought for that vacant belt, then they fought for that belt and they became a champion. So in the situation with Devin Haney versus getting handed a fucking belt or going in there to fight for a belt, that's what makes you a champion. So just because we're saying he's a fake champion, because he ain't fought for that belt. Now, if he gets in there and any other guy gets in there with him and they fight for that belt that he's holding, then he's a champion. Then they're a champion. That's the difference, Smoke. I answered your question, bro.
Okay, so then you guys missed the Devin Haney last fight because he fought a guy for the belt.
Interim
belt. He did not fight.
The actual belt. He actually fought. It wasn't the interim belt. It was the actual belt. If the actual WBC belt was on the line, he fought a guy for the belt.
No, that's a lie. He did not defend against Santiago. He fought Santiago. He had the interim belt, and he was handed it. If he defended,
sorry, he was not the interim. No,
let me finish.
Look it up.
Let me finish.
Let's not argue with facts. Let's not argue with facts. I'll just show you on BoxRec.
Let me finish, Smoke. If he defended against Santiago, we wouldn't be here. So you go ahead and show me. If he defended the belt,
I think he did defend it with Santiago.
That was
he did defend against Santiago.
Okay, well, yes, it was. I'm gonna check my timeline.
Yes, it was. It was a title defense.
He defended with Santiago. He won it with Abdullah, whatever his you pronounce it.
Yeah, no, he got interim with Abdullayev. He was elevated. He defended it against Santiago.
Yeah.
So he fought a guy for the belt.
Yeah.
They elevated Lomachenko before the Santiago fight.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They elevated Haney before the Santiago fight.
I thought they elevated Lomachenko after the Santiago fight.
Nah, before that.
No. The issue right now is just who the hell is Santiago? So now the issue is right. So we've already got he actually fought for the belt, but who did he fight for the belt? So in order to legitimize the belt, he got to fight somebody better. I get all that, but what Punch was saying was he shouldn't have took the belt in the first place. But just because for some reason, because of what Haney said about Loma or what fans think about getting a belt, like paper champions are a real thing. And people think, yeah, you're a paper champion. That means you're not legit. But you can actually legitimize yourself as a paper champion by simply fighting somebody.
The thing, this is what it is. Look, first, this is WBC. This is a new thing for even fans. The franchise belt is new. The interim is not new. We understand when you're interim, you get elevated, the guy's injured, or the guy retires, or the guy moves on, right? The thing is, Lomachenko never moved on. So it still makes Devin Haney look like a second-class champion.
It makes every single fighter not name Lomachenko second class. Loma's a top dog.
So that means, all right, so Smoke. So who's a champion for you then? Who's a real champion for you?
I mean, there's you mean like in order of persons or like situation? Like, listen, how about this? How about here? How do you describe a paper champ? To me, a paper champ
because
is a guy.
If you trace every belt, if you trace almost every belt, then everybody's a paper champ. Then you can't give credit to nobody.
Not every belt.
You never answered that question, Smoke. Who's the real champion to you? Because I want to hear your answer to that. Lomachenko or Devin Haney?
A lot of people are real champions. A lot of people are real champions.
We're just talking Lomachenko or Devin Haney. Let's stick to this. Who is the real champion?
Loma was a real champion already. Loma was a real champion already. Devin Haney is a paper champion. You already know that I think Devin Haney and Charlo are paper champions.
I just want to hear you to answer the question. That's all.
No. That Loma was a real champion before this. Like Loma beat Lenard. Like, Loma's been a champ. He's already been a champion. This is not Loma's the top dog at 135. That none of that is in dispute, and none of that would have been in dispute whether or not Haney took the title. Unless Haney somebody has to beat Loma in order to be the man at 135, or Loma has to leave 135. That's the way. That's it.
Okay, good. Now, since you said that, let's work from there. I'm glad you just said that. Yeah, that is what Devin Haney and the media, his demeanor, that's what he's putting out there too, to beat Lomachenko, the man that was the champion. So when you put that out there, when you put that ideology out there, the fighter, Devin Haney, then you're required to beat Lomachenko to legitimize yourself.
Exactly.
And he has put that out there, Smoke.
Haney should be saying.
I'm not saying that. Listen, the issue isn't whether or not Haney should want to fight the top dog or even Loma specifically. The issue is Loma said, I have my own legacy and I'm not worried about Devin Haney until I'm worried about Devin Haney. So Devin Haney is just on the back burner as far as Loma's priorities go. And that's fine.
But I thought the issue was being legitimate and legitimizing Devin Haney's championship. So if he makes it that he has to beat Lomachenko to legitimize himself, then we should hold him accountable for that because he's made it that way.
No, the issue is whether there's two separate points. whether or not Devin Haney should accept the WBC champion is separate and apart from his desire to fight the best guy at 135. These are not the same concepts.
What about the legitimacy issue, Smoke? Because I think that has a lot to do with this discussion too. Fans are saying Devin Haney's fake, meaning that it's not legitimate. Devin Haney himself is admitting that to legitimize his belt, right? He needs to go fight Lomachenko. He's putting that out there as well himself. But you're saying he just has to fight anybody. But what I'm saying is this: if the fans are calling for a Lomachenko fight for legitimacy, Devin Haney saying that, yeah, he needs to fight Lomachenko for legitimacy. We can't just say he can go fight anybody for legitimacy, because that's what you're saying.
Why? Okay, here's the problem. Here's the problem with your argument. Here's the problem with your argument. You're saying that
can the Hulk get a word in? Because he was trying to talk.
I'm sorry. I was trying to answer your question.
Let Punch get a word in.
Okay, go ahead.
That's because the same thing. That's because Devin Haney knows that he's not a real champion.
Correct. That's exactly. So to become a real champion. So let's say Lomachenko didn't fight Luke Campbell, right? And Devin Haney fought Luke Campbell, right? Because Devin Haney's been calling out Lomachenko before the Luke Campbell fight even materialized, right? He's been saying. Right, and Teofimo, right? So let's say the franchise thing never happened. That Devin Haney beat Loma, just for the sake of argument, he fought Luke Campbell and won, and had the WBC belt around his waist. He still would have been like, I need to fight Loma and Teo in order to show, because he's fighting to be the man. Being the man is different than being a legitimate champion, the legitimate WBC champion. At this point, at this stage, Devin Haney, in my eyes, is a paper champion. To other people, he is not, because he defended that belt. I don't think Santiago was a voluntary, or even the mandatory. Like, for me, it takes a legitimate title challenger in order for you to be a legitimate champion. You have to beat a legitimate title challenger. At this point, Devin Haney hasn't done that.
Man, in these airways, man, it's gonna be hard to find a lot of people that feel that Devin Haney is the real champion. He is a paper champion. Let's put it that. We
he's
agree,
a paper champ. He's a paper champ. Totally a paper champ. But to not be a paper champ, Fortuna fixes that. Luke Campbell fixes that. Linares fixes that.
I don't think
so. Okay, so let's say. Go ahead, Dean.
I don't think that. I don't have a problem with that. Linares and Luke Campbell and especially Luke Campbell, because I think Luke Campbell has a chance to beat Haney. But my thing is this: as fans, like, we calling him a paper champ. It is what it is. But as fans, we always gonna want what we want, and we ain't gonna get it all the time. We all know that. But when a fighter puts the same ideology out there as the fans, then to me, like, nothing else is satisfactory, bro. So, like, if Devin Haney was putting the idea out there, like he was running around on the cameras talking about something, hey man, fuck Lomachenko. All I gotta do is fight. Want to make it real, then we can get in the ring. But fuck him, I'm going to go fight all of these other guys, and I'm still a real champion. If he's putting that ideology out there, if Devin Haney's putting that out there, then I would have to agree. Like, I would have to say, yeah, he don't fucking have to. But that's not the ideology Devin Haney's putting out there. He's making Loma that deity as well. So that's the requirement, bro. Loma is the requirement.
So what do y'all think about what Floyd Mayweather said? He said that when they was talking about the Gervonta Tank Davis and him training and whatever, they was questioning him, and he said, well, Devin Haney's only going to fight one fight in 135, and he's moving up to 140.
Fuck Floyd.
Do you think he's just saying that?
I didn't think they were going to fight before the Floyd fight sparring thing. I definitely didn't think they were going to fight during the Floyd sparring thing. So Devin Haney's not going to be at 135. It doesn't take a genius to see he's really big and for the division and also young. So it stands to reason.
That's a better reason to just drop that belt. He ain't going to be there.
Hey, when did I go out, bro? When did I go out?
No.
but this is what I was saying. F Floyd Mayweather because Bill Haney, that's Devin Haney's dad's name, right? Bill Haney.
Yeah, Bill.
Him and his partner Omar. I was reading this fucking article from Bill Haney. Him and his partner Omar, they started that small promotional company that they have a while back. When they were in talks with TMT, they already had their promotional company going. They decided not to team up with TMT because he said him and his partner don't have no faith in what Floyd and Ellerby are doing, right? So my thing is this. Fuck what Floyd Mayweather said. That dude don't have no kind of hold or no kind of nothing concerning Devin Haney. How this dude is going to move, what he's going to do next. Floyd ain't privy to none of that shit. And Bill Haney already made that perfectly clear. Floyd ain't doing nothing but helping that boy get ready for that fight. But I can guarantee you, he will never be with TMT. Al Heyman will never advise him. None of that shit because Bill Haney has already come out and said that. So if Floyd saying that Devin Haney's going to do this, Devin Haney's going to do that, it's just like Bob Arum talking. I don't believe shit Floyd say when it comes to that.
Yeah, when it comes to Devin Haney moving up, it's not really about Floyd. When it comes to Floyd saying something about Tank not fighting, Floyd definitely has some say in that. But like I said, I didn't think they're gonna fight. I never thought they're gonna fight anyway.
I'm not saying.
Yeah, do I think that Floyd has some inside information? Maybe not. Yeah. But you know, it just makes sense to me.
Yeah, that's the way I was looking at it. That was inside information. I'm not saying that he has a say, but if he said it, then he knows. Why? I mean, like, why would he even say that? That means probably somebody told him, or probably Haney or his father told them about that. I mean, because Devin Haney also said that he's willing to move up as well. So I was just thinking when Floyd would have said that, I could have said that it was legit, that he heard it from or somebody told him about it. I'm like, yo, so drop that belt anyway if you're gonna move up. I mean, there's a lot of good fights in 140. You got Maurice Hooker, you got Regis Prograis, you got Jose Ramirez. You can make man noise. And then Teofimo Lopez said that if he beats Lomachenko, he's gonna be moving up to 140 anyway.
Yo, I'm gonna tell you like this. I think only one of those kids are gonna fight Lomachenko, and most likely it's gonna be Teofimo because both of those kids are on the brink of moving up, bro. Both of them, Devin Haney and Teofimo. It ain't gonna be but one of them to fight him. Like, let's say even Lomachenko go and beat Teofimo Lopez. I already know damn well Bob Arum and them gonna fuck around. The next fight is not gonna be Devin Haney. Devin Haney ain't gonna be sticking around at 135 too long, bro. He ain't. But the very next fight after Teofimo, ain't no fucking way in hell we gonna get Teofimo Devin Haney back to back like that. Bob Arum don't work that fucking way. So it's a good chance to say that if this Teofimo fight happens, because that's still not a foregone conclusion, but if this Teofimo fight happens, I doubt Devin Haney will ever see Lomachenko. And if this Teofimo fight don't happen, and say Devin Haney gets his chance to fight Loma, Teofimo will never fight Lomachenko. He'll move up to 140. So essentially, only one of these guys are ever going to fight Lomachenko because they're too big. These kids are too big, and they're growing. They're only 21 and 22, so these kids are still growing out their ass, bro.
What's up? I think we cover the Haneys and the Teofimo Lopez and Lomachenko. Last topic of the day, Friday.
Oh God,
Wilder.
I don't even know if I want to do this anymore.
Oh no. Wilder Fury 3. I'll pose a question. If Wilder knocks out Fury, should it be a Wilder Fury 4?
Oh boy. You know, if Wilder knocks out Fury, should it be a Wilder Fury 4? I say when we say should, like, you know, considering 4-belt undisputed, I say hell no, because that's just going to delay that fight. Okay, but I would say hell yeah, it should be a Fury Wilder 4, and this is why I say this. I don't have any fucking faith at all that Shelly Finkel and Heyman and those guys are gonna go forward with 4-belt undisputed.
this fight has been wrecked for years when Wilder has held that belt. I am afraid that if Wilder gets that belt back, we will never get full belt undisputed. You understand what I'm saying? So I can't say it should happen because only thing I really want is full belt undisputed. But if we're going to be realistic about it, ain't no goddamn way. Those people over there at the PBC and Finkel and them, they're not going to enter him in that fight, bro. So then I would say, yeah, it should happen because the best chance for us to get any sort of full belt undisputed is the Fury to go back and take that goddamn WBC belt back. So I'm going to end this with saying, hell yeah, it should happen. It should happen because both of the guys would be deserving of it. It was a draw, a knockout, a knockout. We got to see the fourth fight. And I don't have no faith that the PBC will do the right thing and pursue full belt undisputed. So I'm going to say an emphatic hell yeah, the rematch should happen.
I do think. How about you? How about you, Smoke? What you think?
I mean, you know, just with those set of facts, without anything else, you know, without offering anything else, sure. I mean, if Fury side wanted it, I would definitely offer them a chance to do it. You know, the undisputed, of course, would trump that, and maybe you'd have to figure out what to do about Dillian Whyte because everybody is feeling like Dillian Whyte is like Mr. left out in the cold. So, you know, there is that consideration, but you know, outside of, you know, undisputed and, you know, coming to terms with Dillian Whyte, then sure, Tyson Fury's done enough to deserve a fourth, and it would be 1-1 in a draw too.
But also, people gotta also remember the IBF. Hold on. Yes, the IBF and the WBO made an actual deal. Like you could get the mandatory first, but he got to fight his immediate mandatory in the WBO as well. That's gonna be the win of Chisora and Usyk.
Yeah.
So I also think that Eddie Hearns will look at that. Even let's say Deontay Wilder wins, I don't think Eddie Hearn also would look for undisputed bout. He'd rather get that Anthony Joshua in-house money versus Usyk
exactly
in Europe. So I think both teams is gonna play like, should we? I think Eddie Hearn will stop that fight quicker than Wilder. Put it that way. The unification bout.
If Wilder wins, we never get full belt. If Wilder wins, we never get full belt. I'm telling you.
If Pulev, if it depends on what happens in the Pulev fight, right? Yeah. Like we could be talking about 4-weight undisputed between Pulev and Fury, right? But if your thing is just about whether or not what happens if Wilder knocks him out, let's say Pulev wins. Do we get a 4-belt undisputed then? Do we want? Are we interested in Pulev Wilder? Like maybe because both of those are Bob Arum, right? Like, do you do the Fury fight or do you do the Pulev fight? But or you might break them up. Anyway, all I'm saying is, I would for clarity in the division, and you know, historic purposes, I would love a 4-weight undisputed before I saw the fourth fight, the fourth installment, right? And also, in order, the other person who has some say in this is Dillian Whyte, because I am totally sick of 600 days. Like, I don't need to hear this anymore. The Fury 4 fight, definitely I would, if they could work it out, I would be like, do Fury 4, but you got to address Dillian Whyte and make him happy.
But Mauricio Solomon just said last month. He said last month that he's not mandatory.
Right. Look, let me
and
say
that's
that.
why.
Mandatory 21st.
And look, that's why a lot of people. I've said that. I don't know. I haven't made a video about it, but I said I put it on Twitter and stuff like that. Dillian Whyte should dump the WBC.
Right.
If he's not gonna get his title shot, just why you keep paying some sanction if he just move on to another belt federation.
Right. This is a thing that a lot of people gotta understand, and this is why I say that I'm all for the four belt. The fourth fight with these guys. It's so many factors. I just feel like this, guys, for so many reasons. Now, of course, I charge that the PBC
was my initial statement why I want the 4-belt fight. But there are also a lot of other variables. Punch just brought up the Dillian White situation. But when Smoke was talking about the WBO and the IBF situation, we got to look at this shit too, guys. The only chance, I feel like the only chance we really have at 4-belt undisputed is Fury Joshua, because that fight is so huge, it makes so much money, and there are no, like, I think that it's a small chance that those two parties would not make the fight. Everything else would be Trump. We'll get 4-belt. Somebody will get stripped after they get 4-belt. That's how it'll happen. But if anything else happens outside of that, Wilder knocks out Fury or Pulev wins, with all the other variables, forget about the PBC. I'm going to take the PBC out of it. I ain't even going to blame Shelly Finkel and Alheim. If we take the PBC out of it, it's still way too many variables that we don't get 4-belt undisputed without Wilder and them not accepted, because Pulev wins, right? Pulev wins. Well, the deal was already made with the WBO and the IBF, right? So if Pulev wins, the IBF is definitely going to seek for a mandatory, and they will strip you, right? If Wilder wins, then just like Punch and Smoke said, we got the Dillian White situation. You ain't going to hold that off but so much longer. So even if they get the 4-belt rematch, or say they get the Dillian White in between, then the other belts will be stripped by the time that fight happens. We'll never get 4-belt undisputed either way you look at it, unless it's going to be Fury and Joshua. If it's not that fight, dog, we ain't getting no fucking 4-belt undisputed. And
I agree.
If Wilder wins, then the best thing smoking, we should go ahead and take the 4th fight.
Yeah, I agree at this point. I don't think we're ever going to see. I don't think we're ever going to see Wilder and probably another American fighter in an undisputed bout.
Never.
Who's next?
Never, bro. Never. It won't happen. So, like, the best thing smoking would be that 4th fight with Fury, because there ain't gonna be no 4-belt undisputed. Once 4-belt undisputed is off the table, ain't no need for us to keep arguing about Wilder and Joshua and all of that. To me, Wilder and Joshua, I'm gonna tell everybody this for real with me. The whole allure with me for Wilder and Joshua was always about 4-belt undisputed. It was never about like American British heavyweight or Wilder versus Joshua or the hate for either one of those guys. It never was about that for me. For me, it was always about 4-belt undisputed. So if those two motherfuckers are not fighting for 4-belt undisputed, me personally, I don't give a shit about a Wilder Joshua fight. I really don't, because I feel comfortable with what I see in the ring. I feel comfortable at this point. I think Joshua beats Wilder. But I'm not really, that fight is not that intriguing to me, the fight itself. What was intriguing to me with these two guys was 4-belt undisputed only. I didn't give a shit about them two fighting for real.
Yeah, that's an over-marinated fight, I think, the Joshua and Wilder.
Yeah.
That sells shit to me.
Yeah, for me, it is, I want to see all of these guys mix it up several times. I don't actually care what the stakes are. I definitely want to see a 4-belt undisputed just to wash the taste of the Klitschko's out of my mouth, and also to have it undisputed at 4 belts. But outside of that, I don't really care. I want to see these guys fight because I am interested in the style matchups. And there's also what's left over from the Klitschko era. I wanted to see Lennox Lewis and Vitaly and Lennox Lewis Vlad. I wanted to see the Giants rumble. This whole new prototype of a super tall, long, guys who can basically bully the division because of their dimensions. I want to see those guys, what it looks like when they mix it up.
Mm-hmm. My dream fight was Tua and Mike Tyson.
Yeah, bro, I wanted to see that too. I wanted to see Briggs and Tyson too.
But Tua and Mike Tyson, man.
Shit, that was the fight.
I wanted that fight. So for me, I definitely agree that the best shot is for belt is AJ Fury, because I think that all the interested parties can't go home unless they make that. Like, Frank Warren can't live in the UK unless he makes that, or Eddie. If they don't make that fight and they can, they're going to have a huge problem on their hands. Like, this is actual boxing history for them. Whereas we've already had this kind of happen, right? Not in the 4-belt era, But really, the 4-belt era is just like kind of a way to legitimize a ton of sanctioning bodies. Like the fact that we've had undisputed heavyweight champs and fights between 2 Americans, that's not really that important a distinction for us. That's not how we consume the sport and haven't in a long time, you know?
Yeah, I agree with that.
What you feel about that, Radar?
Hey, what's up, my boys? How's it going?
What's up, Raider?
What's good,
What
bro?
up? What up? What's up, D? What's up, Smoke? What's up, Punch? How's it going? Good morning,
Chilling,
first
man.
of all.
Y'all could talk. Y'all could talk. Let me
Good morning.
get my son some breakfast right quick. Keep on talking, y'all.
All right. What's up, Raider? What you think about Deontay Wilder and Tyson Fury? The 4th fight.
And before you say that though, let me bow out right now. It's been I just pulled an all-nighter with you guys. Raider is great speaking. Punch. It's my first time being on your panel. It was really a pleasure. I already know these chuckleheads very well. Be seeing all you guys a little bit later on, and I can't see the chat. I haven't all night. Hopefully I wasn't too shrill or disrespectful. Peace to everybody out there.
No.
Have a blessed day and be
man.
safe out there, man.
Hey,
Smoke, man. Thank you for that convo.
Before you leave, bro, I want you to go with this one thing, bro. Before you leave,
yeah,
get this smoke. You idiot,
man. You need to learn how to lose an argument and stop tripping. Is this all right? You just got just because you lose the argument don't mean you won't win at some point. You don't need to go ahead and start talking about my mama and how I don't brush my teeth and all that stuff, man. Just lose the argument.
All right, Smoke.
Hey, man, one of my favorite debates is always Smoke and D, man. That's some good stuff.
Yeah, it's our favorite debate too, Raider. Me and Smoke.
That's the first time on here, yeah. That's the first time I seen y'all going at it like that. But I was with y'all. What was it on? What channel?
You need to go to my channel, dog, and you see me and Smoke going at it like that. He's a regular on my channel. He's a perfect.
But you be going on live what at 12?
Who, me? Well, I go on live. That's the Speak Your Mind Sports Talk daily, but then it's sporadically, just like you. But that show is a daily show every day, 12 o'clock.
All right. See, I'm a night owl, so it's like I'll be up.
I sleep 3 or 4 hours. That's why I'll be up 7 in the morning. You know, I still I pull up on your live at night.
Yeah, I'm a power napper. I don't sleep. I'm a power napper.
Yeah, man. You Punch, Smoke, and Vampiro are like vampires, man. Vampiro's IP, by the way.
Yeah. What you feel about all this conversation on Radar? What you feel about it?
Well, I just jumped on right now in the morning, man. I woke up, but I don't know what you guys were talking about. I heard the last part I heard was Wilder and
this last show is 7 hours. We've been talking about police brutality, Teofimo Lopez, Lomachenko, Casimero, Manny Pacquiao. I think Mayweather.
I told you to go,
you know what,
bro. Earlier, before you jump on this live, are you waking up talking about
Rushmore? We were talking about the best earlier today, the best trainers in the history of boxing. Who's your Rushmore of trainers? Your Rushmore of, man. Whenever you want to tap.
This morning, when I saw that you were live, and I usually go on my phone and I check, and I saw Smoke and you on the live. I was like, oh man, because I know Smoke. I know last time. Remember that live that was on with you? We're talking about the police brutality and the oppression and all that stuff. And Smoke is on. He's I don't know. He's a little different. You know what I mean? Like he's I actually want to play back. If you guys talked about anything, you know what I mean?
Oh man, it got heated, bro. It was epic. It was epic, but it was good, man. I got so passionate, man. That right there, man. People could edit that part out and go. You could make a video out of that.
Does Smoke have any good points or no?
Yeah, he had good points. Smoke always got good points.
No, of course he got good points. I mean, I think it's almost like when we're fighting the same war, but actually looking at things in different perspective. It's almost like I was saying earlier. It's like when the civil rights movement. It was Malcolm X and Martin Luther King, but they're fighting almost the same war, but approaching it a different way. And it's almost like that. like I agree with a lot of things that Smoke was saying, but I just came with a perspective that probably for him was more like disingenuous to when I say come on, Black, you gotta just put your bootstraps on and gotta work and stop complaining and things of that nature. And I think that's what actually, when I say that actually justify probably the hurt and the pain and the oppress and everything that has to do with it. It's almost like brushing it off. I understand that. But I mean, that's just the way I look at it. That's just my experience. I just feel like, you know, you just can't sit around and it's not complain. Maybe I gotta how you say it? Like choose different words. I don't know. I just express myself. Maybe I'm limited in words. So, but I'm always available to be checked though.
Yeah, no, Smoke, he looks at things different. Like, you know what I mean? I know that for a fact because I've had a whole bunch of conversations with Smoke. I actually sent him a video, well, not him, but to a little group. It was about basically the riots in '92, where this black guy, he was an owner, right, of a store, and I guess it got burglarized. Or right there, they burned it down, and he was fucking pissed. He was telling all the blacks that were right there, basically, he's like, man, what are you guys doing? You know?
Yeah.
This is not Black Power, man. You shouldn't be doing this. I work all my life to for this store. You know, I worked hard my whole life, and he's like, you shouldn't be doing this. He said, this is not Black Power. No, and I sent that video to him, and he saw it, and he looked at it different. He said, hey, man, the guy's saying, don't loot my store.
No, see, that's
something else. And I thought about it. I'm like, that's not what I got. You know, I got a different man. I just saying, you know, don't go loot. You know, like work hard. You know, like I don't know. That's what I thought. He looked at it different. But I mean, he's not gonna talk about it, so I don't really want to.
No, but then and then when it seems like if somebody say that, then they look at it like, oh, but you don't know the struggle, like African American know the struggle. There's people that's gonna say that, but it's not that. It's I don't know. You know, sometimes I do think, and also when I say there's racism trauma, I don't say it because it's like trying to be derogatory to anybody or disrespect anybody. I just look at it. Let's say if there was a girl, right, and she got raped when she was 13. And maybe that's it. She don't even want to deal with men or anything of that nature. She got trauma, you know. And not every man is bad, but she had that experience, and now she just blame it on every man. And every time, you know, she might get close to a guy physically. Oh, you want to touch me? Oh, it's like a trauma. There is a trauma because of the history, and I feel like there is a mental block also in you know, of the oppressed. Anybody that's been taken advantage of, there is some type of mental that you do need some help. Not saying like you need some help like you a crazy person, but I do think so.
Yeah. Do you think it matters when you're being oppressed, or how long ago it was? Do you think that has anything to do with it? Like, does time matter basically?
Look, check this out, bro. Here's the thing. I think that the amount of time, just to answer your question real quick, Raider, I think the amount of time of oppression for anyone, yeah, that matters. But I just want to say something about African American people in this country. Well, if they're African American, then they are in this country. But anyway, I just want to say something about African Americans. A lot of my people, man, they always throw these charges at others, and then they always talk about the struggle, quote unquote. I'm throwing air quotes right now, the struggle. But the reality of it is, a lot of African Americans in this country that throw that complaint out about the struggle, the motherfuckers ain't in the struggle, and they haven't been in the struggle their entire life.
Exactly.
Never. They're leaning on stuff that other people struggle. A lot of these motherfuckers, and look, I grew up in the hood, so I'm not being, you know, I'm not looking down upon people. But what I'm saying is, a lot of these motherfuckers that's in the hood, they're not doing shit to get out.
and not even attempting to do shit to get out. They're leaning on the fucking public assistance, the food stamps. They waiting on these fucking handouts, and they're not doing a goddamn thing to get out of the hood, but they sitting up here hollering the struggle. You ain't in the motherfucking struggle. You keeping yourself in the struggle by being fucking lazy and not doing a goddamn thing.
Yeah, and that talk right there is what punches this and punches that. That talk right there. And it could be all, and it's all true. And I agree with you 100%, D.
Bro, we gotta be men.
I agree.
You know what I said earlier? You know what I said earlier? I said anybody could say this about me, this that I'm saying I'm being disingenuous is not that I'm justifying. I got it. But you know what? One thing that nobody ever said? That I was lying.
Right. Facts.
Yeah, and you know what? A lot of us grew up in the hood. You know what I mean? A lot of us grew up in the hood. So I mean, I look at it like myself. You know, if I made it, I didn't make it like where I'm rich, but shit, if I can get out of the hood and live the life that I'm living, I have my own house. You know, I'm a homeowner. I got my car. I got my family. I mean, I don't need to be doing shit that I don't need to do. Put it that way. You know what I mean? Like if I made it, anybody can make it. Anybody, any fucking body.
That's how I feel.
Hey Raider, I hope one day El Jefe grows up to be just like you.
I feel the same way. I feel the same way. I don't know, man.
No, but check this out. There's a lot of, man, if you look at it this way, right? Everybody, there's bad apples everywhere. You know what I mean? In every system, and cops, and every job you have, every company, I mean, everywhere. I mean, even in the hoods, you know, there's fucking like a lot of not minorities, I don't want to say, but hoodlums, you know, in every race. You know what I'm saying? There's rich people in all races too. So I think it's up to an individual to make their life the way they want to go.
And there's a response to everything. If you say how I believe in one race, but that's not the way America sees it. I don't gotta see what America sees. I don't gotta they don't gotta dictate everything. Me, they don't gotta dictate. Celebrity don't gotta dictate the way I see. I see everything as one race. In the end of the day, it is one race.
Punch. That's just called a tribal way of thinking. Because when somebody say that's the way that America thinks, well, I'm American and I don't think that way. So that's a tribal way of thinking. You assume that because you're from a person is from a culture, that they all think in a tribal sense. They all think by the same beliefs and ideals and morals and ethics. It doesn't work that way. People are individual. Yeah. And one thing about racism, it stops when people stop teaching it, because racism is not inherited. That shit is taught. You put 20 kids of different ethnic backgrounds and you raise those kids on an island and they never know racism. Somebody has to teach them that bullshit. So people need to stop leaning on racism this, racism that. And again, I'm going to attack African Americans because I am African American, and fuck y'all. Y'all can say what y'all want. But as African Americans, we need to stop pushing racism if we want to end racism, because a lot of African Americans are quick to say the white man, the devil, these Asians are taking this, these Mexicans are doing this. Well, that's racism in itself. So when you stop pushing that message, then you will be a part of ceasing that shit.
Yo, Radar, can you imagine it's Smoke D and Rob talking about this? You know,
who's
Rob?
Nah, who's Rob?
You gotta go back. You gotta go back to the video to today's live.
No, I'm gonna play it back for sure.
Yeah. Me and Smoke talked about this before. Me and Smoke, like a lot of these issues, Smoke and I see eye to eye on. Me and Smoke don't argue about everything. We just argue about a lot.
I'm saying even that because I mean, I agree everything you're saying, D. I agree with you, but then I know how it sounds. Like I could take it either way. Let's say me, I could take it either way. I could be like, what the fuck are you talking about? Nah. What you talking? You don't know. I could take it either way, and I understand. Sometimes people do use racism as a bully point. I'm just tired. I'm just tired. Like, we all know there's racism, right? But I'm just tired of people trying to create racism when racism is not even there. or assuming is racism because history gives you that emotion that is racist. So if you ask for a lollipop, you ask a white man for a lollipop and he says no, you're gonna be like, nah, he racist. That's why he didn't give you the lollipop. I better be if I was white or something, he would have given me a lollipop. It's just that creating racism. Nah, the dude just want to give you a lollipop. That's
you know
it.
what else
just can't be that.
You know what else, Two Punch? They utilize racism for lack of accountability. African Americans. Because when this is what I just explained about a lot of people living in the hood. Because you are not doing what it takes to get yourself out of that situation, it's easier for you to just blame it on racism and the white man oppressing you. Instead of you getting off of your ass and working, bro. Getting off your ass and creating, getting off your ass and building, teaching your kids to work or own a business or, you know, to get out there and earn money, not teaching your kids to look, this how you scam the system to get this check. This how you scam the system to get your food stamp. And people get offended when I say this, but don't fucking tell me they don't do this because I've heard fucking woman after woman after woman after woman because I grew up around this motherfucking shit. And they telling their daughters how to scam the system, how to get this next check, how to make sure you keep these food stamps. These are the lessons that they're giving them. So when you're giving your child that lesson, instead of giving your child the lesson of, hey, go learn a trade, work in that trade for 5 years and start your own business in that trade and become a business owner. They're not teaching those lessons in the hood. They're teaching them how to survive off the public assistance. That is accountability. And you don't go blaming the white man because you're in the hood doing that. That's when they use racism as a fucking mask of accountability.
Yeah, what would happen if they got,
my problem is with this channel trying to start a race war instead of focus on am I starting to start? I ain't trying to start no race war. I don't know.
But Jose, hold on. Jose Yepes is one of my dudes, bro. Jose, I don't understand what you mean by this channel trying to start a race war, Jose, because if you listen to what I said, Jose, you know me very well, Jose. You've been rocking with me since day one. If you just listen to what I said, and I'll put my face on here for the fans that don't know, I'm a black man, Jose, and everything I just said was charged toward black people. How is that starting a race war? I didn't charge white people. I didn't charge Mexicans.
Okay. He said I meant other channels. No, he said I meant other channels. Okay.
Okay. I was about to say.
Not because I was reading what Jose was saying. I'm like, yo, I'm liking what he's saying. And I'm like, damn, he switched like that. Damn, what the fuck happened?
Yeah, I was about to say, dog, we going against race, not going forward. What the fuck, Jose?
All right, Jose. All right. Because I'm like, I thought we bringing everybody together.
That one threw me for a loop, 2 parts, because Jose, my man, 20 grand. He been with me since day one, dog.
And you know, like one thing too, like you know, like the way you're thinking, you know, some other black people might call you like an Uncle Tom for thinking like that. You know, that's the fucked up part.
I always get called that, bro. I always get called that. I get called that all the time, bro.
But it's like I said earlier. But is he lying?
Nope.
No, I know what that like. I mean, even in the Hispanic culture too. Like if you're living in the hood and you get a job or something, they're gonna fucking make fun of you and shit. Like, look at this guy getting a job. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know, man. It's just weird.
It's crazy. It's a. I'm telling you, it's like we need to get out there, man. Get out that funk.
It's a tribal way of thinking, bro. It's a tribal way of thinking. And see, people, when I say a tribal way of thinking, I'm not talking about some isolated people on an island that's blocked off from society and their tribe. No, a tribal way of thinking is basically just multiple people, whether it's hundreds of millions, thinking idealistically on the same level. And so when you have cultures and societies, you pretty much think about things in a certain way. Like if you go over to Syria, they give their daughters away at the age of 12 to 14 to be wives. But here in America, that's considered pedophilia. So it's considered a tribal way of thinking of the way your culture believes things. Okay, so with America and you know, the minority, a lot of minority communities, just as Raider just pointed out, like you're teased for going to get a job, right? even in the African American community in the hood, like amongst hustlers, it's the same thing. If we out there, we hustling, you're teased for being a working man. Look at this. That's Calvin from McDonald's. He want to own a McDonald's, and they make jokes about you, right?
Yep.
But here's the thing.
Yeah, exactly.
But here's the thing, right? So check this out. That's the accountability that I'm talking about. So these guys out here that's teasing the man that's going to work, their idea is, since we are oppressed by the white man, we'll have no choice but to hustle. But is that true? That's not the choice.
Nope.
That's not the only choice. You can go get a job. You don't have to hustle and put yourself at risk so where your kids don't have a father because you locked up for 20 years. And you're saying that you have to do this because of the white man oppressing you. No, you have to do this because you want the Benzes, you want the big houses, but you don't want to work for it.
Work for it.
Instead of holding yourself accountable and saying that I need to work for it, you're easily saying, let's blame the white man for oppression. That's the bullshit that our people are doing. That's the bullshit.
Yep.
Yeah, there's no excuse, man. I mean, anybody can get a job. You know what I mean? Like I was telling Punch last time. I mean, there's immigrants that come over here to this country that don't even speak a lick of English and can get a job.
Yep. If I say that too, you know what they say? Well, we the one that you know bust our ass for you to come here and get a job. And I'm like, it's no. I think it's so much. That's what I mean. It's so much of a trauma that is even if you're saying work hard, is you don't understand.
And you know what?
You know what?
Look, you know some more bullshit with it too. Real quick, right? Some more bullshit with that statement too, Punch. That we the ones that built this. So no, you didn't. Your ancestors did, but you didn't do a goddamn thing but feed off of the same things that they created. The way I'm trying to come over here and feed off the same thing. But the difference between you and I is that they created this society and you milking off the society while I'm working in this society. That's the difference. You're milking the society and I come here and I work off of the society and you didn't build a goddamn thing. Your ancestors did. The Chinese did. Black people always forget. Who built all them fucking railroads? It wasn't all niggas out there. It was a lot of Chinese out there on the railroads. Do your fucking history. Do the goddamn research. The railroad is responsible for a lot of merchandise being traded and passed through this country. And without that railroad system being built, this country would have a lot less of an economy, right? And did black people build that? No, the fuck they didn't. And you didn't either. The black man that's saying that we built this country, you didn't build a goddamn thing. You were born into the same benefit that these immigrants are coming over. You were born into that benefit. You didn't work for it. So stop telling that lie.
Yeah, you know what? I think there's one group of people that I could say is kind of hard for them to get a job, and I don't mean it as a race thing. I just mean it as people that come out of prison. They got a really hard time getting jobs. I think that's one thing they gotta fix.
That's changing too. As far as
applications, like you got to put out there if you ever been to prison and stuff like that. Automatically, if you put yes, the most likely you're not gonna get a job. I mean, so that's something they should change in the system. Like they shouldn't. I mean, it depends what kind of job it is too. Like if you're work for the public or some shit, maybe you should put if you have a criminal record there. But any other job, what do they care if you've been?
Raider, look, I gotta say this, bro. I gotta say this because this is what I want to do. I want to kind of put this message out here for all of these people that's leaning on reasons why they can't move forward. I want to let them know that it's bullshit, okay? And I'm not arguing with you, but just off the example that you just gave, it's no secret, and I've said it plenty of times, I have no shame about my past transgressions or anything. I've been to prison. I recently just applied for a part-time gig at FedEx, bro. They do the criminal background. I put the shit on there. You know, I put my charge on there and they hired me. I didn't take the job because I just decided not to. I got other stuff going on and I didn't too much time to be messing around with a job part-time.
Yeah, the opportunity was there.
But my point is they hired me. They said I had the job and I turned it down. I am a convicted felon and an ex-convict. I've been to the penitentiary. And that misnomer about people saying, well, the guys that come out, they can't find work. No, here's the thing. In certain cities, I'm not going to be naive or act like shit doesn't exist. In certain cities around this country, that's a true statement. They will frown upon it. What you have to do as a man, as a woman, as a grown person, if you are in a city of that nature, talk to your probation officer and relocate. And that can happen, and they will work with you because they do understand that certain cities will not allow you that opportunity. But there are plenty cities around this nation, and you will be surprised. There are more cities than not around this nation where you can start over. They will hire convicted felons and all of that. Right here in Ohio, I just gave you an example about FedEx. The post office, the U.S. Post Office will hire you. So people you need to stop using that crutch. Get the fuck out that city you in. But people like to be around that city because they're comfortable. They want to lean on their ex-drug buddies because if times get hard, they can go that route. They want to lean on their family because if times get hard, they can get that money. But they are afraid to get on their own 2 feet, relocate, and start over. But then these same people will take shots at immigrants that came from a whole nother fucking country.
Oh,
they did what I'm telling you to do right now. There's no excuse.
Yep, that's it.
Yeah, no, I didn't say that they couldn't. I'm saying that those people have it harder to find a job.
Yeah, but that's what I was telling you, my nigga. I wasn't coming at you, but
hold on, let me talk real quick. What I'm trying to say is that they have it a little bit harder. I know that for a fact, and I didn't say they couldn't get a job because there's programs out there, and if you really want a job, you can go to any fucking construction site, and I'm pretty sure that somebody will hire you. Construction sites are full of ex-cons, and I've worked in construction.
Moving companies, all that.
Moving companies and construction sites. I have been to 26 cities in this nation because, number one, I was in construction, right? So that is a fact. All around the nation, they don't give a damn, bro. They'll pay you a little less. You'll have to work a little harder to move up the ranks. But if you do it and you stay clean, you're part of the team. All that felony shit doesn't matter. That's how it works in construction.
And construction is all production, right? It's all quantity. How much you do, what you do, how what you know. If you're good, man, they'll keep you for sure, man.
That's it. And you'll move up. It's ex-fellas that have become foremen, that have become superintendents. You'll move up.
Oh yeah, that's a fact. But out of all the groups that I said, I think people that come out of prison probably have it the hardest to find a job.
They probably do have it more difficult. I would agree with that. Like they have it more difficult, especially if you're coming out of prison and you're a minority. You probably have it more difficult in this country. But my whole thing was they can't. I'm not going to give them a crutch either because they don't have it more difficult than people like Punch father or like your father. They came from a whole nother country. You're not relocating from a different state where you can still connect with. They leaving from a whole country, wrapping up everything and just starting over. And if they can do that, then you can move to another city and start over. And there's no excuse. That's all I was saying.
Yeah,
but I agree that they have it tougher though.
My pops came when he was like 16, I believe. 16, 17 years old. He didn't speak a lick of English.
Right. And still made it. Look at what you made out of it. Look at what his son made out of it. Because the example that he showed his son is to come, start over, work hard, and boom. So that's the example he gave you. And then when I switch over and go back to my hood where I grew up, and the example that their parents are giving them, like either it's the dad giving his son the example to go out and hustle, or it's just the mom giving the daughter the example to beat the damn system. Look at the examples they're getting. But the example that you got, Raider, was your dad showed you how to make it.
And you know what was you know what's crazy is like when one thing they should do that I recommend is if companies would let the fathers bring their sons to work like for like a week or two or whatever it is, just so they can see how it is to earn money, dude. I remember when I was young, I was like, well, probably like 11 years old or whatever, and my dad asked his boss if I can come in for like a week or two and just help around so I can see how my dad. Damn, dude, my dad is the hardest fucking worker I've ever seen in my life. No joke. No joke.
The dad is supposed to be the superhero. You know, it's not these celebrities, these athletes. The dad is a superhero. You know what I'm saying?
Dude,
It's like let's say my pops came to this country at age 11 with a 15-year-old sister that was dating a man that a man that married her at age 30. That's how my father came to this country, with a teenage sister that was married to a 30-year-old man.
See that?
Yeah, my pop is still working, right?
Because my grandparents died when he was 9 years old.
My pops, he's still working, and he's only had like 4 jobs his whole life. He's been at every job like 12 years or whatever, or longer. You know what I mean? And I'm not gonna lie to you, I'm not bullshitting you. I think my dad has only called in sick twice his whole life.
Yeah,
like twice, and that's because he was like dying. But he always says, my dad always told me, he's like, any man can get a job. A real man keeps his job.
Let me ask y'all something. And like, I like where this going, Punch. I know you've been on for 7 freaking hours, dog.
Yeah.
No, you a soldier. You a soldier. But look, I want to say this, man. We talking about, like, Raider just said something extremely powerful. Like that whole idea, bring your kids to work. We have to understand this goes into what I'm saying here. The lessons that we're teaching our kids. Kids in the beginning, we have to understand something about all kids. They want to be like their parents.
Yep.
In the beginning, all kids want to be like their parents. You get to the age where you're a teenager or young adult, 20 to 23, you know, and you start having resentment and want to do things your own way. But in the beginning, all of us, from the beginning till about 12, we want to be like our parents, right?
Yeah.
So this is why there are cycles in poverty in America, because kids are emulating the things that their parents do. The whole thing that Raider just said, bring your kids to work, that works on these kids' subconscious. Your subconscious builds your life. Your subconscious builds who you're going to be when you get older. And if you start implanting this into your kids' programming, that's who they're going to be. From 0 to 8, 7. From 0 to 7, you learn everything that you're going to learn about who you're going to be in your life. Bring your kids to work is brilliant. And I want to take this a step further for everybody. I don't have anything against college, and I don't have anything against a job, right? Because those are things that are the catalyst to get you out of poverty. You can utilize those things as a catalyst to get you out of poverty. But it's not the end all be all. If you cannot leave a job to your child. The only thing you can leave to your child with a job and living a life working a job is the idea that you need to work a job. If you want to leave
life insurance,
right, or life insurance policy. But that might not be good enough, because they might blow through that. Everybody's not responsible with money. So hear me out on this. If you want to leave your child legacy, what we all need to do as men right now is start to train ourselves about business. And then we need to start training our kids about how to be business owners, because a job will only lead to a job. I have an acronym for a job: just over broke.
Yeah. And you know what, D? I agree with that, man. 100%. Like one thing, I remember, I'll never forget that when my dad was working. That's implemented in my head forever. Like him working hard to feed his family.
Right.
You know what I mean? That to me, I'll never forget.
Was implemented is my parents never complain. Never.
Yep.
Wow.
That's another one. Yep.
That's huge, dog. That's fucking huge.
My grandmother never complained. My grandmother came to this country. Her first job was to sew Sesame Street. She was the one that used to sew the eyes on Big Bird and the puppets. She never complained in her life. Never. To this day, she's 87 years old. She goes down to the grocery store and she has her bag, and you be like, no, let me get it. She be like, no, like she wants to carry her own bag. That's my grandma still. It's like maybe that's why I think the way I think, because they never complain, never.
Yeah, same way with my parents, man. And you know what? Now that I think about it, D was saying around that time when I was like 11 years old, when I went over there, I grew up in a gang infested neighborhood. Right, my neighborhood was a gang neighborhood. It was a neighborhood there, a gang. And right around that time, I started hanging around with my friends, right? You know, people that live around there. You know what I mean? We grew up all apartments. So my dad kind of saw me, I guess, hanging around with the wrong crowd. That's when he took me to work, and he implemented that seed in my brain. Even though I did what I did when I was in my young teens, I have always had that ethic like in my head, always, like work hard.
That's a fact, bro. It's a fact. We teach our kids, bro. We teach our kids, and if we hustlers and hoes, then 9 times out of 10, our kids are gonna be hustlers and hoes. If we hardworking people and we live an honest life and we work hard and take care of our family, 9 times out of 10, our kids are going to follow that trait. But if we are businessmen and we train ourselves on business and owning our own business and passing down business to our kids, something that's going to produce income month after month, year after year. Not a fat $300,000 check when you pass that to your kids, but you never taught them how to manage money. This is what happens to a lot of NBA and NFL and a lot of these sports athletes. Nobody ever teaches them how to manage money, and they just hand them a whole bunch of it. So what happens? They lose it all. So when you're doing the same thing, if you're working all of your life just to keep a job, but you never teach your kids how to manage money, you die and you leave them 1.2 million. They're going to blow through it because they come into a windfall. So what you need to do is real quick, Punch. What you need to do is train them in business, train them how to own a business, train them how to operate a business, and train them how to manage money. So when you leave them this $2-3 million plus a business, they continue that business. They grow that business. And what do they leave to their kids? A bigger business. And how to operate it and own the money and so forth and so forth. And that's the legacy you leave. And that's the cycle you create. You don't create the cycle of staying in the hood. The kids learn from the parents.
Yep, preach. And earlier when we was having that discussion with Glenn and Smoke, when they were saying, well, you know, they would have gave us 40 acres and a mule. I said, man, and they would have if they give you today 40 acres and a mule, they all white people bend down on their knees, apologize for your forgiveness, give you anything you want, you still won't know what to do with 40 acres and a mule because you're not educated to take care of 40 acres. That's not gonna change anything. It changed right here. It's the mental change right here.
Yeah, you know what, and another thing too is I encourage everybody to talk to their kids.
I'll take the 40 acres and a mule, but I'm just saying.
Yeah, yeah, I would too for sure. But I encourage everybody to have sayings, you know, like dichos. You know what that is, right? Punch, like dichos, like you know, like sayings. Yeah, no, like dichos, like in Mexico they have dichos, like sayings. You know, like a, you know.
I thought you said bicho because bicho is dick.
No, not bicho. Dicho with a D. Right. Bichos, like sayings. You know what I mean?
I got a bicho. What you talking about?
Yeah, no. My parents always. My dad, he always used to tell me dichos, and I'd always get implemented in my head. I remember one time when I was younger too, like in my teens, and out, you know, doing my out in the streets. I thought I was invincible. You know what I mean? I had my best friend, if you guys know what that is, next to me all the time, driving. But I remember one time my dad, he looked at me and he told me, hey, in Spanish, he's like, hey, te voy a decir una cosa. I'm like, what? He's like, el valiente siempre vive hasta el que cobarde quiera. You know what that is? He said, el valiente siempre vive hasta que el cobarde quiera. Meaning, the brave, toughest man will live as long as the coward lets him.
Yep.
You know what I mean? Like, you can be brave all you want, but there's always a coward that can kill you from behind. So don't be acting, don't be acting like you're invincible.
Yeah.
Yeah, you gotta stay humble, bro. With whatever you do, you gotta stay humble. You stay humble, you stay thirsty, and you stay appreciative. No matter what you do, no matter how much success you get, if you appreciate the people around you, it's gonna cause them to give you more, bro. You see this shit? Look, see, Umbaya said, Nigerian people I know in America all pass down their business and are very business oriented. There you go. You gotta teach.
Yep.
Look, if you teach your child, like think about you think about like a lot of people that you know personally that are business owners, and it's like Johnson and Son or Robinson and Son or something. If you think about these people, what are they doing? From day one, they're bringing their son along into business. And then when the old man dies, Robinson and Son, you know what I mean? He owns that business now. He knows everything about their business. He knows how to keep it operating. He knows how to manage his cash flow. You know what I mean? He knows how to do all of that. But if you are a hustler, right? And I was a hustler, but I had sense enough to know, keep my son the fuck away from this shit. That's one thing I will say. I had sense enough to know that, because I was a hustler and I hustled for a while. And when I came home, my son was a baby, and I said, you know what? No way I introduced my son into this. And so when I came home, you know, I dabbled a little, but I started into the working field because I wanted to own a business. I was reading books and studying on business while I was locked up. And I said, you know what? When I get out, I'm gonna start a business. And that was my motive. Like, that was my whole goal. And I started my first business, a mobile detailing business, right? And at that time I started that business, my son was probably about 3. Okay? Boom. That was it. Those are the things that I taught my son. You think I taught him about all of the stuff I did in the streets? No fucking way. If it was about money, I would have taught him all of the things I did in the streets, because I made way more money in the streets than I made with that little mobile detailing business. But that little mobile detailing business kept me out so that I could raise my son. That mobile detailing business was something that I could actually pass to my son. And that was the ideas I taught my son. We got to teach our kids, bro. Fathers, we got to stay in our kids' lives, bro. I got 3 daughters, and I guarantee you every one of them needed me to be here. My 2 oldest daughters, 23, 21, I always brag on it. Both of them in school, no kids. And we ain't grow up with silver spoons. You understand what I'm saying? Fathers got to be there. Fathers got to be there and pass that message to the kids, but you got to pass the right message. If you a hustler, as a parent, you better understand it's a good chance your child will be that.
Yeah, and you know what too, man? I don't want to give myself all the credit. It takes a good woman, man, also to help you out, man. Because a good woman will steer you away from a lot of bad shit. That's one of my things that I give my wife credit to. I remember when I was in the hood, we were living in an apartment building right in the hood, you know, and she got pregnant, and then she's like, "Hey, man, we gotta bounce from here." I'm like thinking in my head, you know, like, why, you know, like, after some convincing or whatever, we ended up removing. She's like, "Hey, man, we can't have our kid right here. We need to be somewhere where you can be walking out in the street, you know, like on the sidewalk. Just to walk in the sidewalk, I couldn't go outside and walk like to the liquor store. You couldn't do that. That was a big no. Many times I fucking I even there was so bad parking, like the parking was so bad. I had to park like on the next corner. Even coming home, like at any time, me parking on the corner, I had to walk to my apartment building. Man, you don't know how many times I could have gotten killed, dude. No bullshit. I swear on anything. Just my house, dude. Walking to my apartment, because at night other hoods would come and try to blast at the other dudes that were around, just kicking it. I remember one time I came home. This one time, and I parked my car around the corner. There was no parking. I'm like, fuck, man. But I had to get home. What am I gonna do? Fucking, I had to go home. I had to walk home, and it was like a block away. And I'm walking. I park around the corner, and I get out of my car, and I'm walking to the neighborhood, and I see 15 dudes, like all strapped up, going into the alley to go catch the other dude slipping. Luckily, I was across the street, and they didn't see me, dude. I saw all of them, and they were jumping out of the cars, and they were going in the alley with guns, and I was right behind like a telephone pole, and I fucking looked at them. I'm like, oh fuck, and then I kind of like stood still, like right behind the telephone pole, and I didn't move, dude, until all those fools jammed that way, and I straight jammed to my house. And I can see, and I have a fucking gate too in the front of my house where I gotta get my keys and shit. I remember I fucking opened the door, and I jammed inside to the apartments, and I can see one of those dudes like yell something, and I didn't look back until I got into my apartment building, and then like 20 seconds later, I heard people like running in my apartment building, like on the bottom, like some dudes strapped up. Yeah, that's how the neighborhood was where I was in my teens. You know what I mean? Like it was like that's one thing I want to tell everybody. Like get yourself a good woman, man, for sure, because that can help a lot.
Man, I feel that. I feel that. Yo, fellas, I'm about to drop. so
you're
yo,
a soldier, dog. 7 hours and 42 minutes. You're a soldier.
Yeah, man, I'm about to drop, man. We could be here forever, but man, I gotta get sleep. I'm gonna go live later on tonight, though.
I got a live at 12. Everybody, I already know that. Most people, I see a lot of good people in here. I see them over on my channel, but
yeah, go to D. Go to D at 12 o'clock. Yo, subscribe on everybody's channel here, man. There's a whole family right here, man. Man, I love y'all, man. God bless.
Love you too, bro.
Hey, man, thanks, Punch.
Bro. I'm out.
Yeah, thanks, Punch, for having me on. D, I'll catch you later, D. Thanks, Punch. Have a good one, man.
Brother Radar. All right, man. Take care, my brother. See y'all, dog. On to the neck. I'm going to bed.